Gamers, the final possible obstacle to Guild Wars 3 has fallen. Nothing can now stand in front of the next big MMO, Guild Wars 3. ArenaNet's agents have successfully infiltrated the board of Ashes of Creation. Look, do you guys seriously think it's a coincidence that Grouch was kind of working at Amazon? Dude, he did what he had to do, okay? ArenaNet got into the board, guys. They took over Ashes. They shut that shit down. For legal reasons, that is a joke. That obviously didn't happen, but it is funny to think about. Big meme, A's with the tier 1, very nice. But yeah, anyway, guys, yeah, Ashes of Creation is completely dead. That game is utterly over. Complete lockdown, complete GG, no hope of recovery. The game is dead. For those who don't know, what happened is that basically everyone at Intrepid has been laid off, and all development is over. I assume the game will just implode and shut down pretty soon, but that's the deal. Yeah. There are people who are coping about AOC thinking they could be bought. I mean, dude, I'm gonna be real with you. Even if you buy it, like, why would you want to? There's essentially no reason to purchase that. It's an incredibly unfinished game. Barely even exists. Try it in the chat. Hunter main, survival Hunter main, throwing his bombs. Sending in his beasts. Buy Arcade and fix that game. It's cheaper. That's actually a good point. Yeah, that is actually a good point. A weekly AT finalist. Yeah, I mean, look, we're getting there. We actually had some pretty competitive matches. To be honest, like we kind of struggled to play the team fight. Like we had some games that were closer than they probably needed to be, I think. Because we were struggling with, it's to be clear, I'm not saying that our opponents were bad. It's more like we were not playing the team fight very well. And we weren't sure how to use the Holosmith correctly, but we're working on that. Can you convert to me which build you're playing? The videos of Max? You want a Char Necro? What build? I think I was playing Ritualist, probably the Zealots build, because I was kind of sandbagging a little bit, so I wasn't doing too much DPS. So the fights wouldn't go too quick. Pretty much. We absolutely love to see it. Power Reaper? Yeah, Power Reaper is also good. WoW pre-patch. Some specs are weird with that Apex sounds. Yeah. For sure. No, we've just been raiding and doing some boosting pretty much. But we're not really playing that much. Honestly, there's nothing to play. Like pre-patch is weird. Like all the bosses are completely trivial because they were scared they were going to be too difficult. So there's not much to do, just a bit of boosting. Boom. Only Guild Wars 2 is still alive. Well, bear in mind, Guild Wars 2 is old. Like, I don't think Guild Wars 2 even counts as a new game. It's definitely one of the more recent MMOs. It might be like essentially the latest one that's still alive, but bear in mind, Guild Wars 2 is 10 years old. Cast a dot build for Necro comes into fun. Oh, just play Colony Scourge. It's very, it's a bit underpowered, but still good. Any advice for fast WoW alt leveling? Either buy a boost because it's actually very cheap and you can easily farm the gold, or boost to get the gold yourself. That's what I did for some of my ults. I actually just used gold that I earned by boosting to boost my ults. A boost from 1 to max level. It doesn't take very long at all, actually. It takes like 2 hours. So you can do that. Or you can just do Legion Remix. Like, Legion Remix is very fast. Did I watch the State of Azeroth? Yeah. It was a bit of a nothing burger, to be honest, but it's cool that they're doing 2 extra bosses. Remix is over? Well, can't do that then. Unlucky. But to be honest, like leveling in retail is very fast. I just like spam dungeons, I guess, or buy a boost. But yeah, guys, 2026 is the year of Guild Wars 2083. Correct, yes. Guys, let's call it now. 2026 is the year of Guild Wars 3. Oh yeah, time walking. Time walking's pretty good. Although, dude, time walking feels a bit like brain rot, I'm gonna be honest. Like, leveling through dungeons is very brain melting. I did it for The War Within. I leveled all the tanks through dungeons, and holy shit, it was brain rot. But it was fast. But look, some people like that. Some people do like brain rot, man. They love that stuff. Yeah, to be honest, like, I'm actually not really playing retail, guys, right now. Well, I'm logged into retail quite frequently, but I'm just tinkering with my UI at this point. That's what I'm doing, guys. I'm just setting up my UI and all my characters, seeing what are the best add-ons to install, and like AFKing and Dornagle. Like, that's pretty much my gameplay. Platinator? Yeah, Platinator is actually, in my opinion, one of the upgrades from the add-on purge, because Platinator is very user-friendly and easy to customize compared to Plater. Like, Plater isn't really more powerful anymore because like a lot of the scripting stuff is essentially gone. But yeah, that was what Plater was really nice for, was like the custom scripts. But now that that's not really a thing, like Platinator like does the exact same thing, but it's like 50 times easier to use. Using default frames tracking my atonements is cringe. And I'd recommend Grid 2. Grid 2 is pretty much, in my opinion, like, it is the best frames add-on. There's a little bit of a learning curve on how to set it up, but once you get it, you'll be fine. What survived and what died? Basically, the only major thing that died was weak auras, and even that will be back soon. People are already working on making a new version. The scaling can be off? I mean, yeah, you're telling me. Like, Mythic Dementius dies before he does a single mechanic. Plater still works? It does, yeah. But to be honest, I'd recommend Platinator instead. It's easier to operate. Fucking over only one add-on creator effectively. Well, to be fair, they could have updated weak auras to work with Midnight. They just didn't want to. The official content viable replacement for Runelight. Yeah, that's very interesting, actually. Like, what's the, that's such a good question. What's the opinion on stuff like that in the OSRS community, actually, Grim? Because as I understand it, like, add-ons are pretty powerful, right? Like, in RuneScape, like, you can have highlighted tiles, for example, that can indicate a variety of things for you. You know, like quests or, like, you know, PvE encounters, right? That kind of stuff. Like, what do people think about that? Like, what's the take? Because I know that you can do some like pretty interesting stuff with add-ons and plugins in old school. Buff, debuff, blacklist. They probably can't do that with the way they have it set up, actually. It's probably the one thing that's a real issue right now. Actually, that's not entirely true. No, they could, but it would have to be... you'd be able to blacklist and whitelist buffs from within a pre-approved whitelist. They could do that because that's basically how the cooldown manager works now. They could add like a global pool of whitelisted buffs and debuffs that you could then filter on your own. However, the issue with that is that you would still be reliant on Blizzard for that whitelist. I wish Guild Wars 3 was around the corner. To be honest, you might be in luck, by the way. Wait, what was this? Ramchasar 90 or maybe Ram Chaser or something? I don't fucking know. But I think you're in luck. I am going to be releasing... Guys, I know I've been hyping up the Guild Wars 3 video for a while. I promise you it'll be worth it. It is coming. And... yeah, I will talk about many things, including my projected timeline. Spoiler alert, my projected timeline is at this stage, guys, given the fact that ArenaNet has not confirmed another expansion, even though they've been prompted to do it, I actually think that Guild Wars 3 is going to be confirmed shortly after Visions of Eternity ends. So yeah, and now that Ashes is dead, it feels good. Ramshasar. Okay, I don't know. Maybe we got it then. It released 2028. Yeah, 2027, 2028 is the thing. For sure, yeah. I think, look, this is my guesstimation of the timeline, guys. It's going to be... oh, wait. Oh, hold on. Emergency waypoint? Oh. So... VOE ends, then I think we're getting a year of Hall of Monuments, and then Guild Wars 3. Is there actually only 2 MMOs in development now that New One either is or died? Yeah, it's like Guild Wars 3 and Riot MMO, but Riot MMO is a long way out. Could imagine the mouse over and see tools actually really nice. Actual upgrade to basic class week auras. Well, actually, no. Class week auras could have tooltips enabled as well. Actually, it's just that it was off by default. But you could have tooltips if you actually wanted on week auras. But yeah, now that's an option. They're waiting for BlizzCon to snipe Classic Plus release date, so they can delay. I'm not sure if Classic Plus would really be a threat to Guild Wars 3, though. Well, it would be in terms of PR, actually, and that is a legitimate concern, is that when Blizzard release, or well, announce Classic Plus, it will utterly dominate the airwaves, and that you don't really want to release or kind of promote your game at around that same time. So that could potentially be an issue. So yeah, that, they do have to be a little bit careful around that, I think. It's funny, the timing's going to be similar, isn't it? Because when is BlizzCon? BlizzCon is what? September, I think? So Blizzard are going to announce Classic Plus in September, which, funny enough, is actually very close to when I would expect them to announce Guild Wars 3 at this stage. Because Visions of Eternity... Actually, no, Visions of Eternity is probably ending in September, or even October, depending on if patches get delayed or not. So it's going to be, you know, towards the final third of the year is when VOE ends. And then after that, it'll be Guild Wars 3 announcement, I think. So yeah, there should actually be a decent gap between Classic Plus and Guild Wars 3's announcement. So it shouldn't be too much of an issue. But yeah, they do have to be careful of that. Because obviously Blizzard is just, you know, they're the marketing machine. So you have to be really careful. You don't want to overlap your announcement for sure. Darren's is DMing me, bro. Do you think they'll transfer gemstones to Guild Wars 3? Absolutely not, no. The game will be a complete fresh start, outside of Hall of Monuments. There are a few more Chinese MMOs in the making that Western haven't caught up on yet. One of them is looking promising. Dude, people say that about every single one and it never works out. Resources? Wait, wait, are we talking about Ashes now? Look, I'm not gonna lie. I think, guys, I mean, I don't want to actually speculate too much because, you know, we should be fair, as, you know, we shouldn't, you know, jump to conclusions. But I'm gonna be real, guys. It is, in my opinion, very hard to explain launching on Steam with paid early access into a month later fully shutting down the studio, because that doesn't come out of nowhere, guys. I'm sorry, it just doesn't. That's just not how this stuff works. Like, I find it really hard to believe that they didn't know that there was a threat to the studio. Like, that is a very tough sell to me. Like, I mean, look, seriously, I'm open to being convinced. To be clear, guys, I am open to being convinced. If evidence comes out that actually it was some kind of crazy lightning strike event, then hey, fair enough, shit happens. But it's not looking good. Let me tell you that, guys. It's not looking good. Yeah. Bit of a tough one. ASC is on Steam right now. That is a scam, right? I mean, I'm surprised it hasn't been taken down, because I'm sure someone at Valve must have gotten wind of it, right? Well, exactly, yeah. Like that's the theory. And again, I don't want to speculate on it too much, guys. I think, you know, we should be as fair as possible, right, with these things. I know it's funny to meme about this, but, you know, we should be fair. But yeah, like that's the theory, is that, okay, you know, well, the game is technically released on Steam, so they don't have to refund the Kickstarter, right? Like that's the theory. And to be honest, I will admit, guys, it's a pretty compelling theory as well. I think that, again, very hard to explain, like really hard to explain, like on Intrepid's end, right? Yeah, the Steam release was also so random. And also, the other thing about the Steam release is that it made no sense. Like, why destroy what little goodwill you have in the community by releasing an utterly unfinished, like not even remotely close product? Like, that's another really big piece of evidence against Intrepid here, in my opinion, is that the Steam release was a fucking disaster, right? Like, genuine optical hell nightmare, okay? Like, complete disaster. But it does make sense if you're looking to get some cash and not have to refund the Kickstarter. Yeah. How long does it take to fill a reward track in Wolfenstein? I think without any buffs, it's like 6 hours. When you have buffs, it can be more like 2 or 3 even. If you have like every booster. Boom. Hi, Toga said that is true, actually. It's not all bad news. We need to stop killing games. True, actually. That is true. Well, I mean, stop killing games. Wait, do we actually know when the EU is going to be debating it? When's the date for that? Has that already happened? I don't think it has yet, because I think the petition was only recently fully verified. So I'm actually very interested to see how that's going to go when that potentially like translates itself into legislation. Nothing will happen. Consult the chart. Nothing ever happens. Didn't ANET release a lot of marketing in December to fight AOC Steam launch? I don't think it was to fight AOC Steam launch at all, actually. I think it was they were just dumping their marketing budget at the end. And also, they just have new management with this sort of thing. Like, the current leadership with ANET, who is basically, like, the individual who's in charge of, like, handling streamers and stuff is very good. They are a highly valuable member of staff. So it's a combination of, like, you know, they're dumping marketing budget at the end of the year, and also there's kind of new, I don't even know what to call it. It's not exactly community management, but kind of, right? WoW killer, by the way. And dude, it is a little bit depressing to me that no MMO is the WoW killer. I think, you know, Guild Wars 3 has some potential to actually be a competitor, I think. I really do believe that because like I think ANET is probably the studio that's the most likely to make a non-terrible game. What about OSRS? I don't think OSRS really holds a candle to World of Warcraft's player count. Guild Wars 2 is so far ahead of WoW, unfortunately. Not in terms of how many people play it. WoW is killing itself. Oh, I promise you it isn't. I think definitely Midnight is going to ruffle some feathers, but I think people will get over it, especially when some of the creases get ironed out. Any news on Guild Wars 3 just memeing? Oh, it's a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Like, there was actually a really big piece of news relatively recently. And that piece of news was that ArenaNet, for the first time, confirmed that their unannounced project is a Guild Wars project. There was a job listing that was hiring for an unannounced Guild Wars MMO project. I wonder what that could be. So that's like the really big one. That was like, in my opinion, the smoking gun on this was this job listing. So I mean, yeah, like, look, I'm not tinfoil hatting here to say that, yeah, Guild Wars 3 is essentially confirmed, right? At this point, it's essentially confirmed. WoW 2 will kill WoW 1. I mean, dude, you're living in WoW. Like, WoW 2 is just WoW. That's the thing. Any thoughts, bro? What are you linking me? Oh, dude, this is a this clip. It's presidential stuff. That's all I can say, really. Let's discuss. Why you get? Wait, what, bro? Wait, what is this? Oh yeah. Listen, all I'm gonna say is that, honestly, guys, what do we think? Who would win in a coat competition? Ashes of Creation fans or Elon Musk coping that he's not in the Epstein files? Like that's a tough 1v1, no? That's pretty competitive stuff. Yeah. Have you seen Elon's tweet? Is it the really embarrassing one with the what's the guy's name? Like the one of the grifters, right? Like the Ian guy, I think is his name. Because that's a very embarrassing tweet. I did see that. It's curious how the files are suddenly not so interesting to many. I feel that's been that way for a while, no? Like, you know, all of a sudden, it's just, you know, it wasn't a big deal anymore. It's tough stuff, guys. It's tough stuff. Said, oh, let me see. What is the tweet? Yeah, I did see. Yeah. It's not a good response. It's a very, very, very fucking bad response. Holy shit. Wait, I did not see that, actually. J.K. Rowling, that's crazy, actually. Dude, fucking everyone's in the files. This is fucked up. Who isn't in the files? Bobby Kotick is mentioned there as well. Dude. What we're learning now is that Jeffrey Epstein is who came up with microtransactions. To be fair, you know, Bobby probably would be a big fan, right? Seeing as, you know, what was going on at Blizzard. I mean, oh, fucking hell. Dude, maybe someone can find the meme, but like, I honestly, dude, the meme is almost like a little bit too edgy to talk about on stream, to be honest. But I think it was a Kyle Kalinske tweet, and he was responding to someone who was defending this kind of stuff. And, well, look, you can probably fill in the blanks. I won't like recite the meme, but it was like, we're pro X, deal with it, liberal, with like this skeleton image. I just thought that was pretty funny. You can someone can probably dig that up. Like, look, that's what's gonna happen. Like, you know, that's what's gonna happen, dude. I don't know what to tell you. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. It's crazy stuff, guys. Listen here, liberal. All content, I mean, yeah, no, I actually really like how Guild Wars 2 does stuff. You know, I would definitely like to see, you know, I think it would be really cool if you could go back and like do older content in WoW as well. The thing is, though, is that in a way, like nobody would even do that though, because like the thing is that WoW just releases a lot of stuff. Like, for example, you know, like the next WoW patch is releasing 10 raid bosses and 8 dungeons in the expansion. So like what you got to understand here, Pink Panther Detective, is that WoW players don't care at all. Like this is important to understand. Like the issue that you're describing is just not an issue in WoW, because WoW releases so much content, it doesn't matter that you can't play the old stuff because they just release so much stuff. Like, if Guild Wars 2 didn't do that, yeah, Guild Wars 2 would be dead. And Guild Wars 2 would be a horrible game, because Guild Wars 2 just doesn't release that much stuff compared to World of Warcraft, but that's just not an issue in WoW, right? Slot difficulty as fast. I mean, Mythic doesn't. Heroic kind of does. That's what boosting is for, though. It is a shame. Like, I think it actually is in particular with... It's a particular problem with Heroic. I actually really don't like... Like, Heroic Week 1 is so fucking sick. I love Heroic Week 1 because it's challenging, but it's not, you know, fucked up like a Mythic end boss. It's really fun. And you can kind of play with a really big group. You can play with 30 people. You can play with loads of different people, not just like the same group. You can play not with a static necessarily as well, right? You can pug, and it's really challenging and really fun. But after like a month or so, like Heroic becomes like quite a bit easier. To be fair, still hard in pugs. Like, you know, look, Heroic Demencius was absolutely deleting people for ages, actually. But yeah, it does get a lot easier. What's your go-to spec for Midnight? I think I'm pretty likely to be playing Prop Paladin in Midnight, I think. Like, I'm looking at tanks right now, and it's looking like Brewmaster Prop Paladin, I'm thinking, for Raid is pretty likely, I think. And the other tank that I'm going to be playing with is an excellent Brewmaster player, so I'll probably play the Paladin. Although, actually, like the other tank I'm playing with can also play Prop Paladin, and I can play Brewmaster, but I think they'll be more confident on Brewmaster. Yeah, the brew changes actually seem really fun, actually. I really like what they've done with brew, actually. It's kind of cool. I'm a little bit sad about no Rising Sun kick. That actually does feel a bit bad, because I think the Brewmaster rotation was really fun to play, but you still got Blackout combo. I like what they did with Explosive Keg. That's pretty cool. And yeah, most of it's still intact. This class was a mistake. Well, I mean, look, it's all the VOE specs, to be honest. Like the VOE specs, guys, like they're pretty brutal. I'll be honest with you. Right, MMO, yeah, they went back to the drawing board recently. So yeah, they fully went back to the drawing board. They show a lot more kind of pissed. The T-weaving challenge, gift stack, Giga Heals. I think they're actually trying to move away from that type of gameplay. I think that's one of their primary goals, actually, with I think that's one of their primary goals with Midnight's gameplay in general. Right now, everyone's core abilities are dog shit in WoW. I feel like this goes for DPS as well, even. But like, especially with healers, like you heal piss until you stack up like 5 modifiers, then you literally refill everyone's health in one global. Like that's kind of, I think that's the gameplay they want to move away from. They want to kind of move it towards a bit more, you know, you push the bars up, you know, you're kind of fighting against the push and pull of the damage, rather than like people take damage and you instantly heal them, people take damage, you instantly heal them, like stacking up a bunch of modifiers. Do people do convergent CMs? I don't know much about those. They do, but it's almost exclusively done on Discords because people want to get gold, like the faster timer, and not fail as well. And they can fail pretty easily, especially some of the harder ones. So people do them in Discords and stuff. Do you think we'll keep anything from Guild Wars 2 going to Guild Wars 3? Only stuff from Hall of Monuments, which well, we don't even know they're doing, but I think it's a pretty safe assumption. Dude, I'm reset right now. I was actually up today at 7 a.m., guys, which is actually a little bit too early. I woke up a little bit too early. I do need a hard reset, bro. You will fail hard reset. But no, right now, I have a good schedule right now. As the monks, holy heck. Yeah, I think in general, I mean, I don't actually mind the tank changes, but I do think they've gone a little bit over with the pruning. I think Season 1 might be a little bit scuffed in Midnight. I think they're pretty likely to de-prune a little bit as the expansion progresses, and certainly in the last Titan. But yeah, I think they have over-pruned a bit. I do agree with that, especially on DPS specs. Tank changes, I think, are actually like decent in general, though. I like the tank changes. The only tank changes that I don't like are actually VDH. I think they genuinely made VDH the most brain-dead shit ever. I also really don't like that Feldev doesn't give you meta anymore, and also that there's like a fair bit of like RNG on when you get your meta procs to the Apex talent. So like all the other tank changes I think are absolutely fine. And honestly, even positive, I actually like that they've led it into the off-healing aspect on Druid and Paladin again. That's really exciting, I think. I think the brew changes are pretty fun, actually. Prot Warrior is literally the same. Blood DK's got some cool stuff too, actually. It's a bit buggy, but I actually think the Blood DK changes are good as well. But yeah, no, I think the changes to tanks are good. It's just that, yeah, DPS is probably a little bit over-pruned. What do you want the combat to be in Guild Wars 3? I would love to actually have a kind of a New World style combat system. Action combat. That would be my preference, I think. If I wanted to play a tab target game, I'd play WoW and Guild Wars 2. I kind of want something new and fresh. And that's why I want New World. New World, but a game that actually survives. A new creation. I like that. Yeah, maybe that's the name for Guild Wars 3. Console-friendly combat, but well, funny enough, it is pretty much confirmed that Guild Wars 3 is going to have a console release as well, as I think they were hiring for like a cross-platform publisher or something like that. So actually, yeah, that's extremely likely to be the case. I heard something about Guild Wars 3 story being a prequel to Guild Wars 1. What are the odds of that? Where did you hear that? I'm actually really curious where you heard that. Was it like people talking about that, or was it like an actual source? That's very interesting if there's like actual evidence that leads in that direction. It's not impossible for sure. Especially because they probably want to keep all 3 games running at the same time. So having them in like very different time periods would actually make a lot of sense within the context of the story. But yeah, I don't think that's not impossible at all. Yeah, definitely not impossible. New World Combat Coaster BDO. Never played New World. I haven't played BDO, so I can't tell you. But it's probably some similarities because they're both kind of action style systems. How heavy will the game be? Well, I need a huge machine. In general, these games will be it will run on probably just about anything. That's what all of these games are optimized for. Like, I don't think you're gonna need like a NASA PC to play Guild Wars 3. Yeah, it's very much in the interest of a game studio to make sure that your game can run on as much hardware as possible. Because if you're essentially requiring people to have, let's say, a really powerful machine, then you're limiting your consumers, right? Like you're limiting your customers. And as a result of that, yeah, I think they will 100% endeavor to make sure that it is runnable, right, on as much hardware as possible. So what is Unreal Engine 5? Yeah, it's Unreal Engine 5, yeah. Unreal, guys, like the anti-Unreal stuff, always remember that an engine is simply a tool, right? An engine is a tool. It is not, there's nothing inherently anything about a game in Unreal. Bear in mind, guys, Game of the Year, Expedition 33 is an Unreal game, yeah? Arc Raiders, right, is an Unreal game, right? These are both games that are considered to be extremely good, right, in their respective genres. And yeah, they're Unreal games. Like, there's no reason why you can't have an optimized Unreal 5 game, an Unreal 5 game that has a very distinctive art style, right? Which ArenaNet will obviously endeavor to have, very likely keeping a similar art style to Guild Wars 1 and Guild Wars 2. It's not an online. Imagine a Zerg fight with Unreal. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't see why not. Again, like ArenaNet is a competent studio. Like, I don't see why they can't. And bear in mind, like and I don't know much about Unreal, guys. I'm not a game developer. But as I understand it, like Unreal in particular is modifiable, right? And bear in mind, like, ArenaNet is a serious studio. They're not an indie studio with like 5 devs. They've got hundreds of people on the payroll, on staff. They are going to be more than capable of potentially making modifications to the engine, like to suit their needs. Because that's what you do, right? Like if you're developing a game using a different engine. Yeah, exactly, yeah. Like they'll be developing their own tools, potentially their own modifications, their own plugins and so on or whatever, or however the system works. So yeah, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. There are many things to worry about with Guild Wars 3, obviously, as there are with any new game, but I really think this just like Unreal is just a non-issue. Like it's not relevant to the success of the game. If like the game isn't Unreal or not. Because their engines are similar enough. There's like 0 evidence to suggest that, and also I don't think that even makes any sense. I also think there's almost like no chance of that being the case. Like, what are the odds that ANET's homebrew scuffed ass engine that's Guild Wars 1's engine is like similar to Unreal? In fact, there's almost no chance of that being the case. I am a condition. Grim is a well-known condition. He is known to tick. It's a true story, guys. If you're a condition, what condition would I be? I'd be chill, because I'm a chill gamer. I would be torment. That's crazy. Confusion. Okay, okay. Guild Wars 200 was based on Unreal? No, I don't think that's true at all. Like the Guild Wars 2 engine is homebrew. It's something they made themselves. It's you know, it's a a heavily evolved version of Guild Wars 1's engine. Is Guild Wars 2 worth a try? Is it too late as a new player? Oh no, definitely. Definitely worth a try. Dawnbringer AOC. That's a crazy name. Thanks, bro. Hey, no worries. Fastest boot time for an MMO. Unreal Switch will likely end that. Oh, not necessarily. And also, dude, like, you just got to install fastload.dll, then you're good. Also, yo, Snap in the chat. The goose is loose. Guild Wars 3 hype begins? Correct. Dude, I've got to say, I will give Ashes some credit. Dude, check this shit out. Like, not many games would have the balls to give you, like, heroic droppings. That's crazy loot, guys. Look at that loot. So you've got to give it some credit there. Heroic feces. Nothing compared to the legendary daffodils I procced. I mean, that's big. The one thing I can't slaughter about Guild Wars 2 is that in fact release. See, that is a big win. You see, that's a good point from Garashimo. That's a big win for Guild Wars 2. The game actually exists. Train Bork? Bro, why'd you link this clip of me dying to a train Bork, okay? Like... It's I fucking love stuff like this. Man, it's such a shame that this game was not even close to finished and was horribly managed and horribly overscoped and horribly scuffed and sus and also a borderline scam. That's so unfortunate, man. Like, if you can die to a trained Bork, that's a good sign for the game. Ash is proving once again that people don't want an MMO. No, I don't think so. No. Okay, dude, this is why I am actually dropping a nuke about Guild Wars 3. I am going to destroy this misinformation. The idea that people don't want an MMO, I think is ridiculous. Every new MMO, every dog shit new MMO has like 1 million concurrents on Steam when it launches, right? New World had over 1 million concurrents and the game was a literal train wreck when it originally released, right? People absolutely want a new MMO, but here's the thing, they want a good new MMO. That's a very important qualifier there. Like, people don't want a shit DOA MMO, right? Because that's what all these new games are. Like New World, hate to say it, it was dead on arrival. And the same is true with Ashes of Creation. Like, the game was dead on arrival. Like, I knew the moment I logged into the alpha, I'll let the public alpha or whatever it was like, oh yeah, okay, it's over. And I honestly lost a lot of interest in the project once I logged in. Yeah, people want a good game. And the truth is that the MMOs that have been coming out recently, they're just bad, right? They're just not good. And, you know, the thing is, okay, it's wrong to... You know what the funny thing is, though, Hermessa? Like, Ashes kind of was a success. A lot... Look, even though I think the Steam release was a genuine hell disaster, a lot of people played. Right, a lot of people played. Right, if we look at... the Steam charts, it's had 30,000 concurrents, right? Like towards the start of when it came out. That's actually a lot. That's a big number. And bear in mind, this game, this is not good. Like the state it's released in is not good. It's like, it barely exists. And it still actually had, you know, 5 figures people playing it concurrently. That is a large product. That's bigger than most MMOs, right? In this state. Now, obviously that was probably never gonna last, especially now. But yeah, like it, even though I don't think it was particularly good, it did engage people. And I think it did do surprisingly well. People are desperate. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I think people are really desperate for a new game. I think people don't want to be playing, you know, 10-year-old MMOs for the rest of the time. People don't want to be playing World of Warcraft forever. People are looking for a new game to main. New one sold 5 million copies in its first month. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. I think the game did extremely well. When it actually, you know, financially anyway. Obviously, you know, didn't retain that very well, but you know. What's next? Legendary Renown hard items? I mean, dude, Legendary Infusions, surely. The hope you on Guild Wars 3 is cringe just stop it already? The thing is though, look, okay, I'm actually curious though, YouTube chat. What do you think ArenaNet is developing? Why haven't they confirmed the new Guild Wars 2 expansion? Right, because look, if you have a good argument for like what's going on here, like what is this Unreal Engine MMO project? Like seriously, tell me, what do you think it is? Like if it's not another Guild Wars MMO, you know, a potential sequel to Guild Wars 2, what do you think it is? Right, because don't get me wrong, like, you know, if there was no evidence or there was bad evidence for, you know, coping about Guild Wars 3, I'd agree with you, but I think it's exactly the opposite. I think there's actually a lot of evidence, to be honest. Migrate Guild Wars to Unreal Engine, is that a thing theoretically? I mean, I think, honestly, no. I think the amount of effort it would take to fully port Guild Wars 2 and every asset, every script, every piece of content to Guild Wars 2, I don't consider that to be realistic, to be honest. Because it's not like you can just copy and paste the 3D models, right? Like, the Unreal Engine is going to have a completely different way of handling like networking. It's going to have a completely different way of handling scripting, right? And, you know, boss AI or whatever. Like, no, I just don't think so. It's just not, I just can't imagine that even, I don't think it's viable, to be honest. Where can we even set Guild Wars 3? I mean, anywhere. Could be in the future, could be in the past, could be on the other side of Tyria. Like, it could be a new continent, like Castora, right? You did say that the engine is modifiable. Yeah, but that's the point. Like, you'd have to... No, this is very important. It's modifiable, but you then have to translate every script, every NPC interaction, literally everything from Guild Wars 2 into a new game. Like, that is insane. That is an insane undertaking. And is it theoretically possible? It is theoretically possible, but I can't imagine it ever being worth it. And I also don't think it's even particularly realistic because of the scope of like how big that project would be. I would say Guild Wars 2 is getting another expansion. They're working with Ghost in the background, the Skeleton Crew doing all the work before they scale up production. But here's the thing, why haven't they confirmed it then? Like, this is like the really big one for me, is that why, when they're pushed about another expansion, why haven't they confirmed it? And again, the reason I say this is because they confirmed Visions of Eternity just after Soto release. Right? So that is why I find this to be a really tricky thing to kind of get around here, is because they confirmed VOE and Janthea Wilds insanely early. Hello, that's Sonics. How you doing? There's just no reason to not confirm that they're making another expansion. Like, there's no reason that makes any sense. The only reason to not confirm it is because there isn't one, in my opinion. I don't see another particularly compelling explanation. Covered Orax. Ah, very exciting. DYB. When open source Guild Wars 2 and it goes end of life and goes through to be built on an entirely new code base? No, why would they do that? It's their property. They're not going to give away their property. They might confirm it this Tuesday, though. Yeah, it's true. But, you know, they also might not. Yeah, no, I agree with Delta. They won't say anything until after VOE, guys. Fashion features trash on my fit? No, I think it works exactly how you'd want it to. I think the only downside of the new fashion stuff is that it does mean you have to click a bit more. There's like more inputs to make it work, but broadly speaking, I'd say it's exactly what you'd expect. I don't think the lack of an expansion announcement is a smoking gun. I agree, but the lack of an expansion announcement combined with the fact with all of the job listings and stuff, okay, I think, yeah, we've got a little bit of a smoke here, and well, look, that means I think there's probably some fire. End of life plan that involves custom servers? Wait, no. What? They're not gonna stop development on Guild Wars 2, and even if they did, they wouldn't take the game down. Like, stop killing games would only apply if ANET, well, it wouldn't even apply to Guild Wars 2 actually, because Guild Wars 2 is an existing game. But they would keep the servers running. Dude, you know what's crazy? Okay, look, guys, I'm actually gonna, look, let's meme a little bit. We're gonna know, aren't we? When the final story patch comes out. The final story episode is gonna confirm it, one way or another. Lilla's tier billion, 44 squillion years. Nice. VOE is not even finished yet to announce next expansion. But here's the thing though, John. They announced VOE after Soto, like a month or two after Soto. So this is the thing. The reason why it's suspicious they haven't confirmed an expansion is because they confirmed Janthea Wilds and Visions of Eternity insanely early, like months after Soto, so like 2 years in advance. That's the reason why it's interesting. What is this leak?
If I win this Ecto Gamble, this means that GW3 will be announced in a trailer at the end of the final VOE episode in August 2026.
Oh. He won, yeah. Yeah, he won. It's confirmed. Is to go to the... That's crazy. The only way forward into eternity is to go to the past. That's crazy, actually. Oh, damn. There's no way they would do that, but it'd be so good. Holy shit. Huge. Could be huge reworks into the next X-Pack. Yeah, but here's the thing. No. That doesn't work. Because even if the expansion's going to be delayed a bit more, just say, yeah, we're working on the next expansion. I think there's maybe some confusion here. I'm not asking ANET to give us a date or even a year for the next Guild Wars 2 expansion. I'm asking them to confirm if there is another expansion. Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't care if it's coming out in a year or 2 years or a year and a half or whatever, because of like whatever development plans they have. But why? There's like, what's the downside? Like, what's the downside of saying, hey guys, yeah, we're hard at work on the next expansion? I just don't understand. Like, there's no downside to that, especially because there's a bunch of rumors right now about the future of Guild Wars 2. They won't confirm until the end of VOE. Well, yeah, but they confirmed VOE just after Soto. Like, these two things are really weird to me. It's like they confirmed Jantho Wilds and Soto very early. They have to wait on NCSoft to sign off on something? No, we know that's not true. Like, that is actually one of the things that we know isn't true. Because we know that ANET work on a multi-year ahead development plan, right? So no, they cannot be waiting for a sign-off. Because they develop multiple years in the future. As does any studio, obviously. I feel a little bit bad about ganking this guy, but it is what it is. This guy's some kind of berserker build. I don't know if Guild Wars 3 exists. I'm gonna find the patent website. Not really, actually. I think the trademark for Guild Wars 4 is taken even, but that's just like obviously a precaution you would obviously take, right? Like ANET or NC probably own like Guild Wars 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right? All that stuff. Because like, why wouldn't they? Non-hallmark spec not having confirmed now as a red flag for anything Guild Wars 3. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like that's the thing. It's incredibly sus. Is it strategic to confirm Guild Wars 3 with regards to Guild Wars 2 sales though? Yeah, that's why they aren't saying anything. It's because if they do announce that, obviously it's going to rustle people a lot. Otherwise, they would just say it, right? There's a reason why they haven't said there is no Guild Wars 2 expansion, because that's going to massively shake confidence within Guild Wars 2. And honestly, it will just straight up turn people off from the game. Make no mistake, guys. When Guild Wars 3 is announced, it will reduce the population of Guild Wars 2 significantly. That's just the way it is. And that's human nature, right? That's humans. Like when... an actual good example of this, guys, it's a much more extreme example, but you'll get the point, is that New World, nothing changed, right? Nothing changed with New World, but the player base cratered when it was confirmed that the game was over. Why? Well, it's because when people think that, oh, this game is slowing down and winding down, this game has less of a exciting future than before, people lose interest, even if nothing has actually changed about the game itself. And that is the exact same situation here. Like, even when Guild Wars 3 is announced, even though nothing will change with Guild Wars 2, and in fact, they'll continue to add new content. There's a 0% chance they won't. It'll just be slower, likely. You know, people will lose interest. Guild Wars 2 will see a rise and pop. I think if they do Hall of Monuments, yeah. Hall of Monuments will likely be... Dude, I could actually see it being another, like, even more popular than VOE, actually. And, like, a big resurgence. Another, like, peak on Steam. How profitable is Guild Wars 2? I think Guild Wars 2 is pretty profitable. Really, they should announce new content for Guild Wars at the same time? Oh, yeah, no, they have to, and they will. When they do drop the nuke, the Guild Wars 3 nuke, they will try to soften the nuke by also road mapping, like, what the future looks like for Guild Wars 2. Well, like, if they don't do that, they're insane. So I'm not saying that they will 100%, but they really should. Hey, wait, what is going on with my reward tracks? Maguma Wastes? Huh? Will Guild Wars 3 keep filling a PvP niche for MMOs? To be honest, pretty unlikely. Like, they didn't really... They tried that in Guild Wars 2 and it really didn't work out. Third time's the charm, maybe? I mean, I would like that. Like, to be honest, if Guild Wars 3 has PvP, I'll consider that a huge win. Like, I wouldn't be terribly surprised if Guild Wars 3 was very PvE focused. Because PvP in Guild Wars 2 just has not worked out. To be fair, I do think that is kind of on ANET. I don't think they managed it very well. But yeah, like PvP is not, it's not popular. They might try again, dude. I would fucking love it. Like, if Colin activates and just does, you know what? Guild Wars 3 is a PvP MMO with full esports. I would fucking love that, but I'm not. Look, guys, I don't have a lot of copium for that. Entirely different style of game, less MMO, what the Guild Wars 1. I think I'd be down for that, actually. I would like a different take on it. I think I'd still want open world. If anything, I'd like them to actually go further with the open world, kind of make it seamless, so no loading screens. That would be really cool. But yeah, no, I do. Yeah, I don't want Guild Wars 2 2. I don't want WoW 2. I actually want ArenaNet to... I want ArenaNet to tell me what I want without me even knowing what I want, okay? I want them to come up with something new, for sure. Boom. The PvP combat and stuff is very fun. Yeah, I mean, look, so is raids, but, you know, raids are also insanely dead in this game. Something being fun doesn't necessarily mean it's popular. Is Ashes really dead? Oh yeah, it's dead. From the silence past 3 years, it looks like Furnace has been very stable. Most people have accepted it. They're not sure to take it. Is that correct? Oh yeah, it's a bit depressing, Zach, but I would say... I think people have just... It's not exactly acceptance, because it's a bit too cynical for acceptance, actually. But yeah, people just don't really care anymore. People just, you know, just go, it is what it is. It is what it is. People just, you know, play the game and just kind of vibe with it. Do you think it's bad business practice to wait and announce the future or try to sell more VOE specs before confirming the new project? For what it's worth, I actually think they're in a really tough position. I think if you want my honest take, guys, I think there isn't a Guild Wars 2 expansion currently being developed outside of Visions of Eternity. And that means ANET can't say anything. Because if they say there isn't another one, people are going to panic and freak out, and it's going to massively damage Guild Wars 2. And if they confirm Guild Wars 3, same thing. It's potentially going to be very disruptive and concerning for Guild Wars 2 players, and it will damage their current product, like, before they're ready to actually kind of handle that communication. So essentially, like, ANET, I don't think they can say anything right now. It's not viable. They can't confirm Guild Wars 3, and they can't say there's no expansion. It would just be catastrophe. They can't do that. Pretty much. Then there's a chance Face Much Devs buy New World Engine. I think it's very unlikely that Amazon will sell. The only way to soften the damage, but they already had a full-fledged hull monitor. Exactly, yeah. But they probably don't have that yet. Didn't the guy heavily implies and talks with Amazon? Oh, I don't know, actually. I haven't fully kept up with it. But if he is, then that's actually kind of hype. I would actually like to see New World continue. But, again, I wouldn't be holding out a lot of hope. Funny game I was going to play for a while, now Ashes is dead. Yeah, it really sucks. You know, like, for what it's worth, I was actually a little bit of an Ashes enjoyer. I really love open world PvP, and that's like a game that was really trying to lean into that. And I think there were some interesting ideas within the game, but to be honest, like, I was pretty black-pilled when I logged into the alpha, and it was just, like, so unfinished. No deals, no announcements, just conversations. Keep hope, but have low expectations. Ah, okay. So I mean, so he is actually. Okay, he's actually talking to him. I mean, that'd be pretty cool. I'd actually like to see that. Like, that would be pretty hype. Ideas all it was. Yeah, unfortunately, very much the case. If they don't have an expert now, what do you think will happen around August? Guild Wars teaser and it is silent. I think after the final patch for VOE, they'll drop the bomb. Teapot, how old are you? I am 29. Systems overhaul after VOE. They almost certainly will. That's way cheaper than developing new content. And also, systems updates are going to be very, very important for ArenaNet because that's how they're going to make the game work with a lower player base. The issue with a major issue that Guild Wars 2 has, unlike Guild Wars 1, Guild Wars 2 actually needs a lot of players. So the systems in Guild Wars 2 need to be made more efficient to run with a lower player base. What Sigil you're running the focus and saying the build? It's because I'm kind of on an ult and I can't be bothered to actually gear. I have no Sigil. On my focus right now. And you shouldn't run this build at all, by the way. This build is really, really scuffed. You should run full Demolisher with maybe Ogre Rune. Yeah, probably Ogre Runes, Wayfinder Relic. And then for Sigils, you want Energy Sigil on both with probably Intelligence on Focus and then Cleansing on Staff. Raid quickly helps with that. Yeah, so does world restructuring, by the way. I actually think a lot of the systemic updates to Guild Wars 2 are actually, one, kind of a testing ground for Guild Wars 3. Look at push, look at quick play, and also an effort to make the game sustainable on a lower player base. And again, quick play, world restructuring. These are things that work extremely well when you have a reduced player base. Also, making legendaries more accessible is like a huge thing that's going to make the game work with a lower player base too. How was push a test for Guild Wars 3? Probably trying out game modes for a potential if they want to do PvP in the game. Which is unfortunate because I'm a really big Conquest fan, but I think they probably wouldn't want to do Conquest again. Do you think what do you mention about player amount is why the VOA bosses have weird scaling? No, I think that's probably just a bug. Or they just want the bosses to not die instantly. But like when the scaling is weird and, you know, they die instantly, that's probably just not intended. It's playing the ANET documentary song right now. Dude, by the way, that documentary was actually Colin getting very cheeky. He was, dude, Colin was teasing so hard. Unbelievable. Strong was a bigger test than Push. Push was fairly simple in design. I think that's the point though. Like Stronghold was a really big failure, mostly because they just never iterated on it at all, and they just like dropped it in the game and then never changed it ever again. Push is a very simple mode, but that's the point, right? Like Push is supposed to be simple because they want PvP to be more accessible. Cole Summers, Prime, XE3. Excellent choice of emote. Very good. Do you think ANET view World vs. World as a success? Current ANET definitely does. Original ANET, it's weird. Like, I don't get it. Like, ANET just completely abandoned World vs. World, so I guess at the time they didn't really consider it worth investing in, but I mean, look, I think that was a mistake. Capture the flag, need to add CTF. Well, it's Spirit Watch. Spirit Watch is capture the flag. Stronghold would go so hard if it was fleshed out. I actually agree, yeah. Stronghold, I think, could have had some big potential. But sadly, didn't happen. Cole's been cooking Guild Wars 3 and came back. Oh, yeah, for sure. Very likely. They have some sick devs at ANET. Because we've got Colin on Guild Wars 3, probably. We've got Grouch on Guild Wars 2. And Mike Z on Guild Wars 1. That's insane. They've got some serious leadership right now at the studio. That's so much hinting. Dude, yeah, they are... Dude, Colin is constantly teasing and grinning. He knows what he's doing. Like, the man knows what he's doing. He is teasing Guild Wars 3 so hard in the documentary. Steven C. always saying Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 1. Yeah, I think Mike Z is as well, though. It's like Mike Z and Steven are like very heavily involved with 1. Would you rather have Guild Wars 2 than a bunch of more Guild Wars 2 X-Packs? 5 years ago, I would have said Guild Wars 2. Now I say Guild Wars 3. What's your main in Guild Wars 2? I guess I don't really have much of a main, but I play a lot of Necro and Guardian. Right now in PvP, I'm playing Paragon. It's actually a pretty fun build. Will Guild Wars 3 have World vs. World? I think it's actually very unlikely. So this is like a really key thing that I definitely want to talk about in the video, but Guild Wars 3 will probably not have the same game modes as Guild Wars 2. Because remember, they want to keep running Guild Wars 2, right? So having Guild Wars 3 have the same feature set as Guild Wars 2 makes no fucking sense. It's very likely that if there is some kind of world PvP, it's not like this. It won't be like World vs. World. I don't know what that means, really. Only ANET do, obviously. But I think it will not have the same game modes as Guild Wars 2. I think they don't want Guild Wars 2 to instantly die. They really don't care about it. I mean, maybe. I think they'll probably want to keep the products distinct. Because I think that, I mean, look, have you seen they're already adding a new Dungeon Grim to Guild Wars 1? They're actually, like, very invested in keeping these legacy products alive. I think that they actually do care about Guild Wars 2 quite a bit. So I think that they will continue to invest in legacy products. They're not going to not flesh out Guild Wars 3 because of it. Oh, no. That's not what I mean. But I think they'll have new ideas. I think they'll try, or at least they'll attempt to have new stuff instead of overlapping stuff. I would say that's very much the case, Shady. Yeah, they want, like, I think one of the reasons why they're investing quite a bit into 1 is to reassure Guild Wars 2 players that their game isn't dead. I want ANET to release WoW 2. Well, that's what Blizzard are doing. Will Guild Wars 3 be as easy as Guild Wars 3, a bit more challenging as Guild Wars 1? It will probably be more like Guild Wars 2, but with difficulty settings. Lofty, tier 1. Feels good, man. Clap. Man, I want to, maybe I honestly want to play some Feels Good Man clap music. I feel like Darren's would be really big into that. No, I know that. Darren's would be really big into Feels Good Man clap. And it's a good time for it. Right now is a good time. Oh, guys. Okay. Look. I have a mission for all of you guys. So on my other monitor right now, I of course have a Home Story Cup, which is going on in Krefeld, Germany right now. And do you know who's here, guys? Do you know who's here? I'll tell you. Avatar, our very own PvP esports hero, okay? Avatar, also known as Guffel TV, also known as Held der Zeit, also known as Master of the Universe. He is there right now watching the esports because he's a big StarCraft 2 fan, big gamer. Dude, I honestly want to go. I kind of want to go to Home Story Cup. I actually take, if you're interested, guys, even if you're not interested in StarCraft, I actually take quite a lot of inspiration from Home Story Cup and how I run tournaments. This is an amazing event. I would honestly really like to go. It's pretty quick as well to get there. It's not it wouldn't even be that long to get there. It's like a 3-hour flight. So it's really not bad. Yeah, Home Story Cup is amazing. It's one of my favorite StarCraft events. Take my king. It just has a really good environment. It's like a little bit more laid back than a lot of the other tournaments. Obviously, you still have top players, you know, best of the best from all around the world. It's a very competitive format, but I really like the environment that they actually they run there. Yeah. Warcraft, yeah, of course, yeah. I mean, Take's been around for ages. Yeah, he was like 100%. Like he was around in the Warcraft 3 days. I think he played human actually in Warcraft 3, and then obviously moved on to StarCraft as well. Half own the NA Weekly. I did half win, half's heroes, huge win. How old is StarCraft 2? I think StarCraft 2 is 2010 release, I think. So it's very old. Half with French? Impressive. French heroes? Half's French heroes? StarCraft 3? I mean, I would love it. I would love Warcraft 4 or StarCraft 3. I think Warcraft 4 is a bit more likely because I think Warcraft 3, despite all of the very questionable stuff with Reforged, is actually doing really well. Has a very strong community, I think. So I think Warcraft 4 is more likely. But yeah, I think both would be excellent. SE2 esports scene died to corporate greed. I think that's not entirely true, actually. I think if you want to blame anything for SE2's death in terms of esports, it's League of Legends. And more specifically, StarCraft 2 just released when RTS, to be frank, was already on the way out. And despite being an excellent game, I think StarCraft 2 struggled to compete in the competitive gaming format with MOBAs, particularly League of Legends. So yeah, like SE2, in my opinion, like SE2 released in the twilight of the RTS anyway. Do I follow AoE 2? Not really, no. Tasers was so good. Yeah, they did a very good job with GSL. And I think that, I mean, they still do the World Championship, right? They have Tastosis for that, but they don't do GSL anymore. Like Tasteless is still there, but he casts with State now, right? Because Artosis doesn't live in Korea anymore. He lives in Canada. I think he lives in Canada, right? Yo, Planix, Planga. Plenga. Yo, Plenix, if you swiped for Midnight Early Access, bro, February 26th, here we go. Does Guild Wars 3 keep a similar mount system to Guild Wars 2? There'll definitely be mounts, yeah. So, probably. Grabber in the chat, Aboba. Poor Man Midnight, guys. Okay, come on. What are you plebs doing here? Why do we have plebs? Yo, Georges in the chat. Former ArenaNet partner, Georges. The housing slop? I mean, yeah, there's definitely a lot of, dude. Like, Blizzard went pretty hard on the housing, actually. I like their, commercial for it as well. Actually, like, it's so interesting, actually, because it just goes to show, like, how diverse the, WoW community is in terms of, like, you know, what people like. Like, some people didn't like that the housing trailer they did for Midnight was, like, it was pretty cutesy. I actually really liked it, to be honest. I think it looked great. It looked, I wasn't the biggest fan of the Midnight cinematic, and I actually really liked the art style they had for the housing trailer. But some people kind of want a slightly grittier feel. I think it's really interesting, actually, because, like, I feel like Warcraft has always been a little bit non-serious, in my opinion, anyway. Because I played Warcraft 3. It was one of my first games I actually played. And, you know, I obviously played World of Warcraft 2. I thought the games were always a little bit goofy. You had fucking Pandaren, dude, okay? Like Chen Stormstout. Like, the games were always, like, a little bit non-serious. Like, obviously, it had a little bit of grit to it as well. But especially in the cutscenes, I guess. And maybe it would be nice to have some of that back as well. But dude, I don't know. I feel like sometimes it goes pretty hard, man. Like sometimes you have like Farak talking about how he like you're fighting Farak, and halfway through the fight, he's like mocking Ysera for killing her children. Okay? Or rather he killed them. Right? It's like, wow. That's actually kind of brutal, no? He's not messing around. But at the same time, he's also a little bit goofy at the same time. He's a bit of a goofy guy. But also, not a good guy. Smooth and cartoon. Now, yeah, it definitely does. I think it was always cartoon, though. Look at Warcraft 3. Like, Warcraft 3 is, like, very cartoony, in my opinion. With how it looked graphically. I do think, I'm not sure if it's the art style. I think it's that the cinematics are a little bit not that good, to be honest. Like, I wasn't really that inspired by the War Within cinematic or by the Midnight one. I think the Midnight one was a little bit better, actually. It was a little bit better, but it's just not a particularly good trailer. Like, Dragonflights was also pretty mediocre as well. It's like, people want, like, the Warlords of Draenor one, okay? People want, like, the Legion one, because they go fucking hard. More than anything else, I think. All the StarCraft ones, like the Heart of the Swarm one is insane. And so the Legacy of the Void one is amazing too. They're actually, and the Wings of Liberty one, they're actually all so good. Oh yeah, the Diablo ones are also really good, yeah. I don't even play the game, but the cutscenes are sick. Like, I still watch all of the cutscenes that come out for Diablo. I'll tell you what, like the one they released recently, I think it was we saw it on the Game Awards, I think, and there was a trailer for, I think, an upcoming Diablo 4 expansion. I was like, damn, dude, I want to log in and play Diablo. Like, that's honestly, that is Blizzard cinematics in a nutshell, dude. Even when I didn't play WoW, I would, like, feel the urge to log in and play WoW after watching a WoW cutscene. Hey, I'm really glad you're enjoying the Guild Wars 1 content. There's going to be more coming. Chromie time does not feel good or fun. That's just not really the way the game works. And to be honest, like, I actually think it would be really complex to do that. I think it would be really nice to actually make old expansions relevant on a rotational thing. I think having it all active at the same time, it wouldn't be good. There's simply too much stuff. There's too much content in WoW to actually do what Guild Wars 2 does exactly and have all of it active at the same time. But yeah, I would actually really like the idea of rotational stuff. So, you know, they add world quests and like scale up an old expansion. You can kind of surge in and like go and unlock some rewards and stuff, like farm gold, like farm materials, like, you know, fight some world bosses and stuff like that. I think that's the way to go. Yeah, they need to funnel. Like, they need to funnel because there's just too much. Like, WoW is genuinely colossal. Like, it is insanely massive. Like, Guild Wars 2 is a big game, is a really big game. But World of Warcraft is like a Leviathan. Is Guild Wars 3 confirmed? Essentially, yeah. If Guild Wars 3 was happening, wouldn't it have been leaked by now? I mean, not necessarily. Like, that's what NDAs are for. Well, it also did kind of leak as well. Yeah. Oops. Oopsie. Any oopsies? But yeah, I don't know. There's also kind of like a weird thing with World of Warcraft. Like, you gotta understand, guys. Basically, nobody who plays WoW is saying, "Oh man, I wish this old content was relevant," because they just add more stuff. Honestly, like, I kind of feel this way as well a little bit. It's like there's almost like too much content. Like, you know, sometimes with WoW, I'm like, dude, I kind of want to chill a little bit. But it's like go, 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 go. So it's like, for a casual player, that's going to be even worse, right? The endgame rotation PvE system are good. Rory usually fun. Yeah, for sure. And like, yeah. Like, onboarding in a game like WoW is fucking impossible. Especially because they try and, especially like, seeing as they try and tell a continuous story. Like, good luck with that. It's definitely a bumpy ride when you first start playing. I never feel sad about phasing. It's because there's just so much content. And also, you know it's going to be good. Like, I do miss Dimensius, guys. I really do admit that. And to be honest, if there's actually one boss that I'd like to see preserved forever, it would be Dimensius. That fight is just insane. What an incredible experience. But I know that the bosses in Midnight are going to be insane. Like, I know that they're going to be great. I just know that. I'm very confident that's going to be the case. There will be a boss that will be hopefully as good as Dimensius in March on Quel'Thanas. Maybe even in Voidspire. World's first rush gets turned on its head. Nah, I don't think anything will change, really. Because there's, like, you still have add-ons. It's just that, you don't really have, like, the mechanic solver weak auras. But to be honest, those, certainly in, like, recent raid design, were not really that relevant. Like, the hardest bosses over the last couple of expansions haven't really been weak aura focused. Like, Dimensius wasn't a weak aura boss. Ansarek wasn't a weak aura boss either, in the War Within. Like, Farak had a weak aura mechanic in the intermission, but that honestly wasn't the hardest part. The hardest part was phase 3, which wasn't a weak aura part as well, which is also a very difficult boss. Tindral was not a weak aura boss either. And again, that was like one of the hardest bosses they ever released, right? the many currencies in guilds are making the game worse. I logged out for several years. I got overwhelmed by it. The me problems are really a lot. To be honest, it is a little bit confusing. It's definitely not you. But all I can say is that honestly, you'll get the hang of it. It's not that bad. And just always remember, right? The game is there to have fun. It's not gonna, you know, grief you or troll you or anything. For things like DBM, nah, they didn't do that. They even added like that in game pretty much. How much grind was WoW at an expansion launch? Didn't feel that bad when I started playing. That was during Turbo Boost. Oh, Turbo Boost is actually significantly more grindy than expansion launch. Come EB. Oh shit, nice. So yeah, let's roll. More time gates? Kind of. It's also just that you don't need, like, you don't have this like crazy gilded crest grind, which you have in Turbo Patch. Yeah, I actually hope they don't bring. I really don't like Turbo Patch. The problem is I think casual players like Turbo Patch, so it probably will come back. But man, I fucking hate it. It makes playing the game so much more cancerous, and also it just nerfs the content a lot. Which I get it, like they want to do that, but it does not feel good. I went to the new raid without the noise and testability to memorize. Yeah, I mean, the thing is, like, that will be the case, but to a slight extent with, like, certain mechanics. But realistically, it wouldn't change the result of the Race to Worlds First. The Race to Worlds First players are the best players in the game, right? And as a result of that, they're going to have an easier time adapting. I actually wouldn't be that surprised if the gap between the top guilds, like the Race to Worlds First guilds, and like the other guilds below that actually increases, because the slightly less good guilds are more reliant on the weak auras, right? And that's very true of kind of like the mid-tier guilds. They're going to be more reliant on weak auras and add-ons to replace mechanical failure than the top players. So if I had to guess, assuming that the raid is about the same difficulty, I think the gap will widen a bit. Relentless here in the chat. He's, of course, the proud owner of a Swedish-made penis enlarger pump. It's a fun fact, guys. Oh, leveling? I actually don't really hate leveling. I quite like doing the quest and the story in WoW. I don't hate it. I don't hate it at all, guys. You know, I actually quite like phase 1 of an expansion in WoW, because you go and do the open world and stuff. You do the bosses, right? You grind the rep. Like doing the rep grind, I think, is kind of fun when there's a new patch out. There might be a few top players who fall off a bit from recall. Most will be good. I actually think it's pretty unlikely. I think that if you're in an actual Race to Worlds First guild, you'll be fine without weak auras. Ashes is ashes. Oh yeah, it's burnt to cinders. How they'll adjust difficulty. It's actually one of my very few concerns. Looking at beta, it looks like the raids are still pretty hard. We obviously haven't seen the end boss, so we'll have to see how they do that. But the reason why I'm not super worried about difficulty, Georgius, is because Dimensius, Mythic Dimensius, was one of the hardest bosses ever released. This was pretty unanimous amongst a lot of the Race to Worlds First guilds and the commentary teams. It was one of the hardest bosses ever made, and it's not a weak aura fight, right? Like, you could do Mythic Dimensius without weak auras. In fact, yeah, like you don't need to weak aura those mechanics. So I'm not that worried because they already know how to make really hard bosses that don't require a weak aura mechanic. In fact, like I said earlier, right? It's the whole like, oh yeah, fights are only hard because you need add-ons. That's actually misinformation, guys, to be clear. If you look back at the if you actually look back at hard bosses in The War Within and Dragonflight, they haven't been weak aura fights. It's misinformation, guys. To be honest, there is a, like, the people who say that, like, raids are only hard because they overload you and force you to use add-ons, to be honest, the only people who say that are people who simply just don't raid Mythic. I don't think anyone who raids Mythic would say that. It's usually a couple of, like, there's usually, like, a weird gimmicky boss that needs a weak aura. Or not necessarily needs, but is made easier by, like Overnax, for example. Echo of Neltharion is another example. And obviously, what was it this tier? Obviously, Fractalus. Do I play without add-ons? Well, I mean, no. Because, like, if there's a tool available, I'm going to use it. And also, but bear in mind, there's something important here. Almost all of the add-ons I use are UI customization. Like, I have a very minimalistic UI, and almost all of it is just rearranging what's on the screen. Like, 95% of it. Legion's very low. Yeah, I've seen stuff like the fucking, like, Archimond weak aura. I think Kill Jaden was also pretty insane as well for this sort of thing. But yeah, that's just not the case anymore. It's, like, very much not the case in Dragonflight and The War Within. Dude, we're getting farmed here. Maybe we're actually okay then? It's not looking good. It's over. Do we have any kills anywhere? I think it's abandoned ship. Abandoned ship! I was trying to save the port, but it's not looking good. Stay away from lines, voice navigation currently. Well, I think you can still do, the weird thing is you can still do that. Like, that is still legal. Not back counts in the middle of our screen anymore? Well, no, you can. That's Liquid Reminder, bro. Huh? Relentless self-reporting again. Ooh. That is not even a weak aura. You can have that, my king. A lot of people play without DBM. Can't think he does that much. Yeah, I mean, like the thing is with stuff like Bigwigs, it's kind of like a learning assist, I think. Like, but like I think I could actually raid lead Dimensius on, you know, pre-patch. I think with my eyes closed, I think I could pretty much do it from memory, because obviously we've done, like, you know, total of 500 pulls on the fight over progression and like reclears and all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I mean, I just know how the fight works, right? I just know the timings. Having bars is that time attack will hit is big for healing chase, especially if you're a ramp healer, yeah. But like even that, like you would get a feel for it, right? I will also be there, dude. Oh my god, dude. If Plenix doesn't raid lead us in Midnight, we will literally be world rank 10,000. We won't even get, like, without Plenix, we would not have got past Plexus Sentinel. Like, we'd still be progging Plexus Sentinel right now, guys. Let me tell you that. It's actually true, by the way. Tetris Syndrome 2, are you there yet? I actually have been a little bit for Mythic Plus. When I was like grinding Mythic Plus when I started playing WoW, I had a little bit of that. And when I did Veil Guardian for the first time, I could like see the arena with my eyes shut. Guild Wars 2 were the only hope for the MMO genre unless Blizzard get together for a WoW 2. They'll never do WoW 2. They don't need WoW 2. Like, Blizzard doesn't need WoW 2 because they can just change WoW into anything they want. Like, World of Warcraft 2 is WoW right now. Like, you're playing WoW 2. If you're logged into WoW 2, you're in WoW 2. WoW, you're in WoW 2. Like, they're changing add-ons, they're like reworking shit, they're like changing every class, they're changing how they design content, they're adding like new game modes. Dude, they're adding fucking prop hunt, yes? Like, what even is this? Like, there's gonna be WoW prop hunt. Like, what the hell is going on here? Wait, hold on. Let me actually look at this shit. It was on State of Azeroth. It's funny as fuck. Hold on, guys. I will find prop hunt for you. Then where's prop hunt? Oh shit! Yeah, you're like, what is this? Look, guys, have you ever wanted to be a lamp? Like, now you can. Oh, like, what is this? Have you ever wanted to be some cheese and grapes? Well, now you have that potential. This guy's been caught. Shit, nice hiding spot, buddy. Yeah. Yeah. Dude, Ian looks hyped. He is hyped to drop prop hunt, man. He is very excited to see that, guys. Let me tell you that. Dude, they're adding a fungus raid, by the way. No joke. Sporeful. Fungus raid. They're adding a bunch of shit. Yeah, this is interesting, actually. They're doing, like, mega delves. I'm actually very interested to see what that actually is. You can fight a tree man. You can fight a dragon. Oh, yeah, they're adding a new standalone mode that's, like, as of yet not confirmed. It's not Plunderstorm, I think, but they're cooking up another, like, weird WoW minigame thing. And, yeah, they're adding Classic Plus as well, obviously. They're going to be confirming basically old school RuneScape, but World of Warcraft at BlizzCon. No, I like delves. I'm actually a delve enjoyer. I'm not a delve hater at all. The only argument you needed add-ons could be made M+ when you need to kick so many things like in past seasons. To be honest, like that was like the kicking thing was honestly solved by the community. People just use kick markers usually, like, and focus macros, and that honestly did it in pugs. Like stop rotations, but dude, nobody was doing stop rotations in pugs. Not really anyway. Like stop rotations is something like kind of resigned to more, or rather, you know, like reserved for more organized play. And again, only in very high keys as well. Like, you know, you're not doing like a hardcore stop rotation in like a weekly. Like, you know, you are doing stop, and honestly, you don't need, they're actually way less relevant now in the War Within anyway, right? Because like, but previously, like you really needed to do stop rotations in Dragonflight because stops work differently. They would actually interrupt stuff. So it was like a very different experience, but that's just not the case anymore, right? In the War Within. Are they dead out of most of the new WoW stuff without getting player power and a tiresome grind? And I hate to say it, but what you call a tiresome grind is what basically every WoW player considers to be like a rewarding, fun player progression path, right? And also, incidentally, this is worth noting, most people feel this way. Like us here in Guild Wars 2, horizontal progression enjoyers, it's really important, guys. We're the minority. We're the oddballs. Vertical progression is way more popular than horizontal, like way more popular. Like pretty much every single leading live service RPG is vertical prog. And that's for a reason, like people like it. When will I resume Guild Wars 1 content? Hopefully pretty soon. Probably not until after the drops at this point. No lives like it? Nah, casuals like it too. Because, well, funny enough, vertical progression is really interesting. It's like, in a weird way, it's like a very casual, friendly mechanic because it just lets you get good over time just by getting better gear. Vertical progression creates hierarchy and people like being on top. It's weird. I really don't see it that way. And I actually don't think most people see it that way either. In fact, no, I'm actually very confident most people do not think of it that way. Like, it is very much like a progression thing. I don't think anyone's looking at someone going, oh, I've got more eye level than you, so I'm higher up in the pecking order. I don't think anyone thinks of it that way. People think that way about skill, by the way. So, you know, people 100% go, oh, you're a pathetic noob. You haven't got ahead of the curve. Or, oh, you're not 8 out of 8 mythic. Or, oh, your Raider IO score is really low. But I actually don't think people think that about gear. Yeah, it's funny, actually. The people who think that way are classic players. You're actually right, Darren's. Darren knows what he's talking about. I'm also a big classic Andy, by the way, guys. Show logs. Is enough to unlock. The rewards for hard content don't really exist. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. I think that's, you know, kind of like hard content is not like a huge focus for Guild Wars 2, I think. It's a bit unlucky. There's a big gap between a Peepo and a Gig Gamer in Guild Wars 2. I'm actually not sure if that's the case. In fact, I don't think that's the case. Like, if I've seen things in LFR that would make even Guild Wars 2 players blush, I think. Jester in the chat. Jester actually bought the $10,000 Ashes supporter pack, by the way, guys. You're hungover? Oh, no. That's tough. Wait, do you guys... Why are you guys believing me? The chat actually believes that Jester bought the 10,000 supporter pack and then got drunk because Ashes died. That's crazy. Gilson Rito, yeah, I completely agree with that. Yeah, I think they're both like very casual friendly games. If they'll pay the content creators, wait, what for? Was there like some kind of deal they had to pay them? Will they confirm if they do? Is there supposed to be a big announcement soon? Wait, for 3? Well, theoretically, yeah. Probably after VOE ends. Play both games? Oh, yeah. Like, Retail WoW does not require a big time commitment. An affiliate meme for MTX and Game Purchase if they ever release the game. Oh, shit. Dude, look, let me tell you something, Darren. Nobody's seeing that money. Holy. Well, it's actually not... Horizontal progression is not really scaling, by the way. It's more that you never get better items added to the game. Because, like, all the content in Guild Wars 2 is way easier. Like, low-level zones are way easier. You don't become, you know, as weak as you were at low level in Guild Wars 2. It's more that they just don't add any more gear. Margarine Serpent, are you doing well? Oh, can't complain. Honestly, getting some good work done. Okay, I'll honestly talk to me at the end of February. Then we'll see how we're doing. Oh wait, we're not. Yeah, we're blue. We go to this camp, I guess. It's camp time. Log in. Oh, is it here? Oh, hold on. Okay, we're in a predicament, guys. Did you have kill? Did she get the kill? Ooh, yeah, Necro next. This is big. There's actually a lot of gamers, though. Oh boy. This is bad. Yeah, it's a little too much. Guild Wars 1 Iron Man. To be honest, I prefer Guild Found, to be honest. It's probably not a challenge that I'm super interested in because I don't really want to play a single player MMO, but I think it's cool because I know a lot of people like that stuff. Real Darren's activates. Dude, he's gonna de-zoom. Today is the last day of Zoomer Darren's. What is Guild Found? Basically, you can only trade and interact with people you're in a guild with, or like you're with it, you know, in a group. And I think RuneScape actually has this, or like a similar concept of it. They have like group Iron Man, right? I think that is better than pure Iron Man. In a game where we get scaled onto the contents level, whatever levels, I think that's actually a good question. And to be honest, look, I'm actually very anti levels in MMOs in general. Like I'm actually not really a big fan of progression. Like to me, progression is just kind of something that's there that wastes my time. I just want to play. Yeah, I don't know, but I know people like it, so well, I'll tolerate it. I'll allow it. I'm new, is worth trying out. Oh yeah, for sure. Definitely worth a go. Some gamers kind of moving on up. Well, this guy's a gale shot. He's got some fish. These would generally like it. They're in condition to equate number go up to liking it. Nah, I think everyone likes the number going up. I think that's a almost universal experience that rewards players with less or no kills on the content. They're going to add bonuses for the QP stuff, where there's assistant reward come on as more in game. I think like Raid Academy Discords. I actually think that some of that's actually really nice, in my opinion. But I think the main issue is there's two issues. So the first issue is that the game tells you that being a commander is a big deal because it's gated behind gold. You have to unlock it. You have to unlock making a group. Seriously, guys, think about this. Imagine if in World of Warcraft you had to pay in classic WoW 1,000 gold to make a party. Can you imagine how ridiculous that is? Imagine you log on to Final Fantasy and you have to pay a bunch of gil to even make a group. Like, how absurd is that? Isn't that just ridiculous? Isn't that just the silliest thing ever? Like, yeah, right? That is silly. And because the commander system kind of inherently makes this thing a bit scary, people don't do it. People are scared of doing it because the game tells them to be scared, right? I don't blame players for being scared of commanding. The game tells them to be scared of commanding, right? So I would say that's the main issue. Like, realistically, making a group should not be a big deal. Like, and it always is to an extent, right? Like, people are definitely anxious about making their own group in World of Warcraft as well. I'm not going to pretend that's not the case. It is. But the way Aina is has set up group making in this game really doesn't help. But look, the truth is, I think it's actually very difficult to motivate players to play with players from other skill levels, because honestly, not everyone's going to find that fun. And trying to push players together from very different skill ranges, it's just a recipe for disaster. It just leads to friction and to nobody having fun. Guild Wars, tons of people who enjoy it though. Yeah, but that's the other thing as well. The other thing is that Guild Wars 2 is a very interesting game community-wise. I think Guild Wars 2's community is actually very largely comprised of people who play it precisely because it doesn't have these things. I think a lot of people play Guild Wars 2 because it doesn't have like a big raiding community or a big PvP community, right? That's actually one of the things people like about the game is it doesn't have that. Like, for example, when raids were released, there was a massive pushback. Like, there were so many people who were like, ArenaNet has betrayed us for even adding that to the game. Like, if you look at, there was a recent post about kill proof on the Guild Wars 2 subreddit. All of it was vile, horrible toxicity towards the raid community and misinformation and lies about the raid community, like almost exclusively. Yeah, like the Guild Wars 2 community is actively against this stuff. Like, people do not like the idea of kind of high effort content, high organization content in Guild Wars 2. So it's very hard to kind of establish this kind of stuff because of the way the community is and also some of the in-game systems too. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that is the issue. Like, the people who play this game are against it, and it kind of makes sense, right? Look, if you've played WoW and you had a horrible experience because everyone is like, you're a gray parser, okay? You know, you're not getting into the group. I can understand like not wanting stuff that's going to create that culture in Guild Wars 2, right? That's not delusional. No, well, here's the thing. It's not delusional. And let me tell you why. Because raids exist in Guild Wars 2, people who like raids play Guild Wars 2. And because of that, the game fundamentally changes. And if you don't have raids, you're not really going to have people caring about builds and DPS and strategy and efficiency nearly as much, because all of those players who like that stuff aren't here. And here's the thing. People who are into raids are a bit more hardcore. They dominate. Seriously, guys, bear in mind, almost nobody raids in Guild Wars 2. So why is it then that the raid community and the hardcore players utterly dominate the game? All of the conversations about balance, all of the build guides, all of the content, all of the strategies are utterly dominated by hardcore players, right? Same in PvP, Same in World versus World. Same literally everywhere. All the conversations are going to be driven by hardcore players. All the guilds are run by hardcore players. All of the websites are run by hardcore players. All of the social media is dominated by hardcore players. Do you see the point here? What people want is a game that isn't like that. That's why people push back against this. Because, and they're actually right here, by the way, if you do have a hardcore community, that community will dominate your game. And essentially, they will completely control the conversation and the way people play the game. It is inevitable. It will happen. It always happens. It always will happen. And it has happened, even in Guild Wars 2. And Guild Wars 2 is one of the games that has some of the biggest toxic casual stuff in the game. I think 14's up there as well, right? But yeah, that's not true. Retail WoW and more. Wait, no, that is true though. Like, dude, Retail WoW has literally public logs. Retail WoW has guides like Day Zero on Wowhead written by hardcore players, class discords run by hardcore players, Race to Worlds First, literal professional players dictating the meta, people doing tier lists about what's going to be meta in M+. No, World of Warcraft is mega driven by hardcore players. Like mega. All the Mythic stuff is side-loaded. Okay, you didn't understand what I said then. I didn't say that the devs cater to those players. I said that those players dominate the conversation and how people play the game. That's not true. It is true. I don't understand. It is true. Who's streaming? Who's streaming? It's, it's Max, it's Gingy, it's Now, right? Like who are streaming the game, right? Like who's writing the guides on Wowhead? Yeah, it's the nerds. The nerds are doing it. Notice, guys, that I'm not saying that casual players aren't listened to. In fact, quite the opposite. I think they are. Because again, like, I think a lot of the changes they've made since Dragonflight in particular have been to make the game, like, more casual friendly, which, by the way, I view as a good thing. But again, I'm talking about a very, very specific thing here. I'm not saying not as important for long-term games as audiences, like, as large as WoWers. Okay, I really think you're not getting it. I'm not saying that the devs don't listen to casual players. The opposite is true. I actually think the devs primarily listen to casual players in every game, obviously. I'm saying that the culture and the environment is, if you have hardcore players, right? If you have hardcore players, those hardcore players will inevitably dominate the culture of your game. And that is objectively true in any game that has a hardcore scene. It's true in Guild Wars 2. It's true in Retail WoW. It's definitely true in old school RuneScape. It's definitely true in... it might be a little bit less true in Final Fantasy, actually. Nah, it's not. They have got some turbo sweats. They've got some fucking turbo nerds in Final Fantasy, actually. Oh, it's a 1,000,000,000% true in Guild Wars 1, yeah. They dominate the conversation. I don't see that. The marketing is all casual. The sites are hardcore. The forums are casual. The LFG is casual. Yeah, but what's in the LFG? Ahead of the curve only. Checking logs. Searching for specific builds. Doing strategies that they've learned from the Race to Worlds First streams. Like, what strats are you doing in a heroic pug? Yeah, that's right. Strats came up with by Echo and Liquid. What route are you doing in Mythic Plus? Oh, yeah, it's a route came up with by a mega hardcore player. That was an issue. Senja, you're not getting it. You are genuinely not understanding this. We don't, look, we should stop talking. We don't disagree. Nothing you're saying is contradicting what I'm saying. You're not disagreeing with me. You think you're disagreeing with me, you're not. You're not disagreeing with me. This is probably going to be a bit rough. I'm kind of out of juice. Oh, I really, really needed to get that 5 off, to be honest. We should get a down say, though. Maybe that's good enough. He's going to try and res. I actually do believe that to be a mistake. Yeah, that's a huge area. Into the spinal? Are you fucking kidding me, bro? That's crazy. To get this guy with that. He actually might attempt to res. Is he self-resing? He is. I need to actually finish this. The Mesmer's going back in for it as well. You're not gonna get that, dude. I didn't understand and still don't. Yeah, it's because I don't know what word you're getting hung up on exactly. What I'm trying to get at is that what a lot of people actually really don't like about having a hardcore scene is that the hardcore scene ends up dictating how people play the game. Even people who aren't hardcore. It's metagaming, right? Like, if you have a hardcore scene, people metagame. And you see this in WoW to a crazy degree because everyone does the same strats. Everyone ends up like wanting to play with the same classes in Mythic Plus and definitely in Raid as well. Everyone does the same routes in Mythic Plus, right, etc., etc. And everyone runs the same talent builds, right? Even though there's actually a lot of talent builds that you could run, everyone runs the same talent builds because the nerds figure out what the best one is, right? Like the nerds go, well, listen. If you want to own some noobs, this is the way to do it. This is actually bad. I need to get this lifesteal off. He's actually going for the Elementalist. I actually kind of believe that to be a mistake. I was kind of in trouble there. Oh, that's not good. Oh, I thought I could actually kill him before the mower went off. I can't res here, there's no way. Ah, it's unfortunate. It's over. Hardcore scene draws casuals like Race Wars first, dominates because all noobs watch it. Well, it's bi-directional. Like, obviously people like that stuff, but it also change. Look, maybe I've just lost the ability to speak English. My point is, and I think something that people don't like, is that the hardcore scene, despite being a very small portion of the population, massively influences the rest of the game. Like with how people play the game. Like hugely, like big. Like, think about it in Guild Wars 2, guys. In Guild Wars 2, if you go around like gear inspecting people, everyone's got fucking Berserker gear on, okay? Everyone's got Zerker gear. Even in open world, people have Zerker, Celestial, Viper, like all the usual shit, right? And this is like an Omega casual game, and they're all going to be running like the optimal builds. That's just the way it is. They started doing separate systems that are for casuals. Yeah, but you know what people do in delves? They run the most efficient delves. They run correct builds for delves. They run the optimal artifacts for delves. Like, wait. Maybe this is just such an obvious fact that people are actually getting confused because I'm stating something so obvious that they think I'm saying something more complicated than it actually is. But let me be clear, guys. I am stating a very obvious, very widely known fact about gaming, right? Yeah, dude, Wowhead literally has optimal delve builds and delve farming setups. Even if there's no hardcore scene, this suppose will dictate how to play anyway. I mean, okay, like weird meme. Like I'm curious. I wonder if that's actually the case. I'm not sure if that's even necessarily the case. Like for example, I don't know. Is there like a really big like min-max culture in like cozy games, like something like Stardew Valley or something? Oh, dude, I bet fucking nerds like that game, actually. That's the problem. Dude, like, what game do the nerds not play? That's the problem. These fucking nerds, man. Yeah, maybe something like The Sims? I don't even know. Like some, like, mobile games? Oh, yeah, sports games? Maybe sports games? Oh, dude, there was this amazing video. Okay, I'm actually gonna just give you guys some like reading material. Hold on. This video puts it pretty well, and it's correct, by the way. What? Let me see. Oh, wait, is this? Yes. Okay, I found the video, dude. I honestly want to react to this. I would almost react to this because I think it's an excellent video. I completely disagree with basically everything said in the video from a normative standpoint. So in other words, I disagree with like framing it as negative. I view it as kind of like a neutral thing. It's not something that's necessarily bad, but I can understand how someone would see it as bad. Here's the video. Very fucking good video. Actually, really, really good video. It's called How Streamers Ruined Gaming. And it's talking about this fact. It's talking about how try-hard culture and streaming culture has fundamentally changed how people play video games. Everything in this video, I think, is objectively true. Like, it is objectively accurate information. Now, here, obviously, right? Like, you know, Cameron is not a big fan of that. And I actually will agree that there's honestly some downsides of this type of culture in there. But I think it's more complicated than that. But yeah, if you wanna get what I'm talking about here, you should watch this video. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying the content, dog treats. More episodes centralized games that don't have that levelization. Been out for a while, kind of dead games. Yeah, kind of, yeah. No, I'm not gonna react. I'm not gonna react because it's actually a good video. I'm not yoinking that guy's content. Because it's actually a really good video. I remember watching it quite a while ago. When did this video come out, actually? Yeah, 2 years ago. Yeah, I saw this video a while ago. It's very good. But I think it's to like, there's different degrees of it. I would say that World of Warcraft Retail is a game that the end game content in that game is like very heavily saturated by min-maxing stuff and kind of optimization and like community-driven strategy. But a game like Guild Wars 2 probably has a little bit less of that, right? And I think a lot of people really dislike that. I think there's a lot of people who genuinely strongly dislike the concept of metagaming, which, by the way, is fair. By the way, guys, like that's legitimate. Like if you really don't like that, I can understand that. I know why people don't like metagaming. Because metagaming ultimately limits your expression as a player, right? Because, you know, metagaming means that you aren't going to play the build that accurately expresses your feeling about how your character and like what abilities you want to use. Metagaming says, don't use that ability, it sucks. Don't play that class, it sucks. Do this strategy, it's correct, rather than like solving it yourself and figuring it out. Those are all very legitimate complaints. And for what it's worth, actually, I am really in favor of designing systems that allow players to have a metagame free experience. Seriously. I think that games should provide ways for like-minded players to actually connect and play in a metagame free environment. That's why Guild Wars 1 was so good for all the builds you can play. But yes, but also no, because most of the builds were complete dog shit. And like the metagame is honestly pretty well defined, right? In Guild Wars 1. With like what builds are good and like how to clear content. Require beta XP doing M0's week 1 of midnight. I love meta. Well, to be fair, I think there's only like normals, so I wouldn't worry about it too much. There's always going to be some sort of metagame. I actually agree, yeah. I think it's pretty much inevitable because of the internet. There's just like information. We're so good at solving and beating games that every game will be beaten and solved incredibly quickly in the modern gaming world. But it doesn't stop people from not liking it. I think it's fair to dislike it. Isn't it a balance standpoint? No. It's not. Not even will swap for a 5% damage boost? Oh, trust me, they will. They absolutely will. Like, for example, people complain about like 5%, 10% differences in Guild Wars 2. Like, and the thing is, that 5% difference, it's less than just play better. People will absolutely complain about a sub 10% balance difference, even though you could outplay it and people aren't playing optimally. Like 100%, yeah. I was like, man, let me throw in Mending and Orison of Healing and Healing Breeze. I was so dog shit. Bro, like, that's the fun part, though, yeah? What do you hope for Guild students? We got raids, casual friendliness? I think just honestly, just do the usual raids with difficulty settings is the way to go. Let's have some discourse. Dude, honestly, look, Nike, this is shout out to Nike and Darren's here. To be honest, given the events of the past couple of weeks, I honestly don't think I have ever been closer to fully crashing out, opening viewer call-ins, and just going nuclear for like months on end until the situation is resolved. Okay, that's all. That's all I'm gonna say. Shout out to Darren's for not being in the episode. I mean, that is actually a big win. Darren's with it. He was worried. He was sweating a bit, but he's not in the files yet. Do you believe they're doing ritual sacrifices? I mean, honestly, bro, at this point, I don't think we can. I don't think we can. I don't think we can discount anything. Oh shit, this guy just got deleted. I think we actually get through as well, so I think we actually get the kill. Elon's the real shocker. I'm gonna be honest with you, it's not that shocking. So there's a chance someone at Amazon bans politics on Twitch pre-midterms, or has been carrying enough water for them. Bro, like, it's... I just can't... Dude, what fucking world are we living in, bro? Okay, biggest political streamer, Asmongold. What the fuck? That's crazy. Who could have seen this one coming? It's a wild ride. It's definitely a wild ride, guys. Look, there is one way to handle Asmongold, guys. Okay? Someone in his community needs to psyop him into playing a Souls game again, and then he'll just, like, disappear. So it's like... like, I'm telling you, there is counterplay. There is counterplay, guys. But you're gonna have to infiltrate. Factorio? That actually has some potential. Yeah, maybe Factorio. Maybe Classic Plus? Classic Plus could be a big thing. What was the most woke change in Midnight? I don't know, actually. I mean, WoW is pretty woke, man. WoW is pretty woke. They're also gonna, they've also said they're gonna kill a bunch of characters. So, I mean, look. Who knows who's gonna get killed? Who knows what's going to happen? Anything could happen. What I think is actually, I guess, weird, and I guess maybe unrelatable to me, is that is being rich, like proper, like actually rich, is it really just that boring that you just like feel compelled to do degen shit? Or is it that, you know, people who are kind of a bit degen end up being really rich? Maybe it's a bit of both. I don't know. We don't know, guys. We don't know. What do you consider being really rich? That's the question. And to be honest, I'm not entirely sure, but I don't know. I guess like tens of millions is like, you're pretty fucking wealthy at that point. And obviously billions. Were you playing off stream? Honestly, I haven't been gaming that much this past week. I've just been like tweaking my WoW UI. That's it. I've just been, you know, I've been reading add-on discords, waiting for updates. That's my gameplay, bro. Next Wild Raid release? It's going to be in March. The Void Spire. And what is it? Dream Rift? And then after that, you've got, what is it? March on Keldanas. Your unorganized bag? Yeah, the inventory is... I will admit it's not great. It's a little bit scuffed. Just a bit. Just a little scuffed.
First planetary port.
Dude, holy shit. I just tabbed in to see who's winning fucking Home Story Cup. And it was not muted. Yeah, that was very loud. That was pretty intense. Like, I gotta wake you guys up. I'm gonna keep you awake. But yeah, look. And look, this is why, guys, what I was just talking about, what I was talking about is that this is why we have the Guild Wars 3 manifesto. We are not going to be tolerating toxic behavior in Guild Wars 3. We must shape the community in a healthy direction, guys. You can join our Discord, !GW3 in the chat, and read the manifesto. And you can see what's going on. And yeah, we do need to get involved in the subreddit as well. The subreddit needs to be directed, otherwise it could very easily get out of hand. It absolutely could, guys. It absolutely could get out of hand. 100%. Manifest. Wait, you're gonna read the manifesto on stream? Boys in the chat. Scamamo has seen defeat, unlike the Feedmen, who have never known defeat. You should have seen our game. I don't know. Wait, did you see our game in Swiss, by the way, boys, versus the Skyox team? It's actually very funny. Like, but I actually feel very bad for the opponent in both of those games. The same thing happened on Legacy, by the way. We completely blundered, like, every team fight, but then just locked in and won the game. Like, to be honest, does not feel good if you're the opponent in that situation, I think. Really is just that easy? It is, yeah. It actually is that easy. Yeah. I think in both games, we lost like 4 team fights in a row, but then locked in at the end and won. But honestly, Feedman did pretty well. I think we actually played pretty decent. We do need to figure out the team fight, though. Our team fighting is kind of bad. I'm going to be honest with you. Like, we struggle a bit. It's kind of weird. How do you think we should use the holo, boys? Like, that's what we're having difficulty with. Like, we're having difficulty, like, chasing people and getting kills. And also keeping Demolish alive. Because obviously Demolish gets hard focused. And That's bad. And it's hard to win. I don't know. Does not feel good. How about as a 2v2er? Yeah, so we need to change the rotations then instead. I think that's probably right. I don't think we can win team fights into good teams with a holo. Because it's just too vulnerable. So wait, who does Demolish need to 2v2 with then? Is he just like pushing 1v1s? Because he does win 1v1s. He wins into Paragon actually, on holo. Did Ashes die? Oh yeah, Ashes is dead. It is very dead. What game are we talking about now? Well, we were talking about Guild Wars 2, but also Ashes of Creation. Have to push Evoker Power Conduit, whatever DPS they agreed on side. Interesting. Okay. If they have double side comp, then you got a team fight. Well, I mean, we just win then, bro. Yeah, the one thing is actually, we don't have a good response to Toad Evoker, I think. Skelling says he dies to Toad Evoker, and Demolish says he also dies to it. So that's bad. The Toad defeats us. And Demolish will not play the Toad. He refuses to embrace the Toad. For the Condi rev into it? Okay, okay. So basically what you're telling me is that Danny needs to grind 1v1s. He needs to grind big 1v1s into the Toad. But yeah, the team fights were not working out for us, to be honest today. Like, they were... I don't want to say we got lucky. I don't think that's true. I think that we just played well at important moments and won the game. But I think that we should have lost, if you know what I mean, right? I don't think we should have won the game, but we did. Because we just locked in. Just lock in, right? I don't know. Just lock in. Yes, Skelling was popping off. Skelling was popping off big time. He went full activation mode. As expected of the Rat King. Yeah. He is. It's big. Wait, I think did he make, have you seen that he made this clip? Wait, where's the clip? Is it exclamation mark Boyce? Wait, what did he make it? What did he put it as? Wait, is it exclamation mark Skelling 2 or something? There's a clip of him obliterating you in ranked. He's a fan of the clip. What's up with this Guild Wars 3 Discord I keep hearing about? This is going to be something you're going to see a lot more of over the coming months. But basically, this is the TLDR, guys. We want to make sure that Guild Wars 3 does well. And we believe that it's really important that we set community standards as early as possible, even before the game releases. We don't want to have toxic negativity, toxic positivity, toxic elitism, toxic casual stuff. And we want to actually basically start building the community for the game and creating a space for the game before it even releases. Because we essentially don't want to make the mistakes that Guild Wars 2... We don't want the community to have the same problems that Guild Wars 2 has. Like, that's essentially it. And we also just want to have like a good space to talk about the game. Potentially provide feedback, obviously, when there's more concrete stuff for the game. And yeah, we just want to be integrated into that space. I want to help with the community setup. How can I help? Just hop on, join the Discord and maybe give Delta a ping. I'm not a huge part of it right now, but I will be over the coming months. Yeah, there's actually mass people joining. Mass people are joining the Discord. This is crazy. Did you see Asma acknowledge that Guild Wars 2 is doing well on the stream talking about AOC? Yeah, I mean, it's not a surprise. Like, Guild Wars 2 is doing well right now. Like, Visions of Eternity is a good expansion. What toxic behavior are you even referring to? I think the really big thing that I want to prevent, there's a couple of things that I think we could really do without in Guild Wars 2, Guild Wars 3 rather, is leeching. And also, toxic positivity. I think toxic positivity is really bad. Really bad. I think basically silencing criticism and shutting down criticism is really toxic and just bad for the a game's health. And I think, regrettably, it has been a problem in Guild Wars 2. What do you think will be in Guild Wars 3 that justifies a new installment rather than just continue to update Guild Wars 2? I think new engine, new game development tools so they can make content faster, new combat mechanics, like new systems. Just, yeah, new game. Wouldn't the solution against leeching to be actually give silver and bronze participation, not gold all the time? Ultimately, yeah. Essentially, like, I don't want to punish people for not participating. I want to reward people for participating, if that makes any sense, guys. Like, I think the carrot is way better than the stick. Like, you know, if you've got to go, you know, if you have to AFK or something, or, you know, maybe you're just like a new player and you're not that good at the game yet, and so you're not doing like big DPS, that's not an issue. Like, I have no interest in players who aren't as good at the game, or, you know, just, you know, or whatever, getting rewards. Like, what I'm looking for is engagement, right? I want people to be engaged, like, with the game. Like, you know, so in other words, like, as long as you're participating in all the activity, right, and you're doing your best and you're trying to contribute, that's what I'm looking for. I'm not really looking for oh, this guy is not doing the perfect rotation, so this guy gets no loot. I think, no, I'm not interested in that. That's not good. I think you're right, Darren. Actually, yeah, like, the concept of toxic positivity was not really understood very well back in the day. Guess for the combat systems, I'd say full action is likely. You need to accept me how I play for any build. You can't tell me to play differently. I kind of feel it's very bad. Oh yeah, for sure. I think that culture must be resisted at all costs. I actually think, though, that culture will be defeated immediately if there's actual metrics. Like, if there's like a good logging culture and a good, you know, combat data culture, you won't have that. Because this is funny, actually. I don't think people who who play Guild Wars 2 realize this, but not having information transparency, like gear inspect, build inspect, DPS meters and so on, that actually increases toxicity because now people judge you on KP, which is a, you know, kind of a shitty metric, right? As opposed to going, oh shit, this guy's got really good logs. This guy's a pumper, right? This guy's blasting, right? This guy's doing good DPS. They'll go, you can't join unless you've got 250 kill proof. Again, guys, as a WoW player, that's insane. Look, seriously, think about this, guys. World of Warcraft, the evil toxic game, is far more accessible than Guild Wars 2 to get into raids and fractals. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that weird? Right? Do we not, does that not strike us as being odd? Yeah, and it's because there's much more information transparency in World of Warcraft. And that means that people tend to just look at the metrics. They look at the numbers and you can kind of prove yourself, right? You can prove yourself and get into groups. And as a result of that, and by the way, guys, I'm not pretending the WoW community is perfect. There's a lot of issues with the WoW community, obviously, as there are with any communities, but accessibility in raids and dungeons is not one of them. And I think it is in Guild Wars 2. I think we would all agree on that, right? That accessibility in Guild Wars 2 raiding content and dungeon content is problematic. Went through an interview to extend in Guild and WoW. Yeah, I do that for our guild. We actually have on-voice interviews. If you want to join our guild, you will be invited to come and talk to us. And yeah, you know, one, write an application and then yeah, be interviewed. And we're going to ask you questions about like your thought process, like how you approach raiding, what your philosophy is, what your goals are, right? What type of person you are as well. Like, you know, like, are we going to get along basically? Like, are we going to be friends essentially? Yeah, absolutely. What if they're non-verbal? We actually do have some players who don't talk and we will make exceptions to that if they're an exceptional player, essentially. But in general, obviously, like, comms are really good. What's your favorite interview question for the guild? One I rather like that we ask quite a lot is, what would you do if you were the problem? Like, you're raiding, you're progressing, and you realize that you're actually having a really tough time with a mechanic. What do you do in that situation? Do you also require technical interviews? Well, that's just logs, right? But actually, for tanks, yes. For tanks, I want to see gameplay. For DPS, we actually do kind of want that, but for tanks, it's mandatory. Like, I will observe you play. You want click-offs? Well, yeah, but here's the thing. Like, talking, it's not all about talking during the raid, right? It's about, like, if you can speak and you're verbal, you can resolve a problem way quicker. So let's say that someone has identified that we're failing a mechanic for a specific reason. Being able to actually express that in voice is much quicker than doing it through text. So it's not just about comms during an encounter. That's important, obviously. Like, you know, it's really good to be able to communicate, you know, external teapot, right? Or, you know, or whatever. Or like, I go left, I go right, whatever, right? That's really good to be able to do that. But it's also about the problem-solving component. Being able to actually communicate over voice is much more efficient than text. Hardstart guild? No, this is a well-named guild in World of Warcraft. You'll make PvE more toxic than PvP games? Wait, to be clear, our guild is extremely wholesome. If you go on our Discord right now, like it's gonna be people who are just like randomly talking shit and you know, gaming and linking memes. We're all laughing on voice when we play, right? Yeah, like we're chilling, we're gaming, right? We're memeing, we're just having fun. It's not toxic. Like, our guild isn't toxic at all. That's the thing. In fact, it's actually one of the things that we've received very good feedback about from trials and new members is that we're much more chill than other guilds at comparable rankings. Look, okay, Grimmons. Oh, I love this because I get to talk to you. The reason why, do you know why we do interviews? Because we don't want to be toxic, right? We want to make sure that everyone's on the same page, enjoys the game in the same way, and has the same goals. Does that make sense? Like, the interviews we do reduce toxicity, right? Because it means that everyone is aligned with what they want out of the game, how they enjoy playing the game, and what their aspirations are, right? I just don't like that in PvE modes. Well, okay, well, I don't think any challenge in PvE. I mean, there absolutely is though. I mean, look, people literally play PvE in WoW professionally. Like, and they have like, dude, the top teams in WoW have people whose job it is to analyze logs and min-max DPS and come up with like crazy strategies and like analyze the gameplay live. The game, yeah, the game's real hard. Like, I mean, like, it's, yeah, yeah. Matchup is hard to really wow, awesome will join, but it goes actually hard suck. I thought it was misleading to always hard suck. When you're really hard suck, it's different. He says streamer doesn't own the word hard suck. Well, I mean, he's not wrong, to be fair, but I mean, yeah, I guess that's a bit confusing. But yeah, I guess the thing is, Grummons, what's the alternative? Like, because you're saying that you don't like it. Well, and I'm being serious here. What should I do instead? Like, because if I add people who have different expectations, that's going to lead to friction. It's going to lead to toxicity. Like, that's why guilds disband. That's why groups die, is because some people want it more than others. Some people want different things. Some people want to go harder. Some people want to chill out. That's really bad. That's a major issue. I'm just saying it's not for me. Well, to be clear, right, I am going to be that guy. You said you'll make PvE more toxic than PvP games, right? Like that was like what you opened with, right? So you kind of did say that, right? Like you implied that what we were doing is toxic. Well, you didn't imply it, you stated it. Like you made that statement. But if you change your mind, then hey, that's fair. And yeah, obviously there are other guilds, right? There are other guilds that you can play. But I mean, look, when we take the game seriously, like, you know, our guild, we're not like pretending to be casual, right? We are a hardcore guild, a hardcore, specifically competitive guild. Like we want to get better at the game. Should EU and NA be separate? Yeah, like playing with ping is not a feels good. Will guilds do a vertical progression? That's an interesting point because here's my guess. I would say it's going to be more vertical than Guild Wars 2, but horizontal. So in other words, I think it will take quite a bit longer to actually get your character set up, but they'll never add better gear. And the reason I think that is because I think there is something to be said for having meaningful progression in a game. And I think in Guild Wars 2, that stops very early. Like, once you have ascended gear, you essentially have no real meaningful progression in the game. And I think that is suboptimal because ANET want to make a really popular game, I think. You know, they want, I have no doubt they want Guild Wars 3 to be massively successful. And I think they're gonna, if they want to do that, they're gonna lean into a bit more verticality. Miss RNG, I kind of like it, yeah. I do kind of like the procs in WoW. I think it makes the rotations more fun because they have a bit of a reactive element to them. However, that's obviously a different design decision, direction to Guild Wars 2. But yeah, personally, I do kind of like the procs. But, you know, obviously not everyone is into that sort of thing. Deleting every power patch with it. No, not doing that. Procs kill esport though? I think not entirely. I mean, like, you have critical strikes and like some level of variance in, I think, competitive games. Definitely, you know, less so. Like, I think people tend to keep it kind of locked down a little bit. And yeah, I do think that, you know, obviously like RNG does make things less competitive, but I think there's like, you know, there's competitive games that have RNG in them. Many theories you have about Guild Wars 3 systems barely confirmed, where you have no details. At this point, I would say Guild Wars 3 is honestly fairly well substantiated, given the recent job listing with regards to a Guild Wars MMO project in Unreal. I think, I mean, I don't know. What is that, guys? I don't know what to tell you. Like, what could it be? I don't know. Like, it's not a big leap to assume that Guild Wars 3 is coming. More GSS over 3 years and just press Shadow Bolt. True, actually. True. Did you get the Shadow Bolt crits? Did you get them or not? Oh, sure, it's happening, but no legit other it's in development. Oh, yeah. I mean, obviously, we're just purely speculating now. But we've got to do something to pass the time, haven't we? Knowing who wins before the game starts is bad. I think that, you know, I don't actually entirely disagree with you there. I think there's actually a good YouTube video on this topic as well, but making it so that the best player always wins actually, in my opinion, is not desirable. I think sometimes the worst player should actually win. But that's actually true. Even in games without RNG, that is true, by the way. Like, there have been plenty of times where the worst team has won a monthly AT in Guild Wars 2. Like, holy shit, this guy just went in and instantly died to the NPCs. And it's true in StarCraft 2 as well. StarCraft 2 is a game with 0 RNG, but there are absolutely times where, you know, you can trick your opponent, right? Like, you can beat someone who's better than you. It's true in every game. You don't need RNG for that. What you need for that is incomplete information. So in other words, you need to not have perfect information. For example, what do I mean by that? Chess is a game with perfect information. And even there, by the way, like a worse player can still win because, you know, someone can blunder, right? And make a really big error or not see something that an opponent is able to capitalize on. But that's what I mean by, you know, incomplete information. Like, the more incomplete the information, the easier it is for a better player to lose to a worse player. StarCraft 3? I wish. I think Warcraft 4 is more likely, though. legendary equivalent to actually be more power. Progression actually takes a long time to finish. Make something full legendary. I could. That would be a big step because that would actually make the game fairly vertical. I think. Could I wouldn't write it off, but that would be a big departure. Are you ready to welcome all the AOC refugees? I don't think. I think they're just giving up. Okay, they're not. They're probably done with MMOs. It's not the same. Well, yeah, but the thing is, though, I didn't say it was the same, by the way. But do you know the important thing about a card game? You don't have perfect information. You can't. I think in most games you can't see your opponent's, your opponent's hand, right? In a card game. This guy just got kind of killed. I think I can actually res him. Yeah. He actually has no dodge. He leapt away. RNG is still huge. I mean, yeah. But what? No, whoa. Yeah. Okay. Whoa. What I'm saying though is that RNG is not necessary to create scenarios where the better player doesn't always win. Like, and my example here is real-time strategy. Like StarCraft 2 is a game with essentially 0 RNG, right, in it. But the better player doesn't always win. Like you see upsets. In fact, hell, today even in Home Story Cup, no spoilers, but yeah, there was some upsets, right, in Home Story Cup. Not always. God damn it! I was just gonna check the VOD, and 40% of the time, not the same. Okay. Can you point out when I said that was the case? I'm gonna debate you now because I think you're being difficult, so I'm gonna match that energy. Can you tell me when I said that, or even like remotely implied that, or suggested that idea in any way? Oh wait, no, you can't because I didn't say that. RTS MMO, that would actually be hype. I'm down. More information then, like chess are not as popular as games with more RNG like poker. So games with RNG should perform better. I think that is true because I think if a game is too skill-based, it can kind of alienate people a little bit. Or rather, like, if you have too much control and it's always your fault, it can feel a little bit bad sometimes. Was Guild 2 better when it initially released compared to now? In some ways, yes, in other ways, no. Guild 2's had an interesting journey. Do you think Joe Rogan had a moment interesting this weekend when he asked why it was so many Epstein associates found they went to his show and why he seemed to be such good friends with them? They just go, wow, that's crazy. He would have read about them and not make any connection to his own choices. To be honest, I don't know, man. I'm getting real with you. I think a lot of these internet people, like, self-awareness is not their, it's not their strong suit. Is Guild Wars 2 too skill-based? Honestly, no. I think Guild Wars 2 is honestly fine. I think that there's a lot of room to do incredibly well as a player, but I actually think that, especially now, actually, with how strong auto attacks are, like, I think the game's actually more accessible than people think it is. Do you have confidence the current Guild Wars 2 developer team can make Guild Wars 3 successful? Actually, yeah, I do. Have lost too many of the original vision, which made Guild Wars 2 a great game? Nah, they're all back at the studio. We're in business. No, I actually think ArenaNet is the studio that has the highest probability of making a good game, a good MMO, like 100%. Narratively terrible? I mean, I don't know. I think ANEP just had a bit of a tough run. Like, VOE story is kind of fire, actually. VOE story is great. I think the problem was is they really bet on the whole dragon thing, and I don't think it really worked out. I have a WoW question. I haven't played since early days of Dragonflight. I've heard they've done a lot of pruning after midnight. Is this something that's good for the game? I actually think in general, actually, yeah. I think WoW has been a bit bloaty, and some abilities are just like, oh, okay, well, this is just there, so you have another button in the rotation. Is that really making the game more fun? I don't know, maybe not. Right now, I'd say it's a bit overcooked. They have gone fucking hard and like mega pruned a lot of stuff, and I think they've gone a little bit too far. But I think that they'll fix that pretty soon. Like that was kind of like their approach. They went pretty nuclear with the midnight changes, with add-ons and with the pruning. But I think their goal and their plan is to essentially kind of, you know, peel back on it a little bit as the expansion proceeds. Like some are good. Like not every spec has been over pruned, but some definitely have been over pruned. It's definitely the case. Yeah. What is wrong with them? It's because some specs have just had skill expression remove them. Like the one that I'm familiar with is Vengeance Demon Hunter. Vengeance Demon Hunter had massive skill expression removed from it in how you use your defensive abilities and how you use your offensive abilities. And that's a bit of a feels bad, to be honest. Like people basically view I think Blizzard really thought that VDH was too hard, and they're kind of right. It is the tank that I think people find the most difficult to play in general. So they made it quite a bit easier to play, but they absolutely fucking nuked it. Like they absolutely nuked it from orbit in terms of like the difficulty and so on. Well, what's preheat saying? Wait, what the fuck? Okay, it's over. What is this? Removing Pyroblast and ignoring Hot Streak. In Execute is a damage increase. What? What the fuck? That's crazy. Well, I mean, they should probably fix that. I mean, to be fair, they probably will fix that. That is that's pretty questionable. That's pretty questionable stuff, guys. Fire Mage, yeah, I love Fire Mage. Fire Mage is one of the most fun DPS specs ever. It is so fun to play. Especially Frostfire. This is hype, man. Frostfire is really cool. I love that Frostfire is good. But they obviously need to fix that you ignore Hot Streak. That's the main class mechanic, guys. Ignoring that is pretty questionable. Guild Wars 2 has always been a bit woke, which is why everyone's been fine with it. If they go full Star Trek Academy with Guild Wars 3, it will be dead. Listen, okay, I have some bad news for you. Guild Wars 3 will be the most soy woke game in history. And you know what? It's going to be based. Okay, the tutorial is going to be like, do you know what the tutorial is going to be, guys? You're going to be like being attacked by like ice elementals and you have to like melt them, okay? That is the fucking opener to Guild Wars 3. Yeah. I'm so excited to be awoken on Guild Wars 3. The tutorial is an unskippable gay sex scene. Oh, that, I mean, look, that would be bold. I'll admit that. That would be pretty bold stuff, guys. We tell you that. Oh, also, Plex, you were asking about the name of the guild. We did. Here's the thing. Okay, guys, I admit that I blundered. I blundered big. I made people vote on what we should name the guild. I regret that massively because I actually don't particularly like any of the options. The option that has won is Feedmen. But I think when we announce it, I am actually gonna, I think I'm just gonna be very open about it. I'm gonna say that I actually don't particularly like it, and I'm open to changing it again. Because I do not particularly like any of the options. Have you watched this? Subject is base, the ending. Oh, what's this? You're being misled about renewable energy. This actually sounds like an incredibly base video. Oh, wait, dude, wait, I don't think I've seen this video, but I've heard about it. Doesn't he actually just go massive at the end? He did go massive at the end. Yeah, I know this video. Yeah, very good. Very nice, guys. Very nice. Dude, see, this is a good fucking caption. Who are the liars and what we need to do about them? My king. Holy shit. That is a good chapter title of a YouTube video, guys. My man. Very nice. Solar is based? Dude, that's crazy. Saying that in the Guild Wars C community is crazy. Dude, what's this? I have nothing to cap. This sucks. A liberal not accepting the democratic vote. Okay, I'm actually gonna rank one eat it. I'm actually gonna drop a crazy fact on you. Like, get ready for your mind to be blown. When you lose an election, it doesn't mean that you shut the fuck up for 4 years. You're allowed to keep making the argument, right? For your position between elections. You don't just like stop talking for 4 years. That's not how it works. Let's discuss, bro. What is this? Okay, what he's the Magrest emote is here. Bro is active. Wait, what? Bro, look. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't understand this. Okay, like. Why do these people think they're on the team? Like, bro thinks he's on the team. Yeah? Like, what? What is this? Yeah, this is hard for me to comprehend, to be honest with you. Discuss. So in terms of America, well, I mean, look, okay, 5 years here in the UK, I guess. There are more people dying in Europe every year from lack of AC than there are people dying in gun violence. I think that, I mean, that's almost like certainly true, right? But the thing is that I feel like people are going to perceive those two things very, very differently. Like, for example, here's another statistic, right? I'm pretty confident that way more people die from, let's say, the side effects of obesity than from AC. But people don't view that in the same way as violent crime, right? if that makes any sense. So, I mean, look, don't get me wrong. I'm very much in favor of AC. I'm, you know, like, look, you guys, the Americans, you guys have got this right. I'm gonna be honest. Air conditioning is fucking good. I think, you know, Europeans, we're a little behind on that, okay? We're out of the loop. Maybe we're getting some stuff done with, you know, new efficient heating and cooling systems. Maybe we're kind of getting that going there as well. Some heat pump stuff, all that kind of stuff. But I think that the two things are like fundamentally like different categories, right? People die from air conditioning, from lack thereof, yeah. Because I mean, like, yeah, like, you know, like heat stroke or heat related injuries, it's gonna get you. Or in, you know, potentially the opposite as well, like if you're too cold. I'm reporting this stream to Pathways for wrongthink. Oh man, you know, to be honest, like the Pathways thing is really interesting to me because it does make me despair a little bit because the Pathways stuff. So basically, TLDR guys, the UK government made this like interactive experience, I guess, to try to explain to people about, you know, how not to get radicalized, basically. But it was done in like the worst way possible, and it backfired in the worst way possible. What's very interesting to me is that it's very obvious they don't understand the problem. Like they don't actually they don't understand the people they're trying to reach, and that is an issue. I don't know how to fix that though. I don't even know what's going on. I don't understand how that's possible. Like, because the thing is, if I was a politician, guys, and it was like my job to come up with a game that's aimed at kind of, you know, potentially preventing people from being radicalized, I would do a lot of demographic research, right? I would want to understand, okay, well, how is it that someone can get radicalized, right? Like, what does the alt-right pipeline look like? And it's like very obvious to anyone who's even remotely politically engaged that nobody did that, right? At the government who put this thing together, right? Like literally nobody did that, obviously. And as a result of it, it was a fucking failure. Like, dude, it actually is one of the worst backfires ever, okay? Oh God. Because instead of accomplishing, it's like, okay. Oh, dude, I'm not sure. I can't even say this because it's so fucking despair, right? But there was this character, like one of the characters who tries to radicalize you is this character called Amelia. And basically a lot of the people who are kind of on the, you know, the right-wing internet space, they're like, actually, this character is based. Okay, and they made a bunch of like AI slop of this character and how to say some like insane fucking shit. It's like, bro, oh my God. What a hilarious backfire. Incredible. Yeah. Now, yeah, she's literally their favorite character. A little bit of a failed move there. Prevent people from radicalizing by improving materials. Well, to be fair, they are working on that. In the question of Paul, wait, what? That's crazy, actually. Dude, wait, dude, what did this guy not have a hand in? Europe needs to stop being so anti-American. I mean, look, okay, you guys first, yeah? I think Europe was extremely pro-America until very recently. Especially the UK, right? Like the UK is like best buds with the United States. Not anymore though. But that wasn't on us, okay? The first breakup, look, taxation without representation, guys, I hold my hands up. We've got to own that. The UK, we've got to own that one, guys. That's our bad, okay? Our bad. This one, though, look, that's on you lot. How is the yeah. Why does the EU want to ban Twitter? I think their analysis is that it's being used as a platform for election interference. A little about the encounter the subsequent means, but today was his first audience with Epstein. Wait, Paul chose to launch the poll. Wait, he met with Moot? That's actually crazy. Man, dude, that's so weird. That's actually insane. What the fuck? That is actually that is a crazy world, man. What the hell? Asmongold lost his spine when he found Epstein played WoW. To be fair, I guess that's not that surprising. I feel like basically everyone's played WoW at some point. Trial Epstein if he applied. And to be honest, I'd be pretty impressed how he's like actually undead. I guess faked his own death. So I mean, I'd be like, whoa, how's it even possible? But I don't think so, guys. I'm not going to be associating with any of that stuff. Let me tell you. Okay, we run a clean ship here, guys. They do a fortune there. Whoa, what the fuck? Wait, from Five Nights at Freddy's? Dude, why are these people into this weird shit, man? I'm not getting that, guys. Okay, I'm not getting that. Oh, yeah, dude. Isn't this actually true? So, wait, what's the details of this, guys? Because I have heard about this. Yeah, wasn't Steve Bannon, like... Wasn't he running, like, a bot, an RMT operation in WoW before he, like, ran the Trump campaign? What the fuck? I mean, look, it's, you know, it's just... That's just the way it goes. Look, everyone's got to start somewhere. It is what it is. They start out weird or as well change it. I think it's probably a little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. Do you want Prince Andrew to get arrested? I mean, realistically, like, if there's, you know, sufficient evidence for a prosecution, yeah, people who are in the files should be prosecuted, yeah. Am I particularly optimistic that's likely? Probably not, unfortunately, but yeah, absolutely. Like, I think that one of the really big problems right now, and something that's like really driving a lot of anxiety, a lot of frustration, is that people feel like the ruling class, or whatever you want to call it, like politicians, the ultra rich, are not held accountable. And they live by a different set of rules. I'd say that's a very almost universal experience that I think a lot of people have right now, is feeling very disillusioned and kind of black-pilled on accountability in the people who have power in the world. So yeah, I would obviously be in favor of prosecution. Do you not feel that way? Yeah, definitely. I think it's very frustrating. Like it's especially very frustrating when people who you know, like people on my team do it. It's very annoying. Like when people are like fiddling expenses, right? Getting like dodgy dealings, like trying to avoid tax and so on. It's like, come on guys, like just fuck off. Stop doing it. Yeah, no, I do think there is a huge issue with lack of accountability. 100%, yeah. It's in everyone's lips and the words. Well, I mean, it's a big deal, yeah? We can't let it continue. It has to be a wake-up call for the world. No, I agree, Darns. Yeah, 100%. Like, this should be a bit of a fucking wake-up call. Liberals in 2026. If I'm part of that corruption, I'll defend it. I really don't think anyone's saying this in the liberal camp. That's the thing. Like, do you think that liberals are like, ah, yeah, okay, look, we're gonna give Bill Clinton a pass? I don't think so. Or like, oh yeah, well, you know, Prince Andrew, who's in the royal family, so we'll let this one slide. Like, that's not a popular liberal take. Like, what do you mean? How do you do about face with that camera moving? You have to hold down left click and have free camera enabled. But no, I mean, I don't think this is the case, right? I think right now, like liberal politicians are very much trying to push for accountability. And you can say that it's because it would advantage them, and I think you're right. And have politicians been a bit spineless? Fair, yeah. I'd agree with that. But hey, better late than never, I guess. I'd probably be a liberal if they weren't so corrupt and encourage crime and violence to get their point across when they lose. Wait, which liberal politician has encouraged crime and violence? And I don't, and by the way, I mean like an official, not like a random edgelord on TikTok. Democrat Party of the USA? I don't think the Democrat Party of the USA has like advocated for violence. Protest, yeah, but like protest is not illegal or violent. I don't want to see if we can get this guy. Their protests are they though? Like, where's the crime and violence in the protests? I'm not seeing it. In fact, I'll tell you what. I actually did see a little bit, just a little hint of crime, guys. It's when federal agents executed 2 people. That was the crime I saw. Oh, and also, yeah, let's talk about this. What happened? Do we really gonna call out liberals for getting a little bit uppity? Okay, when the conservatives lost, they tried to coup the government. Okay, do we want to talk about that? Like, yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure if this is the way you want to go. Yeah. Dude, honestly, look, it actually is a miracle. Like, given given the deaths of Alex Pretty and Renee Good, I'm surprised that it isn't violent. Like, that's some impressive restraint. Did you see him kick the officer's headlight out? Oh, God. Oh, no. He kicked a headlight. That means he totally deserved to be, like, pepper sprayed and then fucking shot 10 times. Oh. Yeah. Wait, whoa, what? Jesus Christ. Wait, what is, wait, whoa. I have just seen what is this wacky comment here? What? Okay. Interesting meme. Do you remember the mocking memes of Trump hiding in a bunker? Do you remember what that happened? The worst thing about burning sterile buildings and doing all sorts of violence because they lost that election. I mean, I don't like that. I'm not sure if that really happened that much. I'm sure there was. Like, I mean, when you have like really widespread riots and protests, like you're inevitably gonna have like some degree of violence, right? But I think that's not good. Not a big fan. But again, like, I guess the issue is that I don't really see, is there anyone on, like elected official, like who's not disavowing this stuff and like is advocating for like destruction of property and like burning buildings? Like, well, that's not the case, yeah? Like this is my issue. Is like, if you're going to point out, you know, some stuff went bad and people go crazy. I mean, yeah, 100%. Like that obviously happens. That's just like, that's a regrettable part of the reality of the situation, right? Tim Waltz. Like, what did Tim Waltz say? What did he say? Definitely encouraged it. I would honestly, I haven't even seen what tweet you're going to bring up or what comment. But there's absolutely no fucking way that either of those guys advocated for like property destruction. I would need to see some pretty compelling evidence of that. No. I certainly haven't seen that. And look, obviously, you know, I'm not American. I obviously don't live in Minnesota, so I probably don't have as much knowledge as you guys do if you're from the States, but I've obviously been following the stories and I'm pretty sure I would have heard about that. I have no idea what that is, Vampirus 97XO. Aussie YouTuber? Well, yeah, I mean, there's definitely some similarities with, I guess, an English accent and an Aussie accent. Not terribly surprising, we've got a little bit in common there. He would not ask people to de-escalate, and so he would ask them to keep going out between, getting between ice and their work. There is no way that there is no way that Tim Waltz said to go like made a direct call to go and interfere, right, with any kind of law enforcement. He would have said to protest. That's not the same thing as interfering with like legal process, right? Because he made for the police to stand out and not interfere. Well, yeah, because I mean, protest is legal. One of Waltz's aides was caught red-handed in a signal group, saying just that. I mean, citation needed. You don't have to read the. You don't have the right to protest. Yes, you do. What, dude? Guys, what is it with all these conservatives? Like all of a sudden, not liking the Second Amendment. I thought you guys were pro-gun. I thought you guys were the gun lovers. Yeah. Yeah. Explain the benefit of going your own courts to defend illegals. Generally occurs not American. Because one, American citizens have been deported, including like fucking like 2-year-olds and shit. And also, you don't have to be like, oh, we don't want any immigration enforcement to not want very poorly trained masked men taking people off the streets. Right? Do we think that like all of the liberals are like, we want literally fully open borders and no immigration enforcement? No, that's obviously not what people are advocating for. People are saying we don't want very poorly trained masked men fucking abducting people, right? Like I want to tell you, like, yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's not hard to understand. Yeah. Yeah. Like, if you ask liberals, they're not going to have an issue with enforcing immigration policy. They're just going to say that they want it done with due process, right? Am I cooked? I feel like I'm not cooked on this. Then why is the liberal slogan, no human is illegal? That type of language is aimed at preventing the dehumanization of people who are illegal immigrants, yeah. That's the purpose of the slogan, right? Because a lot of the time, immigrants, legal or illegal, right, are heavily demonized politically and used as like a really big political football, right? And the goal of trying to reframe the conversation, that's why people use undocumented as opposed to illegal, is to basically remind people that, okay, you know, it's still a person, right? Like, you know, even if someone is illegally in the country, they're still a human being, right? So they, you know, they deserve to be treated fairly. The Democrats only want illegals because they allow them to vote for them. I mean, okay. time will prove me right. I mean, wait, what do you? I'm actually curious. What do you mean by that? Because I'm not gonna lie, guys. Look, I don't look. I'm touching wood right now, guys. But assuming that there is an election, like, you guys are fucked. Like, you do know that, right? Like, like the Dems aren't gonna need the illegal immigrants. Yeah. ICE was more active during the Obama years. Why didn't we complain about it then? I'm assuming there probably was some complaining about it then, but also, like, just because people didn't complain about it then doesn't mean it wasn't a problem. I'm actually not familiar if it was a huge problem or not. I'm sure there were definitely issues with it, as there always will be. But also, it's a really big issue right now because of a couple of reasons. Like, right now, ICE is kind of being weaponized against Trump's political enemies, right? Which is bad, obviously. And they've also executed 2 people. So it's you know, it's probably a little bit of different scenario. It's almost like people don't have a problem with enforcing immigration policy. It's more like how you do it. And can you avoid, you know, shooting innocent people 10 times while doing it? Trump's political enemies are illegals? No, Trump's political enemies is Tim Walz and blue states. And I know that because part of the deal for with the deal that Trump tried to work out with ICE was the voter rolls from Minnesota. Why would you do that if you're not using it as a political weapon, right? This is pretty obvious, right? Please look into the behavior. They're not exactly angels either. I mean, look, the reality is that, one, I'm not gonna lie, I've seen like 50 different angles of this, because obviously we live in the social media age, but I ain't gonna be real with you. There is no fucking justification for killing those 2 people. Absolutely no shot. No, absolutely not. It's just not even like, and the thing is, right? Look, let's actually be mega charitable, okay? Even if they were being assholes, does that mean you just fucking kill them? Like, I don't know. I'm not sure about that one, guys. Okay? It's like, even if we grant that, okay, even if they were, you know, causing trouble, doesn't mean we just kill them. Yeah. You try to run a person with your car? I mean, look, fortunately that didn't happen. Officer with a car and the other reaching for a gun. Nope. Alex was shot after he'd already been disarmed and was also being held down on the ground after being pepper sprayed. And Renee Good was trying to run away, was trying to escape from the situation. The officer that got hit by Renee Good had a broken pelvis. That was a complete lie. That was just like a literal lie. Unless bro had like fucking brittle bone disease, like, dude, the car was moving at like, what, like 10 miles an hour. Like you're not getting a broken pelvis or like honestly any injury from that. He walks away. You see him walk away, like on the video. Like, huh? What are we talking about? Are we trolling? I thought we're actually trolling here. Do I live in the UK? Yeah, I live in the UK, yeah. He was disarmed, the gun malfunctioned, unfortunately. Things happened. Yeah. And here's the thing. Look, guy, okay. I don't actually know if it's confirmed that there was necessarily a misfire, by the way, but let's assume that there was. I think officers should be trained to realize, to handle that situation without fucking blowing someone away, right? Am I crazy on this, guys? Huh? Maybe that would be pretty good. Yeah, like the fucking guy was like pepper sprayed and like fucking 6 guys holding him down. I don't know what to tell you. Look, if any of those guys were feeling threatened, then maybe they shouldn't be in any kind of enforcement position. Yeah, dude, if you do, look, that's actually, dude, look, guys, I just want to be very clear here. The small c, small government conservative position is if you do anything illegal, you should be shot 10 times in the back while you're on the ground. Like, come on, man. Oh, shit. Yeah. He's here. Welcome.
Oh, hello. I have to clarify some bits of misinformation in chat. So one of the guys is like, oh, he had a round in the chamber of his concealed weapon. That's illegal. That's not illegal. Everyone who carries a concealed weapon has a round in the chamber. Maybe you're not an American and you don't know the gun laws for concealed carry, or you don't even know what best practices are because you are a foreigner who doesn't understand anything about weapons, or you're just like a teenager who doesn't know because you've never handled one. But every concealed weapon has a round in the chamber. That's how it works. Otherwise, it's not very useful. Second, voting without ID. People have this fantasy in their head that you can just be an illegal alien and roll up to the polling place on election day and be like, hello, I'd like to vote, please. And they're just like, oh, well, here's a ballot right this way. That's not how it works. In situations in states where you don't have voter ID, you have to register to vote like every other state. When you register to vote, you go to the supervisor of elections website or you go to the office in person and you fill out your registration to vote. The supervisor of elections confirms at that point if you are able to vote. If you are legally able to vote, you go on the voter registration roll. Once you're on the roll, you get your polling place. They will give you a voter registration card. On election day, you can go to your polling place with your voter registration card and vote. You do not need to present an ID. That's what it means. There's no chance for an illegal alien to get any of that because they can't get a voter registration card because they're not eligible to vote, so they can't register to vote. It's very straightforward. I don't know what fear-mongering people have been presented with, but there are no illegal aliens voting. It's not possible.
And there you have it, guys.
Yeah. And listen, I know the soy right is very ascendant. They don't know much about guns. The soy right are afraid of guns. They are pussies. They can't handle it. And that's fine. If you are mentally and physically incapable of owning a weapon, you definitely shouldn't. Leave it to me. I'll handle everything. I got you. We protect us.
Then why is ID a problem? It's mostly because of the implementation of ID. Like, for example, like if you make ID particularly difficult to get, or you make it so that you have to go to a certain location to get it, you can essentially use it as a way to prevent people from voting, right? The type of people you don't want to vote, right? Like that's the situation.
A big thing is a lot of people that aren't Americans, and like I'm not saying this insultingly, they come from countries where you have like a national ID, and I think it costs like $5 or like some very nominal fee, blah. But it's not expensive, and you're kind of required to have it. In America, you are not. There is no national ID, and you're not required to have a driver's license. So unless you have a reason to, you won't typically get. You can get a state ID, which is like a driver's license that doesn't allow you to drive. Like it has like a different like badge on it. But really, a lot of people don't bother with that, especially poor people. Because in the United States, those state IDs are like $80, depending on the state, sometimes more. And if you're like, you know, a poor person making minimum wage, are you really gonna shell out $80 for an ID that doesn't do, like literally does nothing for you? Like it's not a driver's license, it's just an ID that you had to pay $80 for that does nothing. So yeah, a lot of it's fear mongering and a lot of it is like tactical, knowing that those people won't be able to vote in states with ID laws.
And also on the voter ID, guys, like, look, guys, like the Republicans had like infinite resources to find evidence of voter fraud. Didn't fucking find any, right?
Well, like, funny you say that, because the FBI raided the Atlanta Fulton County voter supervisor of elections like yesterday, I think, or 2 days ago, and stole, literally, like not stole, but they had a warrant for it, I suppose. The voter information from the 2020 election. So I have absolutely no doubt that they will, quote unquote, find some evidence that suits whatever the Trump's, narrative is.
No. We're defending not having IDs. Well, I mean, it's more like, why do people want that? I don't really have a issue with like an ID card or something like that. Like, but here's the thing though. Well, I would say, Rank Juanita, you'd be in favor of it being free, right? And you can just get it online and it's delivered to your house of your choosing, right? Right? Because like in that case, like, yeah, sure, like it's whatever. Wait, of course not. Wait, why not? So why not then? Like this is kind of the thing, right? Like if you want to have something like this, you want to have like an ID thing. That's fine. You have to make it incredibly accessible. Like everyone needs to be able to get it, because otherwise you're just going to be suppressing voters, or like you're like adding another barrier to voting. I paid $50 then to drive 1 hour to pick mine up. Not a big deal.
Not everybody has a car, and not everybody has $50 of disposable income.
Yeah. This is the issue, Rank Juanita. Yeah, do you see what I mean here? Like, and by the way, this is why you're going to have people on the left who are going to be against ID, right? Because they don't want it to end up like that, where, in other words, people who don't have access to transportation and don't have access to, disposable income to potentially afford that ID are then going to essentially be cut out of voting, right? Which is like a major issue, obviously, right? So
and
that's
also,
why people
it's
don't
also
like it.
Like, think about the voter ID thing. You would need an ID to go to the poll and vote at the poll, but you could also just get a mail-in ballot sent to your house. Is the mailman gonna ID you when he delivers it? No. Is he gonna? Are you gonna get ID'd when you put it in the mailbox to be sent back? No. So really, even in states with ID laws for voting, you don't need an ID to vote.
No.
But I think the key thing is that illegals aren't
They're not voting,
because they're not they're not going to get a ballot sent to their house because they are not on the voting rolls.
Yeah, the entire point is it's always been a red herring, right? It's just like it's like not a thing, right?
Yeah, and I guess if the argument is like illegals could could steal my identity and vote, it's like, well, I guess, you know, anything's possible, but there's no evidence that that's ever happened.
Dude, well, this is actually the funniest fucking thing ever. Is that, yeah, like, dude, everyone was amazed, like, holy shit, dude, what? Look at all these, like, mail-in votes that came through for Biden, and there weren't nearly as many for Trump. Well, maybe he shouldn't have told people that they were, like, fraudulent and they don't work and they were, like, rigged. Maybe he shouldn't have said that, though. It's like, yeah, no shit. Like, it's not a good plan,
He also told people not to do early voting.
Yeah, exactly.
Which was also a big mistake.
Which is a huge, like, why would you do that? Like, that's such a massive unforced error, just for no reason. Like, why would you even say that?
Yeah, he suppressed his own vote, which is very good.
That's crazy. Absolutely wild stuff, guys.
If you're not functioning, then you shouldn't vote. No, if you are a citizen, you should vote.
Yeah.
Everyone's affected by the society they live in, whether or not they are successful or not successful.
Yeah, I mean, if you are entitled to vote, if you are, you know, a citizen of the country. That's the way it is.
What was my favorite president? I mean, FDR, not even close.
True, actually.
Probably FDR, and then Abraham Lincoln, and then...
Classic.
You know, it's a big drop-off after those two, like, humongous drop-off. Like, maybe Teddy Roosevelt or Truman. Truman did some good stuff, but he also dropped a nuke, which is not so good.
It's a mixed bag.
Lyndon Johnson, also a piece of shit who fucked us with the Vietnam War, but he also got Medicare done, which is very big.
Another mixed bag.
Like once you get below the Abraham Lincoln level, like the next tier down, everyone's problematic, and it only gets increasingly problematic as you keep going down tiers. Till eventually you reach like people that were enthusiastic slaveholders at the very bottom, which is as bad as it could possibly get.
A fact check bot in here. You know, that's actually one of the reasons why. Oh man, like I'm always like very. I'm always like locked in during these conversations, right? Because like there's so much that there are many statements being made. I've got to keep track of them all and try and figure out what's going on. We can just ask Grok though. Like Grok will tell us what's going on. But look, guys, okay? Listen, gamers. You know, you guys are saying, oh yeah, the Dems are the ones who do election fraud. Guys, can I remind you that Donald Trump tried to get a full slate of electors done on January 6th. Come on, guys. If you care about fraud, surely that would be kind of a big one, yeah? Like he tried to get Mike Pence to rig the election, guys. He
was also
come on,
recorded on that He was also recorded on that conversation with the Georgia Secretary of State or
find me votes,
was.
whatever, right?
Yeah, find me votes. What was that?
Yeah, what does
like,
that mean? What do you mean by that? Yeah, like
that was like literal conspiracy to commit fraud. Like he should be in jail for that phone call alone, if nothing else.
True. Yeah.
I guarantee if I was on the phone call with the supervisor of elections and I said something like that, I would be.
You'd be in trouble. You'd definitely be in trouble.
I'd be in very big trouble. They'd never take me alive, but of course, yeah, that's a different story.
Yeah, I mean, look, that's, you know, if you care about fraud, that would be like high on the list for me, guys. You know what I'm saying?
There's been a lot of false dilemmas lately.
Yeah.
You know, in the debate sphere,
Oh,
where
yeah.
it's like, oh, you're against ICE. That means you're for illegal aliens in total anarchy raping U.S. citizens. It's like, whoa, that's a different sentence, man. Those are our only two choices for how society could be structured. I feel there's a difference.
When Trump says something, take it literal. When Tim Walz says something, it's not literal. Well, okay.
I haven't heard a quote from Tim Walz yet that is problematic at all.
Yeah, like what has he said that was like a huge issue with Tim Walz? Like, to be honest,
I gotta be honest.
The only issue I got with Tim Walz is that he stepped down. Like, that's actually fucking cancer, in my opinion. I think that is not. I do not like that. To be honest,
Tim Walz, if anything, has been too weak in this whole thing. He's neglected. He hasn't used the National Guard to the level he could have. I understand why. He doesn't want to precipitate a constitutional crisis because he actually cares about the country and doesn't want to like start a constitutional crisis. But you know, the criticism of Tim Walz isn't that he's like some radical. The criticism is that he's, you know, been sitting on his hands doing goddamn nothing.
I think that would be. I think that would be generally the criticism of, honestly, a lot of the Democratic Party, right? Is that like, holy shit, guys, come on, get to work, yes? Like, come on, do something.
Yeah, and I mean, they just voted to give ICE all its funding with no guarantees. So I mean, they're a very credible opposition party.
Wait, you defended saying not to disrupt like 20 minutes ago? I mean, like, I honestly want to see the exact quote, but I imagine you just told people to, you know, to protest and told the police not to like arrest people for protesting or whatever. Like, I mean, yeah, that's pretty milquetoast. I'm going to be real with you. And also, yeah, also guys, why the fuck are we saying don't take the United States president literally when he's like saying to essentially rig the election? Huh? Are we serious? Like, there is no fucking shot, by the way, you guys would keep that energy with a Democrat, even if you could find a quote that sounded like that. You won't find it because it definitely never happen with them, 100%. But even if you could, there's no way you'd go, oh, well, maybe he was joking. Okay, maybe he was fucking memeing. I don't know. Okay, like, I don't know what to tell you. You guys don't realize ICE wouldn't be needed if illegals actually left when asked. But I'm not gonna lie, that's kind of irrelevant. Like, that's not the criticism. Like, the liberals are not saying we can't have any enforcement of border policy. People are saying, can we do it with due process and without killing people? Right? That's the criticism that people have.
And again, ICE has also only existed since 2003, and we had border enforcement and immigration enforcement before ICE existed. It's really a possible thing to do.
It can be done, guys. It can be done.
Yeah, and they do like to do this really big conflation too, where they make it they conflate, you know, illegal immigrants with like criminal illegal immigrants. Like, oh, we're just trying to get like rapists, illegal immigrant, criminal, you know, fraudsters off the streets. It's like, well, no one's really against that. Getting criminals off the streets is good, but there's, you know, we already have a mechanism for getting criminals off the street. You know, it's called the normal police. And then when the normal police arrest someone who is here illegally, they transfer them to the custody of the immigration services, who then deport them. Like, that's the system that works already. So what you're finding is that most of the people that are being arrested are not criminals, because if they were, they would already be arrested for being criminals. Most people that are, you know, in the United States illegally are people who came here legally, either through like a tourist visa or a work visa, and then couldn't get their visa renewed and just stayed. Yeah, that's definitely against the law. And, you know, if for some reason, if they ever get, you know, somehow caught for that, then they should definitely, you know, be deported. But that's like some guy who's a college student and graduated and didn't go home. Like I'm just not mad. I'm not like super like worried. I'm not willing to give up my civil rights to get rid of that guy at all costs. That's the problem. The problem isn't that we're getting rid of illegal aliens. That would, I mean, objectively, if you could snap your finger and make them all go away, you would. You know, anyone who's here illegal, if you could snap your finger and make them go away, you would. But the question is, what are you willing to sacrifice to get rid of them? And the more draconian that you do, the more likely you're going to step on the toes of American citizens and violate their civil rights. And I speak for myself as an American citizen that my civil rights are worth more than anything. It's the most important thing to me, is that my civil rights are protected, and the civil rights of every other American citizen. So if you're willing to go to the point where, you know, you're going to break into American citizens' houses with no warrants, well, then you've crossed the line to where I can't accept that what you're doing is legitimate law enforcement. And it's just the end of it. Because now you're infringing on my rights. And, you know, the old saying goes, I'd rather let 1,000 guilty men go free than punish one innocent man. I think that is something that we need to consider in terms of, you know, if some college student who overstays his student visa is gonna, you know, I'm fine with him going free if it means that I get to keep all my civil rights and they're not infringed upon.
Very little was done to uphold immigration law. I mean, look, I don't think that's not even accurate, right? Didn't they call Obama the deporter in chief? Like, I don't know. Like, I'm pretty sure, like, there have been attempts, guys, to enforce immigration law that have not, you know, there have been before today.
Aren't I going to agree that regular citizens want draconian deportations? They don't. That the poll they did most definitely. The polls do not indicate that currently, and the way you phrase the question in polling is critically important, because if you say something like, "Do you want to deport all illegal aliens?" that sounds fine, and most people would agree with that. But that obscures the reality of what it takes to actually do that. And you know what they say, you have to, you know, break a few eggs to make an omelet. People want the omelet, but then once the eggs start breaking, they pull back because it's an ugly look. I mean, I don't care. I think Trump's current approval rating on immigration is below 50%. So that's not a good sign. That means he's lost people from his own coalition.
Wait, are there no chat rules about the use of insults? As for a mod admin, nothing's to be done. I mean, wait, who's insulting you?
I referred to someone else as an R word earlier, and this person who I was not talking to has gotten very offended about it.
I mean, there you go, I guess.
Look, if you're I apologize if, you know, you took it personally.
St. Paul said he wouldn't be president. I don't think the polls really predicted that Trump wasn't going to be president actually in the last election. It was probably very up in the air because obviously there was a bit of a chaotic situation with the Democratic candidate.
The election was less than 1%.
It was very close, right?
The poll, and all the polls basically said as much. And all of Kamala Harris's internal campaign polling said she was going to lose.
Yeah, it was very. I mean, if you just look at the margins, it was like insanely close, like in the election. But I mean, yeah, like polls are not always accurate. Obviously, that's obviously the case. And it is true that in general, people who like lean more conservative are less likely to express those views in polls. That is true, and it is actually a problem. A very similar thing actually happened in the UK as well with a conservative election. I think it was Boris Johnson actually. Is that it looked very unlikely he was going to win, and they absolutely crushed it. And this is like I think people call it like the silent conservative or something, and this is something that does skew polls sometimes.
Polling is definitely an art, not necessarily a science.
Yeah,
like you have to.
You can't
at some point,
right.
the pollster has to make a gut guess and go, okay, because like up until like 2016, most polls were done via landline telephone. Think about that. Think about what group of people in 2016 still used landline telephones in the United States. And that was what almost 100% of polling was based on. Of course, they're not going to get very accurate results because you're only polling boomers. So it takes like, and then so the pollsters then like, they go, oh shit, we have to like recalibrate because we were way wrong because of, you know, our process. And so, you know, but the problem is you're always gonna, you know, your polling is almost always going to be one step behind the evolution of society.
You got to look at the betting markets, right? Yeah, that's what you got to look at. That's what's going to predict it accurately.
Oh, that makes me terrified.
Yeah.
I'm very anti-gambling. Like, I couldn't be more against gambling. The flock camera situation? Do you mean like that flock is installing just surveillance, like CCTV cameras on the streets in various neighborhoods? Because if that's what you're referring to, then I am all for using spray paint to prevent that from happening. If you know, needed to be.
Who are you voting for in the UK? Options are looking dire. And look, guys, like the next UK election is fucking cooked. Let me tell you that. But you can probably figure it out who I'm going to be voting for. But at the end of the day, I will be voting tactically on whoever is most likely to prevent reform from winning.
I like that Green Party guy.
Yeah, no, Zach is a very good communicator, actually.
He's very switched on, very good.
The party political broadcast was actually very good, and he's had some very good appearances actually on various political panels and so on.
Why do you think welfare is a significant portion of the U.S. budget? It's not. Welfare is a tiny amount of the U.S. budget. It's almost an insignificant amount. That is misinformation, my friend. The Pentagon spends more on toilets than we spend on the entire food stamp budget.
You could be talking about data protection. Might be a bit more interesting and less inhumane. I mean, data protection, I'm in favor. It's pretty good. There you go. Enjoy. The government should invest into gaming. That's true, actually. That is very true.
They did. You guys are probably too young to remember that there was a first-person shooter.
Oh.
In like 2003 called America's Army that was financed by the Department of Defense, and they actually used it as it was like a recruiting tool.
I believe Sweats and Streamers Ruin Game just watched the video. It's a really good video. Actually, it's because I think a lot of people, what I really like about the video is that I think it very succinctly expresses an opinion that actually a lot of people feel that way. And I think it articulates it well. I know exactly what they're talking about like in that video. And I think it's very important to, I obviously don't agree, but I understand, right? And I would like to make it better. I would like to try to alleviate the problems that they face. I think it's difficult though, actually. People gonna vote for Amelia? I don't think so. Somehow, I don't think so, guys. You know, the thing that I'm really interested in is like, how do we go back to normal after this?
After what?
Well, after this is over, okay?
Well,
like that. Like, how do we de-escalate from this?
you know, yeah. Well, I think one of the things that's going to be interesting is that, you know, say what you will about Trump, you know, at his peak, he was a very charismatic guy. And, you know, he still has his moments when he's not shitting his pants, that he's, you know, pretty charismatic.
It's tough.
And
That's tough, to be honest.
there's no one on the bench now who can do what he does.
It is
for the
true.
Republicans.
Like, if Vance can't do
JD
it-
Vance.
No.
People want to pretend like JD Vance is like a Giga Chad, but
no.
JD Vance is such soy right. It's like it's all over him. Like he has loser stink already, and
Very
he hasn't
true.
lost anything
Yeah.
yet. And so there's a 0% chance JD Vance can handle it. Like Erica Kirk can have sex with him all she wants, but it's not gonna get him to the top over the top. It's not. And all of Peter Thiel's money that is propping up JD Vance's career, it's not going to be enough for him to win even the Republican primary. You can mark my words. He's too much of a wuss.
I definitely don't
He
rate his
can't win.
chances. I don't rate his chances. That is definitely the case.
Yeah, and you know, it really only takes. I mean, I say only because it's not exactly an easy thing to do, but it really only takes like a couple really bad election losses before, you know, a party reorients itself. Like after Reagan, like basically landslided the Democrats twice in a row, like the Democrats had to burn a timeout, unfortunately, for my politics, and become like this like centrist corporate party in order to compete, or that's what they thought they had to do, and I mean that's what they ended up doing. And so it's conceivable that, you know, if the Republicans get their ass whipped in two straight landslide elections, if that, you know, that they have to burn a timeout and like reorient themselves a little bit.
There's only one solution. I can't see imager link, so I can't even click that, but I bet it's a real good one. You're acting as if the Democrats are strong candidates. They don't. Listen, we're working on that.
No,
okay?
they definitely don't. We're
working
don't.
on it, guys. Okay.
The current frontrunner of the Democrats is the biggest piece of shit imaginable. That'd be Gavin Newsom. He sucks, like real bad. But you know, that's what's great about the primaries is it really is a bloodbath, and the weak candidates tend to get filtered. You know, the truly weak ones. So you know, and what the polls look like now, you know, over 2 years away, it's irrelevant. Some things will happen.
We'll find out. See what's going to happen. The media ecosystem is so poisoned that once another one comes along, it might be game over. Yeah. I mean, I think
that's a big problem. Yeah.
It is a big problem. Yeah, it is a really big problem. To be honest, it's like for example, like even with this conversation, like even about like and I think this is like the perfect demonstration of the problem. In this very chat, guys, we had people justifying the execution of 2 upstanding citizens. That's fucking crazy. Like, how are we at that point? Okay, how are we at that point where small, you know, supposedly small government conservatives are like, yeah, I like that actually. Like, yeah, you know what? That was good. That's fucking crazy.
You know, I will give credit. There's, you know, some, you know, more libertarian-minded conservatives who actually have taken the right position on these issues. And you know, I respect that. I give them credit. They're not, you know, like there's a difference between, you know, being a conservative and being a partisan hack, or like, you know, just like a Trump
It is
memer.
true.
And you don't have to be a partisan hack. You don't have to.
It's unnecessary. Yeah. It's not mandatory. Yeah, social media is pretty fucked up. Yeah, this guy is not very happy. Just because they got themselves killed doesn't make them upstanding.
Jesus.
And then, naughty word.
What's his opinion? Chatter, what's your opinion on Ashley Babbitt? Is that how you feel about her? She get herself killed, or did she deserve it?
Is it really a controversial take that you shouldn't be attacking horses? Okay, rank 1 Edator. I don't believe you. I'm gonna call you on that one. I don't believe you. I think you are trolling. I do not think you believe that. So
I mean, you're an Asmon. He's an Asmon dick rider. Even Asmon agrees that Alex Preddy wasn't doing anything wrong. Go get your talking points from the Roach Man. Come on. You gotta refresh. Get the updated talking points.
It's just not. The thing is, it's just not true though. Rank 1 Edator. No, I'm not. I'm actually not getting baited. No, guys, he's fucking trolling. Bro is trolling. I don't believe him. I don't believe you. Actually, I don't believe you.
Yeah, there is a video. You can look at the New York Times.
You
They did a great job of going frame by frame
Yeah.
and analyzing it to where he didn't get even touched by the car. And the fatal shot went through the side window, which would imply that he was to the side of the car when he pulled the trigger. Which would imply he wasn't in front of the car with his life in danger. An officer could shoot you for driving over them with a car, but that's not what happened, so that's a weird question. I mean, this is just trolling.
Yeah. It's. I actually don't think he's serious. I don't believe. It's not serious.
The broken hip was the most obvious lie I've ever heard in my life. That was it. The DHS has just been putting out like multiple lies. Like, how many times do they have to lie to you before you stop immediately trusting what they say?
None of these people deserve to die, but they weren't the sharpest icicles either. Like, the thing is, that is such a... Okay.
So what?
So what? Yeah. Like...
Let's say they were really low IQ. Let's just
kill 'em?
assume that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, so what?
Again, like, this is weird to me. Like, guys, what happened to Don't Tread on Me? Like, I don't get it. Like, what happened to Don't Tread on Me? Why is it now comply or die? Like, huh? Like, what happened? What happened to you guys? The thing is, I actually don't entirely understand this. Okay, here's an interesting question, guys. Why is it important to justify this? Just out of interest. Like, why does it matter? Because like I look, you could have a take on this that says, wow, this is completely unjustified, I want to make sure that we continue to enforce border policy, immigration policy, whatever. But this is clearly a bad situation. The officers involved should be prosecuted, or at least it should be investigated properly. And we should make sure that we train people to prevent this from happening again, right? Like, you know what I mean? It's like you don't have to say that, yep, no problem here, all good. You can kind of, I don't understand why people are choosing to bite the bullet here. I think you don't even have to on this, right? Yeah. Did you see this clip actually, Nike, the Tim Pool clip?
Which one?
And I think it was a very mask off, very revealing moment. Like someone can maybe link it here because I don't want to misquote him or anything, but paraphrasing, it was something like someone was accusing him of being a bootlicker, and then he said something to the effect of, "You don't understand. I'm wearing the boot." It's like,
oh yeah.
It's like, holy shit,
yeah.
that is very masked off, right? That's crazy.
Yeah.
Like
the best thing I heard, the best response was I saw someone quote tweet that and said, "I'm not sucking Trump's dick. I'm sucking my dick." like what?
That's crazy. There were hundreds of videos making fun of mocking Charlie Kirk's assassination, so radicalized people are biting back. I mean, there were definitely some pretty unpleasant. There's some pretty unpleasant stuff going around regarding that. But I mean, okay. Does that make it okay? Like, how does that make any sense? Like, you're just saying, "Oh, I'm just being a reactionary." Like, well, you know, I guess it's okay then. Like, it's completely fine to
and none of us are none of us are saying that was good.
Yeah, like who's saying that was good? Like,
if some Pakistani bots put out, you know, in rage bait videos, you know, in bad taste, like that's not good. I don't want these, you know, click farm engagement farmers like getting more play with no matter what side they're on, because they're just making the discourse worse.
It's not wise to go to a protest with a gun and impede on law enforcement. Though, guys, I thought we loved the Second Amendment. Like,
we already touched on this. You're allowed to go. For starters, no one was impeded with in the Alex Pretty situation.
Yeah, it didn't happen.
He didn't impede anyone.
Yeah.
And I'm allowed to go in a state. If you're allowed to have a concealed weapon, which he was, you're allowed to go any fucking place you want. What are you, some sort of bootlicker?
He did impede.
He hate freedom?
He didn't impede. He like tried to help a woman who was like pushed to the floor. Okay.
He was unless you think like the camera he was holding shoots lasers that impede the officers physically somehow. He put his hands to the officer? No, he didn't.
What are we talking
he had
about?
One of his hands had a camera, and the other hand you can see was straight up in the air. Straight up in the air when the officers grabbed him. At no point did he put a hand on the officers. Like, come on. It's crazy that you're absolutely crazy. 12 days earlier has nothing to do with that. Even if he, you know, vandalized a police car and spit at the police car 12 days earlier, that has nothing to do with that incident.
Yeah, it's like, oh yeah, he did something bad a week ago.
Therefore he's allowed to be killed?
He's allowed to be killed? Huh? And also, okay, you're trolling Rank 1E, but I think it's actually worth addressing this because people do say this. Why defend the criminals over the cops? Well, maybe I expect officers to be trained at de-escalating a situation and not shoot someone 10 times, right? Like maybe I would actually, because they're supposed to be
who is the criminal in this situation?
Officer, like maybe they should be held to a higher standard. Right? Like if they're gonna be doing this. Yeah.
Who is the criminal in this situation? The woman who got shoved to the ground, or the guy who was executed for trying to help her up? Who was the criminal here?
So what are we talking about?
And also, if we're so concerned with the law and being like societal order and being hyper legalistic, Alex Preddy was killed not by ICE agents. He was killed by Border Patrol. Border Patrol is only authorized to operate within 100 miles of the U.S. border. Minneapolis is not within 100 miles of the U.S. border. Those agents were acting outside of the jurisdiction, even just being there. Their deployment to Minneapolis, that is in and of itself illegal. If you care about the niceties of the law, which I don't think you do.
When one side spends a ton of time justifying political violence, sooner or later the other side's going as well. Basically, reaction behavior. Look, I'm not gonna lie. This is actually one of the points that triggers me the most. The idea.
The right does it way more.
The idea that it's the left that's turned up the temperature is fucking hilarious. Like, that is a meme. Like, I'm not gonna pretend. I'm not gonna sit by and like, and defend or excuse like every, like every edgy and like really mean meme and video that's been posted. Like, there obviously has been that stuff 100%. But do you know what the really big difference is? Okay, if I ask you to give me examples of liberals posting this stuff, you're gonna give me people posting on Twitter. You're gonna give me TikTok. If you ask me can you give me an example of right-wing people advocating for right-wing political violence? I can just link you to the fucking official White House Twitter, right? I can give you Donald Trump's Twitter talking about how it like hang Mike Pence, right, and stuff like that. I don't have to go for some like random ass guy on Twitter like posting some edgy mean shit. And assassinations? I mean, wait, do you want to talk about the... it was Minnesota, actually, wasn't it, right? Yeah. As Melissa Hortman was assassinated. Yeah. And by the way, guys, that was really, really fucking bad. And by the way, all of the political violence has been going on. It's really fucking bad. I think, the assassination of Charlie Kirk was really fucking bad. Yeah? Like, it wasn't good. But, like, guys, are you serious? Like, pretending that this is one-sided is a fucking joke. I'm sorry. It's actually insulting to the victims of political violence, like, across the political spectrum. It's insane. The left doesn't agree with you. Give me one elected official who doesn't agree with that and didn't disavow political violence. I don't care about some edgelord on social media. I'm sorry, I just don't. Like, you can't convince me to care about people posting edgy shit when you have the president of the United States like advocating for violence, right? It's like, I'm sorry, guys, like, no. Or you're like elected officials, or like that fucking, what was it, like the Signal group chat where they were talking about like doing some Nazi shit? It's like, dude, I'm sorry. It's just... What right-wing political violence happened in the past 2 to 3 years that I'm unaware of? Well, here you
January
go.
6th, how about that?
Yeah, January 6th, yeah. And also, I'll link it to you. This one here. This is the 2012 shootings of the Minnesota legislators. Yeah. And yeah, January 6th is pretty bad. But I guess that is outside of your 3-year window, I guess, but it's still pretty bad.
Interesting arbitrary window.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. no public officials will be promoting it, but American leftist public has been insanely violent. Not in general, no. Like, you're going to see a lot of froth on social media. I 100% agree with that. And by the way, I don't like that. I'm not a big fan of that. 100%. It's fucking
so is
cooked.
the right. What's your point?
And also, yes, so is the, like, pretending that the right wing isn't is hilarious. Like, are you kidding me? I mean, hell, dude, right now, we're arguing with people justifying like the execution of American citizens, right? Like, come on, man. Like, you're telling me that, like, that there's not any of this? No advocacy for violence? Once in 3 years sounds way less than the left. I think the statistics really don't work out here. I think, like, right-wing political violence is way more common, no? Than left-wing political violence.
Well, I mean, considering that the Oklahoma City bombing was right-wing domestic terrorism, and that killed, you know, I'm not even sure, that might have been in, you know, hundreds of people. It'll take a long time for the left to catch up to that body count. So we got a lot of work to do. And then there was the 1996, you know, Olympic bombing. You know, that guy, that was right-wing violence. You know, all the times that, like, you know, abortion clinics get bombed, that was right-wing violence. Happens all the time.
This is fucking crazy. Yeah, okay, I think this is, Jeremy B's looked it up for us. Based on government independent analyses, right-wing extremist violence has been responsible for the overwhelming majority of fatalities, amounting to approximately 75% to 80% of US domestic terrorism deaths since 2001. By contrast, left-wing extremist incidents, including those tied to anarchist or environmental movements, made up about 10 to 15%, and less than 5% of fatalities. I mean, there you go.
Yeah, and the rest is like either, you know, Islamic extremism or, you know, just random nut jobs.
So it's probably CNN? Looks like it's PBS, actually.
And who cares? Like, you can't do this attack the source bullshit. Like, it doesn't, that just is ridiculous.
I mean, it is Giga Chad. Darren's is right. That is a Giga Chad maneuver. And also, yeah, like, you know, left-wing people support pedos and right-wing people support pedos. All hail the centrists. I mean, well, look, dude, that's like, maybe we can be, you know, dude, you'd think we could be united on Epstein, but you know what, guys? All the right-wing guys are a little quiet on that these days, no? Like, I don't know what happened. Maybe it was because Trump was in them a lot, but yeah, like that, I thought we kind of forgot about that. Leftists in general are a lot less civil in chat. Well, okay, but I mean, okay, there's a reason for that. It's because people who are on the left are potentially the ones who are getting completely fucked over by this policy, or don't like the policy. Like, of course, you guys are going to be loving it, Rank 1 Eat Edit. You like this. You guys are the boot. You wanted to be the boot, right? So yeah, obviously, the people who are getting crushed by the boot are going to be a little bit torn up about it. Right? Yeah? I take on red. I take explosive growth. I just play this build. The only reason leftists are on the streets of Minnesota is because they lost the election. It's not true.
Those aren't
though.
leftists. Those are not leftists. They're normal people.
It's also just not true either. Like the reason they're there is because they don't like how the current administration is handling immigration policy. Like if we want to put it in a very verbose way. Yeah, people don't like the current behavior of ICE. Right?
And why is ICE there? It's not because they have a lot of illegal immigrants. There's way more in Florida and Texas, but you don't see ICE doing this in Texas cities.
Yeah.
Why isn't ICE, flooding the streets of San Antonio, Texas, or El Paso, Texas? Why are they in Minneapolis of all places?
I wonder why. I just can't fathom it. Why they would be there. No true leftist. No, Nike is not. No, he's not trying to say that those people aren't on our. That those people aren't on our side. He's trying to draw a distinction between, well, he's using leftism in a more precise way than you are. And to be honest, it is dumb. Like when people say leftist, they basically mean anyone from someone who's left-leaning to a communist, right? Like, and to be honest, that is cancer, by the way, because it really muddies the water and makes conversation basically fucking impossible. So it is bad, but that's what Nike was getting at there. Not that,
I mean, they say it explicitly. Yeah. Like, I mean, today's, most right-wingers today, anyone to the left of Ronald Reagan, they call a commie. So if you're going to be that, if that's the brush you're going to use, then I'll push back.
Yeah. Yeah, and basically there's a distinction, guys, between like liberal and leftist. Those two things are not the same thing. I can realize they woke up. That's true, actually. Watch out for that, guys. Watch out for that. Like Nazi. It's funny actually. That was a misplay. That word. Do you know what's funny? Rank 1 E data. Do you know why? Okay. Do you know why it was a misplay to overuse that word, the word Nazi? Because it actually gave a huge amount of cover to literal Nazis who are now like actually kind of becoming prominent in politics. Yeah. Like when you have people, doing a fucking Hitler salute as a meme, right? And that's like actually something that people do, yeah, that's a fucking big issue, right? Like that's a really big problem. When you've got people like Fuentes, right? Nick Fuentes, who are semi-relevant in politics, yeah, it's a huge fucking problem. Yeah, absolutely. And yeah, regrettably, I think that, people kind of like fucking going crazy. It did in a way allowed him to dismiss a lot of criticism of himself by just going like, oh, look, they say that about everyone. Same as Sam Hyde, right? But yeah, look, it is accurate to describe people like Fuentes and Sam Hyde as like Nazis or neo-Nazi, whatever. I don't know, whatever. Take your pick, right?
I'm always precise. I'll call somebody a fascist, but not necessarily a Nazi. Although Nick Fuentes I would call a Nazi.
I mean, categories are actually elected Nazi official, not random people on Twitter. I mean, I'm not sure. To be honest, I'm not entirely sure if I'd use that word,
I can.
Oh, wait.
Like an elected Nazi official?
Yeah. Who?
Well, I can talk. How about, let's start with appointed.
Yeah.
So that Bovino guy who was in charge of ICE.
Yeah.
He literally LARPs as an SS agent.
Nice. Good. Yep.
So, yeah, and he's a fascist.
Yeah.
So, I'm comfortable using the term Nazi for him. That's sure.
Yeah. I mean, I'd like to be honest, that's probably honestly like the type of description that. Yeah, I was gonna say Stephen Miller potentially. That guy's fucking nuts.
Stephen Miller, I would call a Nazi. Yeah.
Yeah. And
if we're talking strictly about people that were elected, I would say Tom Cotton in the Senate, Republican senator, is a Nazi, and I would say Josh Hawley is probably also a Nazi.
Yeah. I mean, also like worst case, like I think that I'm pretty comfortable like describing like a lot of kind of like the MAGA Trumpism movement is like pretty fascistic as well. Like I'm pretty comfortable describing it that way. I guess pretty easy.
Got an image for you.
Yeah.
Took me a while to fucking find this, but there you go.
All right, I'm ready.
I just sent it to you.
Oh, here we go. Oh shit. This is a good image. I'm gonna open this. Hold on. How often party leaders explicitly encourage violence against political opponents? As you can see here, guys, this goes from 1970 through to 2019, and you can see that the Dems it's looking good, guys. Okay, pretty good. Never. GOP, we're kind of getting close to sometimes, guys. Okay, we've gone past rarely, and we're approaching sometimes. It's not looking good. But look, okay, I don't know why people always think this is a good point, guys. But like, nobody here is advocating for like the Bolsheviks, or I don't know, maybe you want to bring up the USSR. Like nobody is, guys. Nobody here is pro-Stalin, right? Like I don't know what I don't know what to say, guys. Like what do you want from me?
I think it needs to be stressed that the Democrats are the second most enthusiastic pro-business party in the entire world. Of all the political parties in every country of the world, the Democrats are the second most capitalist party in the planet. Second most. So they're not exactly the vanguard party of the communists.
Are you envious of America? Not now. What have the Democrats done besides disagree with everything the president does? Well, listen, we can be perhaps united on a bit of criticism there, because it would have been nice if they did a bit more. I'll give you that one.
I mean, what power do they have? What's their lever of power right now?
It is true.
What branch of government do they currently have a lot of?
I think they're kind of like lurking in wait for the midterms. I think is their plan, right?
Oh yeah. I think there's going to be some impeachments once the midterms are over. And
the paid protesters
might be.
What are we talking about? Paid. Oh god.
You know, it's funny. Like, there's one billionaire who's like a Democrat mega donor. Like the one guy, George Soros, is like the one dude. There's like 80 people that give more than Soros, and they're all Republicans. Like the one billionaire Democrat, they write all these boogeyman fanfic about how evil he is and all the shit he's up to. Well, the 80 Republican mega donors who give more to their side than Soros gives to the Dems, what fucking conspiracy theories do you have about those guys?
And I mean, dude, the thing is, it's not even conspiracy, Nike. Like, Elon Musk turned Twitter into a fucking propaganda platform, right? Holy shit. Like,
Miriam Adelson said that she gives money to Trump to get him to do things for Israel. She says it explicitly. Like
it's not even fucking concealed. Like, what are we talking about, guys? Like, what is this? It's not even a conspiracy. They haven't even got the decency to do some like Illuminati shit.
Did Soros crash the British pound? No, he predicted that he predicted that the British pound would crash, and he invested.
There you have it.
He shorted it.
I don't know what to say, guys. This is crazy stuff. It's a wild ride. Dude, where's awesomeness at? He would like this, I think.
Also, George Soros gives like very centrist organizations. He's not exactly a progressive. He is a pretty down the middle Democrat.
Mm.
Yeah, when Guild Wars 3 was the topic, awesomeness and all the other ANET devs had to beat a retreat.
Yeah, they have to be out, at least for some time.
There's nothing they could contribute to the conversation.
Yeah.
Alex Jones was right about everything.
Stop clock, right?
Yeah, I mean, he was right about the frogs being
That's
gay.
true. He did get that one. He did get that one, actually.
I'm trying to think of the other thing he was right about. It wasn't Sandy Hook. He was very wrong about that.
Yeah.
That one was wrong. I'm struggling to come up with the second thing he was right about.
Watch out for the frogs, guys. If you think the US is going to become Nazi Germany, I'm not sure if many people would go that far, but I think people are definitely concerned about like rising authoritarianism, for sure.
You know, not everything, like, you know how they say history doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
I don't think that you're going to ever see, like, you know, literal swastika flags or anything like that. You know, every country is going to put their own spin on it. You know, in America, it's going to be, it's not going to be a swastika. It's going to be a cross. You know, like it's going to use, you know, Christian imagery. Like everything's, you know, and they're going to use like, you know, very traditional, like the same thing. Like Nazis always, you know, in Germany, they always would try to like harken back to the golden age. You know, it's, you know, an imaginary golden age that never existed. That's what the, you know, American authoritarians will do too. And you can see the tweets that some of the government agencies under Trump have been tweeting out, where they're like, you know, remember who you are. You're an American. You know, like look what they've taken from you. Like all that bullshit. Like that's all like building up the imaginary past that never existed thing.
His has been called a centrist.
Oh man. Well, here's the thing: is
it's
like
hard to pin him down, to be honest. Like,
well, that's the thing is like when you don't have a coherent worldview and you don't have a unifying ideology to your beliefs, and you just look at every single thing on a case-by-case basis with like emotional responses to it, and you just go with whatever your emotional response is, then yeah, it's easy to like be like, well, you know, here's this issue I'm not exactly a right winger on, and here's this issue I'm not a left winger on, so I'm just, you know, in the middle. It's like, no, it's like some issues, you know, you're just all over the place because you have no coherent worldview. And I see this with, you know, this is my criticism for like almost everybody, and it's just human nature. Most people aren't like political junkies, and you know, they don't read political theory, so they don't have a worldview, and they don't have a coherent ideology. Most people have like a cafeteria, you know, buffet of ideas that they pick and choose, and you know, sometimes they're contradictory. You could be like, yeah, I'm for free speech, and then have like an idea of like where and how to restrict free speech in like some other area. Like, people just aren't consistent, and you know, it's a lot to expect people to be consistent. Yeah, I mean, I try to be as consistent, but you know, I'm aware of that. I think most people are just very blissfully unaware of their own inconsistencies because they don't think about it. Most people, politics isn't their hobby, and you know, and developing a worldview is not something they do or spend even like a minute thinking about.
Dude, imagine playing mech and hacking. What the fuck? That's crazy. We got one, guys. We got one.
I mean, you could have stopped the sentence at imagine playing mech.
What is this game? Why would you do this? Yep. I mean, yeah, he's clearly hacking. I don't have to tell you. It is what it is. Wait. Yeah, he's the God Emperor. Asmongold is by far one of the most accurate modern journalists of our time. He puts any news network to shame. That's quite the statement.
My favorite thing about Asmon is when people were like, since you don't read, how do you inform where does your worldview come from? And he said, from my understanding of human nature. But it's like, dude, you don't leave the house. How do you have an understanding of human nature? You don't interact with humans. It's very bizarre.
Is Lumen new player friendly? I think it's not too bad, actually, yeah. It takes a bit of getting used to, but it's pretty decent. Knives are the arguments, just emotional attempts and insults. I think
that's everybody, though. I mean, I don't want to make that a partisan thing. I think that most people
are just humans. That's just people.
I mean, like, you can look at like, you know, all those like, you look at Charlie Kirk and Steven Crowder and these guys that go to college campuses to dunk on teenagers that don't know anything about politics. Like, you know, these are all liberal kids that, you know, they can't argue because they just have emotional reasons for the things that they believe. There's nothing necessarily wrong with that. That's how everyone is. Well, he tried to dunk on college kids to varying degrees of success. He went to Oxford and tried to debate their debate union. That didn't go well. He got completely destroyed. But it's no different. Like, you could go to a conservative space and do the same shit to them.
Oh yeah, of course.
And make them look like complete fucking baboons, and put out like videos dunking on them. But like, really, who cares? Like, why? Like, just that's just such bad discourse. Like.
I mean, it is true. Asmongold is the biggest political streamer. Listen, it's a crazy world. It's true.
I wonder if there's any like Chinese state authorized streamers on Bilibili who are bigger than Asmongold.
Yeah, maybe.
They get like 80,000 or 90,000 viewers.
But we just don't see it. We don't see it over here.
Yeah,
It's true.
You know.
This size
Really
of debate is just for your side to laugh at, not to give it to anyone else. It's yes, but no. Like look, for example, okay, like obviously me and Knight here, you know, definitely leaning on the progressive side. And I think a lot of people of chat are as well. A lot of my viewers are, but a lot of you guys aren't, right? And I don't know. Maybe you find what I said convincing. Maybe you don't. You know, don't worry. I won't take it personally, obviously. But no, I don't think so, actually. And more importantly, I think a lot of conversations like this, at the end of the day, guys, they are to kind of engage people to actually be engaged. Like a lot of conversations like this are very much like, guys, get the fuck out there and vote, right? Like that is ultimately kind of like the part, like how politics works as well. It's not just about like winning the argument or being right, or you know having the sickest debate. It's about essentially getting your side to actually go and vote, right?
Yeah, and to circle back to Charlie Kirk, like the show he put on, the debates and stuff, that's just the show. The reason he was there was voter registration.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Like that's what Turning Point USA did as a company.
Yeah.
They were hired by the Republican Party and various other Republican donors to register people to vote Republican, and that was their goal. So like the entertainment is whatever gets people in the door. If Turning Point USA could have got more voter registrations by putting on country music concerts or whatever, that's what they would have done. But you know, they found something that worked for them, and it's it's been around for a while.
Everyone should eat each other. What? It's a little extreme.
Okay, Bill Clinton or whoever. George H.W. Bush or whoever was it. One of them was accused of eating someone or being around when someone was being eaten in the Epstein files. Yeah. Oh, dude, you didn't see that? So there was a person who said she was on a boat. She was taken on a boat, and George H.W. Bush, the old one, was having gay sex with a black child.
Wait, what?
Yeah,
what the
little
fuck?
black boy.
What?
And then they dismembered another kid and like had a blood orgy, and then
This is like
ate the kid.
Like who? Wait,
Yeah.
who?
This,
Like, this was in the Epstein files. Like what
yes,
was this?
yes. Epstein files. I mean, do I necessarily believe that? No, but it's an oddly specific thing to just come up with.
What's wrong with these people? The only person I would say is a better journalist than Asmongold is Joe Rogan.
Well, at least you didn't say Joe Rogan was a good comedian.
What the fuck? I actually am kind of curious on this. Like, what are your thoughts on ivermectin?
Me?
No, the chatter. The Joe Rogan enjoyer. Asmongold is charismatic. I mean that actually is true. Like Asmongold's a funny guy. He is. It's true.
I'll link the thing in chat with George H.W. Bush. Male Epstein victim was allegedly raped by President Bush and witnessed a baby being dismembered. Okay.
It cures COVID. Shit. What more is there to say about it? See, that's interesting. Like, this is actually really good evidence that Joe Rogan is not a particularly good journalist, actually, on this. Because there is no evidence that supports that ivermectin, like, has any beneficial effect when it comes to COVID-19, right? And wait, did he ever...
Can they get their story straight?
Did he ever have anyone on the show who, like, was actually pushing back against that?
Against the ivermectin
Yeah,
thing?
against that. Like, I don't recall it. I mean, to be clear, he might have done. To be clear, he might have done. But I don't
I mean,
recall
Peter
that.
Attia was on his show, but he might not have brought that topic specifically up.
How many boost shots do you get in COVID? I want to say... I think one. I actually, dude, it was such a long time ago, actually. Holy shit, goddamn. But yeah, I think one. I was gigavaxxed. Maybe two, I actually, dude, that's weird. I actually can't even recall. The vaccine got my memory, unfortunately. But yeah, like one or two,
Yeah,
I guess.
I think I just got the first 2 shots and
Yeah.
I never got a booster. Never got COVID either.
So there you go.
Yep. So can the right wingers caucus with themselves for a bit and tell us whether or not COVID was a hoax? Because sometimes they're like, it's a hoax, but then other times they're like, ivermectin cures it. So if it's a hoax, what does it cure? What is ivermectin doing? Curing the hoax or what? So that's kind of what I want them to nail down, and then we can, once they have their talking points straight, then we can re-engage on the topic.
Liberals are speaking 24/7, saying that the shots would kill COVID. Then Joe Biden, his vaccine 2 weeks later, had COVID. I mean, look, I'm not going to pretend that the messaging was perfect, actually. For what it's worth, by the way, and hopefully we can find some common ground on this, I actually do think the messaging was actually fairly mediocre when it came to COVID vaccines. That actually is true, I think. However, they were also very effective at the same time. And honestly,
also,
I think it's a great
the COVID vaccine was done by Trump's administration.
True,
Take it up with him.
actually. Yeah. And
listen, you guys are worried about the woke mind virus. Y'all sound like you have the broke mind virus. Come on. Yeah.
Nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Zing.
That was a good one, actually. That was a big zinger. But yeah, no, I mean, look, the vaccine thing is really interesting because it was very effective, actually. But I will agree that there was some very mediocre messaging. Like, for example, like people were saying like, oh yeah, if you have the vaccine, you won't get COVID. That wasn't true. And that isn't true of vaccines, by the way. That's not necessarily how vaccines work. Vaccines don't give you like a 0% chance of, contracting whatever infection that, you're being vaccinated against. It just like gives you a significant amount of resistance. And of course, because everyone takes the vaccine, it reduces the amount of the pathogen that's floating around, right? That's why it's so useful. Because, this is why vaccines are kind of miracles, to be honest. They're amazing. Because let's say that someone can't take a vaccine. Let's say that someone can't take a measles vaccine. Let's say that there's a kid who is immunocompromised for whatever reason, and the vaccine could potentially be dangerous for them. Other people taking the vaccine, right, will prevent this child who is allergic, for example, or again, like has a condition that prevents them from being able to take the vaccine. They'll be protected by the other people, right? Because there won't be any measles floating around, right? So like that's why it's like a absolutely fucking sick ass technology. To be honest, like, oh my God. I'm actually not sure how I feel about vaccines. This is a quip, and to be clear, I'm not pretending this is an argument, but the fact that you're even saying that is an excellent example of why vaccines work. Because trust me, if you had to deal with polio, measles, mumps, like all the other smallpox, all the fucking horrible shit that we got rid of because of vaccines, you wouldn't be saying that.
Yeah, more people have died of smallpox in human history than any other cause.
We don't have those in your country. Why? Why do you think you don't have those in your country, rank quantity data?
There's measles here.
Yeah, there's measles for sure. And actually very depressing.
Didn't used to be.
Yeah.
Up until 10 years ago,
this is absolutely miserable. But recently, the WHO actually just removed the elimination status from the UK when it comes to measles. Because dude, I don't know what it is with the fucking UK. We love this fucking anti-vax stuff here, man. It's unfucking real, dude. Holy shit. But yeah, measles in particular is coming back, which is horrible, by the way. But like, bear in mind, guys, again, it's the irony of vaccines. Because of how effective vaccines are, people think measles is like chickenpox, right? Like that's what people think it is. It's not. It's a very serious condition that can potentially, cause brain damage or even death, right? It's a very unpleasant condition. You do not want to catch measles, guys. Like, I promise you that. But yeah, like the brutal irony of vaccines is that they are so effective that people have forgotten what these diseases are. So they become, they're like anti-vax stuff, right? Oh, man. It definitely has to be measured up with the vaccine risk. That's actually a really good one because especially stuff like the measles vaccine is incredibly studied. I think this is true. I don't think there has ever been a death caused by the measles vaccine. I seem to recall watching a CGP Grey video on this. I think it has never killed someone. I think. I'm going to look that up though, actually. Wait, maybe it wasn't by CGP Grey, actually.
We have ridiculously good statistics on autism. You can do regression analysis for any risk factor you can think of.
Oh, wait, no, yeah, there
and
was
link it to autism.
Look, I'm sorry, guys.
Like
again,
you can go. Is it vaccines? Is it this? Is it that? You can do analysis of all the different things. Is it the mom smoking? Is it the mom drinking? Is it the mom's testosterone levels? Is it the child's exposure to heavy metals in the womb? You can do
Tylenol.
You can look at the stats. Tylenol. You can do a regression analysis on all of these things. And you know what the number one factor on whether or not a kid is going to have autism is or not? The age of the father. Because it's bad sperm.
Oh, shit.
It's men over 35 having kids. That's where the autism's coming from.
That's crazy.
But no one wants to admit. It's not politically good to bring that up because the people that are like the most, the right wing, autism crusaders don't want to hear that they're like, it's their advanced age. That's the problem.
And also, guys, like, vaccines don't cause autism. Like, this is probably one of the most thoroughly discredited medical mishaps ever. Right? I'm not sure I could think of one that has been more aggressively investigated and discredited than Andrew Wakefield. Like, yeah. And sorry, guys, he's one of ours. That's our bad. I don't know. Yeah, and also, dude, he literally got paid, by the way, for that study, guys. And guys, can you believe this? Can you believe this? He was paid, okay, by a company that wanted to give the vaccine in separate doses, right? Wow. Who could have seen that one coming? And yeah, it is absolutely, unbelievably thoroughly documented. Like, there's absolutely no fucking way that is it. It's complete bullshit.
Well, so this debate that's happening in chat where it's
what are they arguing
is it
about,
the
actually?
immigrant? They're saying that the rise of these diseases in England or in the UK is from immigrants bringing them, not anti-vaxxers. But I would counter that with other European countries are bringing in an equal amount or more sometimes of immigrants, and they're not seeing the same rise. So you can put 2 and 2 together to realize it must be some other factor.
This is the best Guild Wars 2 gameplay I've seen. I mean, well, I'm glad. It's fat content. Let me tell you that. All over Europe, we're seeing comeback of diseases we thought we defeated long ago. Yeah, and again, it's because of vaccine hesitancy, right?
Why is it that it's only diseases that we have vaccines for that are making this big comeback, and not ones that we don't have vaccines for?
I know Teapot hates the UK. Well, no, actually, no, I don't hate the UK. And actually, this is one thing that, okay, look, if you want to talk political strategy, this is a huge fucking misplay by left-leaning people, actually, in my opinion. Look, I will actually fucking drop this bomb. Like, if you guys are in favor of the current US administration, okay, you are a bunch of fucking anti-American, anti-patriots. That is a fucking reality, okay? And I actually really don't like the fact that I think left-leaning politics has kind of ceded patriotism to the right. I think that's actually a really big mistake. I don't hate the UK.
I don't do that.
Okay, I don't hate the UK. I really like the UK. I'm a big fan of the UK, actually. I think this is a great fucking country. I love living here, and I want it to be the best it possibly can be, right? So no, I don't hate the UK.
You can also be a patriot and be an internationalist at the same time.
Yeah, you can do both. Yeah, you can 100% do both. Like, I don't have to.
You can believe in the UN and the UN's mission while also being a patriot that loves his own country. It's totally reasonable.
Yeah, and no, I don't hate the people in it. I don't hate people in general, guys. Right? Like, we're obviously having a spirited discussion here, but I've got, do I sound mad? Do I sound like I'm like screaming at people and like flaming whatever? Yeah. Would I go to war for the UK? Depends on the war. If I want to go like, take over some like random country like Greenland, probably not. But if the country was under attack, then sure.
I mean, Comadrin, that could be a dog whistle.
Well, it can be, yeah. It can be. It depends. It does depend, yeah. Yeah.
If you're organizing an anti-government militia and you're gonna blow up a building or something crazy like Timothy McVeigh. Timothy McVeigh thought he was a patriot too, so But see, there's a difference between like being a patriot and then just like wrapping yourself in the flag and not engaging with the actual ideals that are entailed with being a patriot. I would say having a deep-seated commitment to, the civil liberties granted by the Constitution and respect for constitutional legalism is a sign of deep patriotism. And there's a lot of people that, would call themselves patriots but don't believe in any of that. And I think, J.D. Vance would make the argument that that's irrelevant, but I would say that he's an anti-American. He's not an actual patriot. I'm sorry to say that, but it's true.
You talked about EU chat control. Look, I'm not gonna defend. Certainly in the UK. Dude, I can't use fucking Imager, right? In the UK, there are some really big blunders, right? I do not understand why, dude. Because I'm like, okay, it's just the UK, whatever, but it's the fucking EU as well. I don't get it. I really don't get it, to be honest, guys. It is shit, 100%. I'm obviously not in favor of it. I guess I understand why. Like, I think a lot of politicians are very concerned about radicalization. I think people are very concerned about democratic interference, right, on social media and stuff like that. But at the end of the day,
do you really think that's the reason? Because I don't.
Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess
I think
maybe I'm being too charitable, but
I think they're trying to protect a particular country's interests.
But look, at the end of the day, I don't think it's good. I think if you want to address these issues, to be honest, if you want to address these issues, you have to actually tackle it at the source. You have to give people the skills to do research, to evaluate sources, right? Like to, like, you know, determine if something is true or false, right? Like these are the things that I think you need to do. It's basically the solution to this kind of stuff is education. Like it's not censorship, it's education. Is like how you handle this approach, right? Or handle this problem. That's the way I see it anyway. How do you explain the Amelia fumble by the UK government? Because the UK government doesn't understand their they don't understand why people are being radicalized. That's why. They just don't understand the actual problem, like, at all. Is Steam or their own launcher more popular? Their own launcher. Melandra, probably not Melandra Run. I think it's cool, but it's not my cup of tea because I really enjoy the multiplayer experience and like the trading and the, you know, trading items between each other and stuff like that. And to be honest, no bank just sounds like a real pain in the ass, actually. I can tell you, I'll pass on that one. Let's get the plague to come back. True. I love the plague. There's a new virus? Bro, like, please no. I do not want another one, guys.
There's always some viruses out there.
Yeah. Well, then, like, it will not be COVID-26.
I can't wait for Super AIDS.
Super AIDS? Wait, why specifically Super AIDS?
You know, mice would be very potentially interested.
Wait, is it Mice Crispy? Like, what?
Yeah,
him?
he's a bug chaser.
Okay. He's a collector, if you will.
He subscribes to Bugs Monthly, does he not?
He does. I think it's a different kind of bug, though.
So.
Well, wait, unless it's not. Unless it's not.
Yeah, it could be. Maybe the different species of insects are like euphemisms for viral
Yeah, exactly.
strains.
Yeah. It's true.
We're getting to the bottom of this one. Was Holodomor a genocide? Yeah, Stalin killed a bunch of people, you know. That's
You know, okay.
I don't think it's not a big gotcha to get me to condemn the USSR's worst atrocities. Like, big fucking deal.
I think this is an interesting one.
Like yes, the USSR was bad and genocided people during, you know, Stalin's regime. Gotcha.
I kind of want to poke this a little bit because do you not think this is like slightly a symptom of maybe not interacting with people who have different ideas?
Okay.
Because
I mean,
because do they think that we would be pro Stalin?
Yeah, I don't understand. Like, I'm not a Soviet.
Yeah, like
Like, I've never been, you know, a Soviet citizen. I
Yeah.
don't have anything to do with them. The Soviet Union fell when I was like 7 years old. So, I mean, I don't know, like, why I would be like. I would say though that, you know, the US having like a powerful geopolitical foil was probably good overall for, you know, keeping us on keeping the Western capitalist bloc on its toes a little bit.
A little friendly competition, or maybe unfriendly.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, the drawback was that, you know, nuclear war wasn't completely off the table.
Pros and cons.
Or it was less off the table than it is today. But the pros were that, like, Western democracies had to, like, take better care of their own citizens for propaganda purposes. You know, like, when all the civil rights movement was happening in America in the 60s, the Soviets made a lot of hay out of that, you know, like saying, "Oh, look at the land of what's going on in the land of the free. The police are, like, you know, beating Negroes." That was Soviet propaganda, and you know what? They were right. You know, like, they were right to criticize us over that. So I do think that, you know, there is a case to be made that, you know, defending ourselves against their propaganda helped us, and them defending themselves against our propaganda helped them.
You know what we need? We need geolocation on Twitch, right? Like on Twitter.
Yeah, I want to know who the
That could
Pakistani bot
That
in
could be
chat.
pretty interesting stuff, right? Like, you know, that.
Reveal yourselves, engagement baiters.
Yeah, some people have been caught. ASD 24X has been caught in the act. It's crazy. What a wacky Discord stream, guys. This is a huge Discord stream.
I mean, there's a whole conversation about white genocide in South Africa,
Yeah, like
which, for the record, is not happening.
Yeah.
For the record. You know what? I can think of at least one African immigrant to America who I want to deport.
Is it Elon?
It's Elon. Yep, you guessed it. I mean, if we're gonna get rid of these African immigrants, I think we should start with him. He's in the Epstein
He's in the
files.
yeah, I was gonna say he's in the files,
Pathetically.
Wait, wasn't he like begging as well? He was like begging.
He's like, please let me come to the island. Please, I want a party. I want a party. I want please. And Jeffrey Epstein's like, oh my fucking God, can you deal with this guy? And Ghislaine's like, sorry, no more parties, gotta go, bye. It was so fucking bad. Cringe motherfucker.
Yeah. That is a little bit pathetic, isn't it? Like, he was begging to get... He wasn't considered cool enough to even get to get on the island.
Yeah.
That's insane.
Like, no one wanted blackmail. They didn't even want blackmail material on him. He was so inconsequential. They were like, we're not going to need to blackmail this guy. But you know what? That does raise the, like, Amber Heard must have been on drugs or something. Because, like, why was she like, Elon's like kind of like a loser. So, like, why, you know, she's like the one, I guess Grimes she's a little weird. Like, something's going on with these chicks that hook up with Elon. That's all I'm saying.
It's definitely interesting taste, I guess. Elon was the savior. Dude, I mean, look, I'm going to say, like, Elon blundered. He could have just been, like, the cool nerd that
he
everyone
could have been
liked.
the Gabe Newell of electric cars, but he chose to fuck it up.
He fucked it up. He literally fucked it up. He blundered. Like, it was, he had the freest win ever, and he threw it away. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, remember when he made the flamethrower and everyone was like, oh man, that's
look how
fucking
cool
awesome.
that is. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he could have had that.
He could have just been that guy forever, but yeah, instead he tried to be like Lex Luthor. No, that's what I'm saying is Amber Heard is a troubled person, which is why she hooked up with Elon. You don't see Elon has like no non-troubled women in his orbit.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, Elon's defense was very questionable. He was like, "I could easily have had parties if I wanted to." It's like, bro, why would you?
I could have easily easily hung out with all the underage girls I wanted.
Yeah, why would you say that? Oh god.
I didn't need Jeffrey Epstein if I wanted to hook up with underage girls. I could do it myself.
I fucking hate reading shit like this because it just makes me think that the entire world is run by fucking idiots. It's like,
yeah,
dude,
the ruling class is like, if you read these emails, the ruling class is real dumb. Like, you have like Larry Summers, this fucking vampire ghoul who's been like running the US economy behind the scenes for like the last like 30 years. Like, sending the most like pathetic fucking emails to Jeffrey Epstein, like, how can I hook up with my intern at Harvard? How can I get her to know to notice me? It's like, oh my god, this guy's running the show. This fucking loser. Oh my god. You can't decide Warrior or Ellie. They're both very aesthetically different, so go with the one whose aesthetic appeals to you. Or play both. You have multiple character slots. YOLO. Send it.
How are you guys always so angry? Well, I'm a little... Well, look. I'll tell you what. I know we're talking about American politics, but I'll tell you why I'm a little bit pissy about the state of UK politics, because I don't want to... You know, I'm from the UK. I got no room to talk on US politics, really. I'm a little bit pissed off because right now there is a decent chance that a bunch of incompetent imbeciles fuck my country in the ass. That is why. Okay? And I don't like it. And even worse, the current party in power is a couple blunders, guys, okay? It's not going smooth. Okay? I admit that, which also little frustrating. Okay? Not a fan of that. And basically all the opposition are fucking imbeciles. Okay? So there is that. How bad can it be, though? Nigel Farage has talked about how he wants the equivalent of ICE in the fucking UK. He's talked about how he's pretty unashamedly, unabashedly like pro-Russia, and a lot of the people related to reform also have links to Russia as well, which I'm obviously not a huge fan of. Like, he is also in favor of privatizing the NHS, which would be fucked. Holy shit, please no. I mean, yeah, I can go on, right? Like, it's, I don't know. Not good. So yeah, I am a little, I'm not super happy, guys, about the current state of UK politics, because yeah, there's actually a decent chance that the country gets fucked. What food? You guys a power luminary? You want power frosty food? That all sounds great. I'm not so sure about that.
I never hear anyone wanting to privatize the fire department.
Yeah, why not? Is that? I wonder why.
Like, why shouldn't you have to have fire insurance? And there should be like a private company that maintains fire engines and teams of firefighters in your area. And when you have a fire, you call them. And they check your insurance policy to make sure they can put out your fire. And then if you're up to date on your payments, they come and put out your fire. Like, why don't we have that?
I'd skip out on paying fire insurance, to be honest. My house has never burned down. I think is, dude, you know what my problem with you, Ragwadi, is? I actually don't even know if you're serious or not. Like, I don't think you are. I think you say stuff like that to kind of avoid engaging, right? Like, with the point. It's like what Nike's getting at there is that, like, why is it this specific service that people are bothered with, right? Like, why not one of the other ones?
Privatize the police?
Yeah, that's another option.
Why not each neighborhood gets to hire a private police force that's only answerable to their neighborhood? What could go wrong? What could go wrong? Yeah, all roads should be private. It's funny, the best run, you know, fire stations in the country are volunteer fire stations.
That's big.
It's pretty good, yeah. Especially in the Northeast, there's like a big tradition of volunteerism in fire departments and in like the Rocky Mountains.
But yeah, things are.
But also, it makes to like actually bring some sanity to the fire department thing. Like, let's say your neighbor's house is like a 5-alarm fire burning to the fucking ground because they didn't pay for their fire insurance, and the wind starts blowing in the direction of your house. Maybe you would hope that the fire department would put the fire out in his house so it doesn't spread to your house. You know, this is why. We're all in this together. We're in a society. We're all in it together.
Yeah. I don't know what to tell you guys. Look, the reason I'm not happy is because honestly, things are not great right now. Okay? Maybe things aren't okay currently. Maybe things need to be better than they are right now, right? And yeah, maybe that is a little bit frustrating. Maybe that is, you know, maybe I am a little bit angry about it. Maybe I am.
Well, if it's any consolation, you know what's happening to reform is all of the regular conservatives are just jumping ship.
Yeah.
They're trying to get on board. And they're going to water it down. It's going to just be the conservative party again. Because just like, you know, MAGA got taken over by like Lindsey Graham, who's like the most neocon, and Marco Rubio, like the two most like neocons. And now they're running MAGA. Essentially, like at least the foreign policy aspect of MAGA. So the conservatives in the UK will take over reform, and they'll just run it like the Conservative Party, with a few crazy people like on top, like as icing.
Why do you think most British people disagree with you? I don't think they even do. I think that regrettably, there's a lot of disillusion regarding the two-party system. In the UK, like broadly speaking, it's been the Labour Party and the Conservative Party for a very long time. The Conservatives have been completely discredited, right? Over the past like 14 years they were in power. Complete fucking disaster. And also people are pretty disillusioned with Labour as well. Like they're having a bit of a rough run. Like to be frank, I think it was part of this was actually the motivation, but why people ended up voting for Brexit as well is disillusion with the political system. I think that a lot of people in the UK felt that politics wasn't working for them. Politics wasn't doing anything for them. And yeah, ultimately, like I think a really big part of reform support is fuck the system, fuck these people, we're voting you out, and we don't care. There is an element of, dude, there's a reason why.
Yeah, outsiderism is big.
It's big. But there also is like a level of nihilism to it as well. It's like burn it all down. To be honest, like is actually like I think a really big driving force in this. And that's, like people like Donald Trump, people like Nigel Farage say, we're gonna burn it all down. We're gonna burn the system.
Should the king take over? I don't think that would be good.
I'm not sure about that.
No.
Yeah.
Guys,
Yeah. And
the last time the king tried to take over, he got his head
didn't work
chopped
out
off,
super
so,
well.
Yeah, and it would happen again most likely.
And also, like, what's really interesting actually, Rank 1E data, is that certainly within UK politics, the Green Party, which is, I think you could say, kind of a populist progressive party platform, that kind of angle, is also doing extremely well. It's polling very, very well. They have an excellent leader right now, Zach Polanski, who is a very good speaker, very charismatic guy, good communicator. And yeah, people are also looking to the Greens as well as Reform for basically an alternative to the current kind of main political parties, as it were. So it's not just people looking towards Reform. People are looking towards other parties in general, rather than just specifically to the Reform. And also another thing with Reform is misinformation. There is a fucking infinite pile of misinformation, and the UK media is very hostile towards the Labour Party in general. Because look, this might even be an unpopular take here as well. But honestly, I'm not going to pretend that I'm not going to defend everything the Labour government has done, but they are trying, right? They are actually making a good faith attempt to actually improve things, in my opinion. I think, give them a chance to cook. They're not perfect, and I certainly have my, I've got my beef with the Labour Party, but they're honestly doing what they can, in my opinion, to try, at least try to fix some of the issues. But I think they aren't really getting a lot of credit for that stuff as well.
I like, as partisan and as hyper partisan and right leaning as the media is in the United States, like the British media is even further right leaning and unsympathetic to even like, Labour, which is a very centrist party. So it's an uphill battle for sure when you have to fight, the media headwind. Which is why obviously Reform, maybe Reform's message is more resonant than the Green Party's message, but I don't think, if they were given equal attention and equal airplay, I don't know that would necessarily be the case. I think, Green Party would be doing a lot better. But of course, Reform's going to get the most media airplay for obvious reasons. Come on, Nike, the U.S. mainstream media. There's not a single leftist mainstream media outlet in the United States.
Yeah. The rise of extremists is always the fault of non-extreme parties being dog shit. To be honest, I think there's some truth to that. I'm not sure if I'd put the blame squarely on the non-extreme parties, but yeah, I think a really big reason, again, I can't speak for the US, I'm not as familiar with US politics, but in the UK, yes, absolutely. The rise of more far-right populist movements is absolutely because of a failure of the mainstream parties, specifically the Conservatives. One of the reasons why Reform is succeeding rather, is because of the failure of the Conservative Party. Yeah, absolutely. And also, you could definitely make the argument for the Labour Party as well, but certainly the Conservative Party, because they were in power for a very, very long time. They didn't fucking fix anything. Everything got fucking worse. And people said, well, look, we just got to go further to the right. That's the logical step, right, guys? That's what you got to do. Simple. Yeah.
So, Rank 1 Eater, there's not a single leftist mainstream media outlet in the United States. There are right-wing ones like Fox News, OAN, what's the other one? The Newsmax. There's plenty of right-wing newspapers like, the Wall Street Journal, Washington Times. And there's plenty of centrist outlets, CNN, MSNBC. These are very centrist. ABC, NBC, CBS. CBS is now a right-wing outlet. All those are all centrist. And then, of course, you have the New York Times, which is like the king, the queen of centrism. There's no mainstream media place where certain ideas about, raising taxes get serious consideration. define the majority of ABC channels is left. Well, I'm only talking about the news department. I don't know. I'm not going to talk about whether Disney is left or not. That's childish. Like, you know, which mainstream leftist media organization is having serious debates on redistributing wealth in this country more equitably? Not a single one. Which mainstream media organization in the United States is critical of interventionist foreign policy? Not a single one. These would be leftist positions. That's just communism? No, raising taxes on the rich is not communism.
No, it's, yeah. You don't have to be a communist to raise taxes.
I didn't say make everything equal. I just said more equitable.
So, just to clarify, more fair than it is right now.
It's just stupid, yeah.
True.
I guess.
True.
I guess it's better that our society, you know, gets more wealth inequality. That's good. I'm glad that's your position. Yeah, hopefully it trickles down to you.
A lot of people would consider far left. I'm not gonna lie. I actually don't find this type of conversation particularly useful because everyone uses these terms completely differently. Like,
yeah, I'm the one using the term correctly.
Yeah. So,
you're not.
Like this, it gets very, very confusing very, very quickly, and especially, by the way, for I guess for me, because the term left or liberal doesn't mean the same thing in the US, right? Like it's like we shouldn't argue about these terms. It doesn't make any sense, guys. It's like it's meaningless. It's like who cares? Yeah. Incredible.
I mean, it's just amazing. Like, I do think like it's very. I think if you asked most like centrist libs, like they understand that they are centrist. You know.
Yeah.
Like the Ezra Kleins, the Matt Iglesiases, the Hillary Clintons. They're well aware where they fall on the political spectrum. But I feel like people on the right have like no conception of the political spectrum. You know, they would say I'm like, you know, I lean right or I'm right wing, but they don't, it's very fuzzy who's in the center, like who's even to the left of the center. They don't really have any of that nailed down. And they don't even really know who's to their right. And believe me, those people exist. Listen, Sun Matrix, they're not sucking Trump off. They're sucking their own dicks. We covered that earlier.
We did cover that earlier, actually, yeah. It's a little bit of a different situation. The extreme left is more extreme than the right.
I thought we addressed that earlier when we looked at the political violence. That was... The extreme right are literal skinheads. Like, that wear swastikas. Or Ku Klux Klan hoods, or you know, whatever. That's the extreme right. There's nothing like that on the left. The amount of people in the United States or even the UK who are actual like literal communists is like less than 1%. It's like no one. There's virtually no one who identifies as a communist.
We don't kick out Cobb's headlights? No, you guys just storm the Capitol to try to...
Wow, the cop's headlight got kicked out. I'm so sad about that. I love that cop car. Wah!
That one in particular, by the way. That one in particular. It was a
How
good,
dare they not respect the cop car? It was there doing law. And I don't think, no, Hassan doesn't identify as a communist. You can ask him what he identifies. He does not identify as a communist, no.
target advance is okay. Well, look, I don't think.
Listen, kicking, kicking the light on a cop's car is not violence. Destruction of property is not violence.
And look,
especially government property.
You know what, guys? You probably shouldn't, smash stuff up.
Yeah, I mean, if you do bust a cop's car window or whatever, or light or whatever it is, and you get arrested, like,
yeah, that's
okay,
fair.
You were willing to do the crime, that's fine, but I'm also not going to cry over the broken light either.
It's not the end of the world.
It's completely out of perspective with, a citizen being killed by the police. Like, it's completely different. Yeah, if they did, then you're right about that. If they had arrested him, why didn't they? They didn't.
That's kind of our point, Crimson Bloom. If they'd arrested him, I wouldn't have any complaints about it. I go like, wow, this is kind of shitty that this is
We never would have heard of him.
Yeah, but
we never would have heard of him.
Exactly. He'd just, he'd be working in the ICU, I guess, at this point, right? Like, yeah, like that's the point. Yeah.
Because the police were told to stand down. Well, ICE has had no problem arresting people that interfered with, or, supposedly interfered with them, so clearly there was a lot going on there. They didn't feel like making an arrest. It's also not the police's job to protect ICE. Who's paying for that? The police have a job to do already. Burdening them with this crowd control action for a problem you created is not the police's, it's not the city's responsibility. Yeah, it's the job to protect the city from violence. Like
shooting someone, for example.
Yeah, like shooting someone, for example. Or, an American citizen who had his house invaded without a warrant was dragged out and arrested because he looked like a criminal. Because he matched the description of an illegal alien.
Weren't they just going around as well, questioning people who had an accent? Okay, or some fucking shit?
Yeah. Or were black.
Bro, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, it was like what are we talking about?
That's crazy.
Wasn't there a 17-year-old kid who was working at Walmart? And he was an American citizen, but they picked him up because they thought he was an illegal immigrant, and they beat the fucking shit out of him, and then they realized he was an American, and they dumped him in the Target parking lot. Yeah.
Nice. That's good.
Or maybe they picked him. He was working at Target, and they dumped him in the Walmart parking lot after beating him up.
Great job, guys.
Yeah, I mean, that's an American citizen. That's his rights being violated. I mean, that should make you incredibly disturbed.
He didn't refuse to ID himself, didn't resist arrest. Okay, look, what, okay.
He doesn't have to ID himself, and he can't resist arrest when it's an unlawful arrest, you fucking retard. Oh my God. That makes me so mad.
But also, look, I don't know if I'm being trolled here. Maybe I'm just being trolled. But I feel like, okay, oh, dude, my game just fucking crashed. Holy shit. Okay, it's over. But guys, I feel like there's a little bit of room between, okay, we just let this guy do whatever he wants and fucking kill the guy. Like, can we not, you know, figure out, like a bit of a middle ground here? You know what I'm saying? Like, wouldn't that be good? So, you know, maybe we could arrest the guy. We've already pepper sprayed him. Do we need to fucking shoot him 10 times? I don't know. I'm not sure about that. I'm just not seeing it. Oh, whoops. It's illegal. Yeah, okay, but does doing something illegal mean you get killed? Like, so, like, you know, okay, dude, I'm sure there's, you know, you're probably not supposed to, I don't know, litter or something. Maybe you can get fined for littering. So you just get shot because you left a paper bag or something. It's like, what are we talking about? Like, I mean, you're not wrong. Okay, like, yeah, maybe you should, you know, maybe that's a little bit naughty, right? Maybe it's a little bit naughty to, you know, kind of get up in people's faces or whatever. Like, I don't think that the thing is, dude, I hate even arguing this because that didn't happen, right? Like, that's the thing. It's like, I'm actually granting you something that didn't happen is on video for not happening, right? You're saying, don't believe your lying eyes. But I'm doing that because I want to actually, because I don't think it's even important. Like, it doesn't even matter if that happened or not, because it still doesn't justify shooting someone 10 times in the back, right? Like, oh my God. Dude, you know what's weird, Nike, okay? I saw people like defending this on social media, but it's like, bro, like experiencing it in real time is very different. That's all I'm saying. It's a very fundamentally different experience. Holy shit. Yeah.
No. If my mom tried to kill her, no one tried to kill a cop. No one tried to kill a cop. People are just completely delusional. I wish someone's mom was. No, I'm not going to finish that sentence, but
like nobody was trying to kill a cop, right? In this scenario. Well, yeah, this is.
I think
like this is the
big
that,
problem. The big picture. If we get back to American citizen civil rights, is the objective theoretical idea of strictly enforcing immigration law a good thing? Sure, I'll grant you that. Is there a way to do it super strictly that doesn't infringe? Or not even super strictly, super aggressively, that doesn't infringe on U.S. citizens' civil rights? And I would say that the answer is very clearly no. There is a certain level of aggressiveness that when you cross that line, it starts infringing on people's rights. And maybe you don't care about your rights, but I care about mine. Maybe you're a bootlicker. I don't know what you are. My civil rights are the most important thing in the world to me. And I'm not giving them up because people are afraid of the Mexican guy that cuts their lawn might be here illegally. I'm just not willing to do that. And if you know, that's a big problem for you.
Why do I care about U.S. politics? I'm not from the U.S. Because your politics affects the rest of the world. The U.S. is very, very important. I mean, like the most obvious example of this is obviously the tariff policy, right? Which is like, you know, damaged the entire world economy, like to be honest, including the US's, by the way. But yeah, like stuff like that, for example. Obviously, like the geopolitical stuff, like for example, Trump being a little bit cozy with Russia, right? Which is obviously interesting, right? And being like a little bit more opposed to Europe and kind of being allied with Europe, like threatening to invade Greenland, like threatening to invade Canada. Like, yeah, these things like all Like, these things all affect countries that aren't the US, right? And on a more meta level, again, the Reform Party here in the UK, a lot of the politics of the Reform Party are influenced by MAGA-style politics, yeah, like, and Trump-style politics, you know. Which I also, you know, really don't like. I don't want that shit here. So that's why.
I mean, there's really no point in debating, you know, with these psychopaths about like what everyone can clearly see on video. Like they've just invented their own reality. Like maybe with the Renee Good one, maybe you could say there was like some gray area there, but there's no gray area with the Alex Preddy shooting. And if you think there is gray area, I would say that you're just a partisan hack, or worse, you might be like just a misinformation merchant, or you might just be just a really delusional, really just disgusting person. And I'm sorry if that's the case.
If you deploy your gun, you shoot to kill. But I felt
yeah. Like, why were they deploying their gun?
Oh my.
That's the problem.
I almost want to show the video at this point, but to be honest, I think that's a good idea actually. But like, okay, I kind of want you to say this, right? Like, do you think that the guy who's just been pepper sprayed and like thrown to the ground is like a threat, and disarmed, by the way? Just saying, like. Is this guy a threat that we've got to just kill him? Like, what?
Well, Teapot, this might affect whether or not you think the cops should have fired 10 bullets into his back, but he kicked the tail light.
Oh, I didn't know about that. Well,
2 weeks earlier.
That changes things. That does.
Does
change
that
things,
change your
actually.
mind?
That means a lot. That's true. Oh, true. Oh, take it easy, Priest of Abaddon. I don't see him. Yeah. Did the guy, dude, he had a fucking mobile phone. He was holding his cell phone, right? He was like filming them. He didn't have a gun. He was disarmed. It's a tragedy, but justified?
Jesus Christ, you're a maniac.
Christ.
Yeah, he was well, I mean, deadly force is only authorized when like it will prevent another crime from, you know, a crime for which deadly force would matter to be like that's just crazy. Like at no point was he a threat to the life of those officers.
I don't know what to tell you.
Yo, Boogbees is correct. That guy should not have been carrying a SIG. A 320 no less. Holy shit, what a piece of shit gun. He had like a fucking Gucci'd out 320, which is fucking sadder. Like, look, I think Alex Preddy was probably a pretty based guy, pretty good, probably very sympathetic to like my political causes, but that gun is a fucking piece of shit. He should not have trusted his life to that gun. I would never concealed carry a SIG P320.
Holy fuck.
That was the gun, if you recall, a few months ago, that there was discourse because the gun was going off in people's holsters.
Oh.
Negligent discharge. Like
that's not great.
There's like a video of like a cop who was carrying one, like standing up to get out of the seat of his cop car, and the gun just goes off in his holster, and it happened like enough times to where like, you know, SIG is having some real fucking problems. Yeah, SIG P320 is a real piece of crap, and it's crazy that he was carrying that. Like I always tell people, just get a Glock. won't go wrong with that. Glocks do have a safety. They have a trigger safety. And the new Glocks have a holster safety. The Glock Gen 6s. So they have a double safety system.
Huh. Well, this was something, guys. I will, I'll say that. Ugh. I don't really know what to say.
I mean,
this is a crazy fucking conversation.
I would say Glock is the most popular, you know, carried pistol in the United States. So anyone who doesn't buy Glock because of the safety is probably like some sort of FUD that carries like a revolver or something like that. Some boomer ass shit.
You know, this is a very unoriginal thing to say, but I have this suspicion, Nike, that, you know, give it 5 years and nobody will have been in favor of this. That's that, you know, I think it might be harder. I think it might be harder to get people to defend this in like 5 years' time.
I don't know. I think people are gonna memory hole it.
Well, that's kind of what I mean. It's like, what are you talking about? Like, I didn't. What happened?
Or
like,
they'll just remember it the way that a couple people in chat. They'll just go, yeah, remember the time when he tried to shoot those cops?
Yeah.
Like, wait, what?
That was crazy.
They're gonna like just completely, you know, make the memory in their head. Which, speaking of making memories, I got to tell you this unhinged fucking story.
Oh, really?
My friend's dad, rich guy, he was like, okay, son, to my friend, we're gonna go to Africa, just me and you, and go on like a father-son safari like trip. And in between the time when they booked the trip and when the trip was supposed to go, the dad started dating this chick and like got like super in love with her. And he bought her tickets to the safari, and my friend was like, I thought it was like a father and son thing. He's like, yeah, well, she really wanted to go, you know, that sort of thing. So anyway, when they get there, and they're taking pictures of everything, the dad's like, what I want to do is take 2 sets of pictures, one with her in them and one without her. So in case I break up with her, we can edit her out of the memory of her being there. The guy's a psycho. It's fucking awesome.
What?
He's like, I want to be able to erase her from the memory so she's not in any of the pictures if we break up.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's crazy.
Just
That's
use
pretty
Photoshop.
out there.
Dude, this guy's a mega boomer. He's not going to use Photoshop.
That's too difficult. It's too difficult, guys. Dude, Darren's, why were you not in call, by the way, bro? You should have called. Because Darren's just fucking crashing out. He was crashing out in my DMs and in Discord as well. He would have gone fucking hard. He would have... Dude, he might have said gamer words. He actually might have done. Like, I could see that happening. He's the kind of guy who would. Full crash out.
Yeah, he's crashing out over AOC.
Yeah, he is. He is doing that as well, actually.
He bought the $300 gilded supporter plutonium pack, and he wants his money back. And Gabe says he's not getting it back.
He is not getting it. It is crazy that it imploded so fast. That's wild.
I mean, when the bottom falls out, gravity
it's over.
kicks in quick.
Yeah, it's just over. It is just over.
I guess the question would be like, how long until they would have been unable to meet payroll? Like, how broke were they exactly? Was it like next week they were going to start bouncing paychecks?
Yeah.
Or was it like, we could have done this for 6 more months, but, you know, there was no path to releasing the game, you know, by the time we ran out of money? Like, what exactly was the timeline? I'd love to know.
Well, I think there was already some drama with what their cloud services provider not being paid and being pissed at them. So they might have been in shit. They might have been in shit This was before it imploded, right? It was a little while before it imploded. So I think they might have actually had some pretty serious issues. And like, I think, well, this is interesting because obviously this is something that Stephen Sharif said, right? So who knows how accurate it is. But he basically alleged that one of their investors was really pissed at them because they weren't disclosing financials or something like that to them. And that would also suggest that, okay, hold on a minute. That's not good, right? Like, they don't have any money. But yeah, that's unlucky.
So it seems almost like the Steam release was like a desperation play to save the company.
Or that, or they knew it was dead and they just wanted to...
Or it was
yeah. Well,
so release on Steam, get a bunch of money, put it in my personal account, and then say the company's broke, sort of.
Well, no, more insidious, actually. The theory is, and to be fair, obviously, right, like, yeah, I should stress, this is like a theory. We don't know.
Oh, so they
could
keep the Kickstarter money.
Keep the Kickstarter money, yeah. Because if they ship the game, which they technically have, then they don't need to refund the backers, right? Yeah. So like that's the theory basically that people have kind of come up with. So yeah, like I think what people, and the thing is, I do kind of lean into that because the Steam launch...
Kickstarter could choose to not recognize that.
It's possible,
if they wanted to.
It's possible, yeah.
Kickstarter could be like, fuck these guys. Because like, Kickstarter has a vested interest in their platform not becoming a scam, scam haven. So they could just go, look, we don't think you met the definition of it, and we'll see you in court if you disagree. They could be based, but we'll see.
Yeah, and the thing about the Steam release that I think makes it really sus for me is that it was a fucking disaster, right? And they must have known it was going to be a disaster because the game is super unfinished, not even remotely close. They haven't even added the horse breeding yet, right? So it's like, come on. It's like, it's nothing.
Look, if they want to salvage something, they could do a spin-off game of just the horse breeding, its own game. Call it like Pony Breeder. Ooh. And make it like, give it like some like Studio Ghibli graphics and like put it back on Steam, and that shit will make money because there's a lot of people who would be in it for the horse breeding, and there'd be a lot of people who would just be in it for like, running around as a horse. Like Manaworks is working on,
have you seen their latest stuff actually? Have you seen what they've cooked?
Yeah.
It's kind of like Dragon Simulator.
They wisely realize, they wisely realize that like there might be a little bit more of a market for a dragon thing than a bird thing. Which,
Dude, the game is going in a really interesting direction though. You can like summon magnets and bombs and wheels. I don't know what's going on here. It's like I
don't know.
And you like summon
but
it's like little goblins come and like build stuff, and you can like get a car and drive a car around. It's like a physics-based puzzle game, right? Like you can put springs on wheels and stuff and make a little vehicle. And then you've got this magnet thing, like you can get these bombs and pull them around with a magnet or something.
I wonder if this is just like a tech demo, like for their engine, like they're just seeing like what their engine can do, or if this is like the actual gameplay they envision, because I don't know who the audience for this is. And
they've got big concept art, right? They've got concept art of the dragon and the kind of elves or goblin things. So it looks like,
this is way more marketable than Seagulls.
Yeah, but
way more marketable.
Bird Simulator was probably not going to cut it, I think, right? Like that was
it would cut it as a $7 indie game on Steam. It would not cut it as like a major $30 game or whatever they're going to try to charge for this.
You see, this is actually interesting. Okay, so it looks like this is actually their tech, right? Like they have developed, and this actually might be really sick and really cool. So it looks like their big pitch is they've got 0 latency co-op. Right? Like,
how is that possible?
Dude, this is actually fucking based. They even use Guild Wars 2 as an example of a game that has different views of the world, which makes real-time physical interactions impossible. That's actually crazy. They use the game they used to make.
That's funny. Like, Zwift has this issue too, where like, you will think you crossed the finish line, like, just like,
Oh yeah, but there's latency, right? Yeah.
Like a 20th of a second faster, or a 10th of a second faster than the other guy. But he was actually his avatar on your screen was behind you, but he was in reality like slightly ahead. But it's actually not as bad as you would think. Like they have pretty good tech for that. Like
So I think this is their big pitch then, because I mean, look, in the video, yeah, it is 0 latency, like 100%. Like that is what they're showing here. Obviously, like how that scales is interesting. I think it's probably not going to be an MMO. It's going to be like a co-op game kind of thing, right? Is the direction they're going, I think. But yeah, it looks like their pitch, and this is kind of cool, right? To be fair, you know, like, you know, this is a bit of a cook, is that there's going to be kind of real-time physics puzzle interactions between players with 0 latency, which, I mean, okay, that's kind of cool, right? I'd say. If they've, you know, developed this. I wonder how they're doing this. That's pretty interesting because, like, with the video they're showing here, it actually is 0 latency. Like, the 2 players see the exact same thing.
Maybe it just adjusts it to whoever has the slower connection to the server. It synchronizes it based on the slowest person. That's the only way I could think it could possibly work. Because, like, the speed of light is the speed of light. You know, like, the data has to physically transfer from place to place.
You're going to have to deal with it at some point. The funny part is, wait, Pirate Software seems to have collected tons of receipt on AOC. He's been talking about it all day, make a video on it. Shit talking of content creators they work with behind their backs. RMT involvements, the company seemingly sold to his MLM buddies a few weeks ago. Ooh, not good. Wait, the 0 latency is kind of overcooked. It's technologically impressive, but does it actually matter? Current games have some interpolation, it doesn't really ruin the experience or anything. I mean, I guess I'd want to try it, right? Like, because I think even if you do have relatively low ping, I think I have like 50 ping in Guild Wars 2. It is, you know, it is noticeable, right? Like, you know, especially if you go up to like 100 ping, right? And yeah, it is noticeable when you see other people move around you. Like, I don't know, like maybe it's one of those things that you really feel it when you're interacting with other players. Like, I can imagine that. Pirate Software redemption arc. Dude, imagine if that's how he views this. He's like, finally, I can redeem myself in the eyes of the community.
I don't think that's possible.
To be honest, no, it's not. Like, he's
a villain.
Yeah. I mean, he is the villain. Yeah, he is. Yeah, he is the villain. Man, dude, Pirate Software, like he's an interesting person. That's yeah.
I mean, if he was gonna do the redemption, he would have to start by apologizing to that one dude that he like bullied into oblivion because of AOC.
Yeah. True. Oh, that's true. Actually. Oh, that's actually true. Oh no. He was the biggest AOC. So, yeah, he was like, wasn't he kind of all in on the game, right? Like, wasn't he running like a fat guild in AOC and stuff? So he was pretty all in.
His his AOC partner link referral program probably got him fucking new house.
Well, apparently they didn't pay people for that or something.
What?
Yeah, that's what I think. That's one of the claims that people are making against Intrepid is that they didn't pay people, or at least some people, right? Yeah.
I'd be mad about that.
Yeah, I mean, especially it would be quite a lot, right?
To pay you.
Yeah. Because bear in mind, if people are swiping for like a 250 pack, you're getting like 5%. That's pretty good.
Yeah, especially if you got a lot of whales like he did.
Well, exactly. Yeah, you're gonna have like whales feasting on that stuff. You guys know he worked for Blizzard? I actually didn't know that. Now I do know though. He doesn't mention it often. That's the thing. So like that, I wouldn't know. Ashes is shutting down.
What floor was he the janitor from?
Like, you know, yeah, Ashes is dead, guys. Like, Ashes is literally dead. It's wait, do we know when it's shutting down? Actually, like, has that been announced? Like, when they're actually just turning it off? Because I don't think it will last long, right? To be honest, it probably just dies when their contract with their cloud service provider expires, right? I assume that's the way it's going to go.
Really, the party that has the best shot of legal action is Kickstarter.
Well, yeah, if there's any kind of like untoward behavior, they you know.
Because here's the thing: if they don't, because if Kickstarter says we're not going to give you the money, we're going to refund it.
Yeah.
And they sue Kickstarter, the discovery phase would fuck Steven so bad.
Yeah, it's
Like
that would be
he would
tough.
have to he would get deposed by like the Kickstarter lawyers who would ask a lot of hard questions and demand to see a lot of financial documentation, and it would be very bad for him. So I think that I don't think he would bark up that tree. Unless he's already got the money from Kickstarter, in which case then I guess.
Yeah, I mean, the story is definitely not over, right? Like there will be more developments, guys. Okay, I hope you're ready for some content. The content is not over yet.
This guy's gonna probably have to do a move to another country situation.
That's actually a good point. Yeah, Valve is not going to be happy either, right? Because they've essentially had a semi-scam product, right? Like on their platform. It's like, yeah, Valve are obviously not going to be happy with Intrepid either.
Well, there's probably a lot of people too that are still in the refund window with Valve, and yeah, they're gonna have to be given a lot of money back.
Yeah. All of this for Arcade 2-2.
Yep.
Unlucky.
Grand opening, grand closing.
Yep. It's over. It's fine. Less competition for Guild Wars 3.
Yep. This is why I only play AAA MMOs. I don't play single A.
Ooh.
MMOs, like
yeah.
AOC.
It's a good point, actually. It's a good point. Guild Wars 3 will meet the same fate as AOC. I actually really don't think so. I'm pretty confident that I think Guild Wars 3 would have to be so fucking bad for it to fail, right? It would have to be so bad. And I think
the
that's
floor of Guild Wars 3 is Guild Wars 2. Like it'll like the worst outcome that is even feasible is that it has the big launch just like Guild Wars 2, and then, you know, peters out to be the distant third biggest MMO. ANET is at most 2As. AAA is based on feature set, not like and budget.
And yeah, well, we'll have to see. Like, I mean, it is silly, but
the budget,
it is going to be
the budget's tens of millions. It
is going to be silly
I mean,
stuff.
by any
like,
definition, it's
if they have PvP or not, right? Like, are they going to put PvP in the game? If they want to, it depends if they want to go for like a AAA, because they might want to actually kind of have a more reserved scope. I think that's not impossible. But if they want to go AAA, you do kind of have to have PvP, right? Like, and they might not want to go that direction. So we'll have to see what they do. Pure PvP.
Yeah, I don't think there's any chance that the game is going to be super bad. Like there's really good continuity of management with ANET. So you don't have the issue of the things that went wrong with Guild Wars 2's launch and first year being forgotten. Like, all of those things that went wrong are well remembered, you know? So I'm pretty confident that the game will launch with a PvE endgame, you know? They're not going to want that criticism. I guarantee you they look at that like criticism from launch as like a major thing to avoid.
Surely.
Is there? Yeah, Colin was, you know, he's the studio head and he was the game director then, so.
Colin is back. Like, Mike Z is back
Grouch,
as well. Grouch. I mean, Grouch wasn't game director, but he was around in Guild Wars 2, right? Forever, right? Like, he was around since the very early days.
Like, there's certain things that are like just so obvious that they could do. Like, Guild Wars 2 had a pretty big launch, and, you know, by all accounts, Guild Wars 2 is a successful game. And yet, they stepped in it. They stepped in dog shit like so many times at launch. It launched with no real, you know, progression-based PvE endgame. It launched with no real organized, like, ranked PvP. No, like, tournament systems. You know, like even World v World had no reward system.
Yeah, which
Like
is
World v World had literally no rewards. Like so, every game mode launched
it's fucking scuffed.
unfinished, and the game was still, it could have been a lot bigger of a success if it had another 6 months to like fix this shit. But nonetheless, the game has like been giga profitable.
Yeah.
I feel like as long as they can look at those lessons and go, okay, we're gonna ship the game with a robust PvP system. We're gonna ship the game with an end game, a PvE end game. If we do World v World, it's gonna have like a robust, reward system. Like the game will just be so good if it launches in that kind of state. The bigger worry is just that the combat system is or isn't fun.
It's true. That's the big one.
Thing
it has to be
about.
fun. It has to be fun. And also they have to, and the thing is, we won't know until release, because if ArenaNet is based, they won't do open beta or open
We'll still
alpha.
have beta weekends.
Oh,
but
that's true. That's true, actually. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, we will have that, but they won't do any like big tests. So that feels good.
beta weekends are going to be so good, man.
Yeah.
It's going to be like
Finally.
fucking 24
dude.
hours of gaming.
When was the last MMO that dropped that actually
Unsolved?
Oh yeah,
Oh my
unsolved.
God.
Like, because even like the quote unquote new ones, they're coming out solved. Right?
Wildstar?
Oh, yeah. Well, that didn't last long, did it?
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Although I would say, fucking NCSoft, make me the game director for Wildstar.
Yeah.
I'll bring it back. We'll do a remaster. Graphics will be better.
Yep.
We're gonna rebalance the end game, but make it 10 people raids. Make it a little bit easier. Make multiple difficulty modes. How about that? 10-man raids, multiple difficulty modes. We're gonna get rid of the whole stupid attunement process.
Yeah.
Multiple difficulty modes for the dungeons. It's gonna be good.
No, the thing is, you see, I think it needs to be 40-man raids that are actually hard with a lengthy
40-man mythic, unnerfed mythic
Yeah.
tier difficulty.
Yes,
and
correct.
we're never going to nerf the bosses. Ever.
There's no vertical progression, so it just
And you
stays
can
that way.
only play with people on your
On
server.
your server.
And every server only has like 400 people. So you need to have 10% of your server in your guild, and they have to be good enough to beat unnerfed mythic raids.
Yeah. That's
How
big.
come that game wasn't a success?
How did that? What went wrong? I don't understand.
Yeah, what went wrong?
Like, what-
I just don't get it. That recipe sounds good to me. And make it so you have to do like Snow Crow's level speed clears of the dungeons just to attune for the raid.
True.
And if you can't get within 10% of the speedrun record, you're not even eligible to raid.
Right. Speaking of which, guys, it's actually too late. I am going to bed because I need to actually maintain a non-degen schedule. So that's it. This was fucking content. Debate arc, insane discourse, guys, crazy discourse. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow for the
Join the
last,
Guild Wars 3 Discord.
Yeah,
link below in chat.
Yeah, that's true, guys. Yeah, definitely
Read
check
the
out
manifesto.
Read the manifesto, guys. Join Guild Wars 3 Discord. We are going to be seriously ramping up our operations, guys, with Guild Wars 3, with the subreddit as well. So be prepared to engage with subreddit content. I will be releasing video content. I'm sure Nike will be. Darren's definitely will be as well. We can talk about the manifesto. We can talk about what we want out of the game, what we think the game might be, all that kind of shit. So yeah, get involved. Let's get to work, guys. We've got, potentially a couple of years to prepare for Guild Wars 3. So let's let's get started, right? There you go. It's !GW3 in the chat, guys, to get the Guild Wars 3 Discord. Wait, manifesto got hidden? Oh, wait, I don't think
No, it's not hidden. You have to look at the server guide first, and the server guide links to it. And then once you click that, you see the channel.
There you go. Boom. Oh, yeah.
Discord hides channels by default until
Yeah, that's fucking weird, actually.
It's so stupid, but...
Yeah, so guys, if you want to read the manifesto, you go to the Discord, and you go to server guide, and then the manifesto is here. And then you can read the Guild Wars 3 manifesto. Join the Cabal, guys. But anyway, that's going to do it. Stream is over.
Good night.
I will see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everyone. I'm out. All right, let's, what are we doing? I'm raiding Emmy.exe. Let's go. Emmy.dll. Here we go. All right, I will see you guys tomorrow. Another stream. I will hopefully be here vaguely on time and we'll play some video games.